Futures extending declines from yesterday. Once again this morning, we're back towards session lows here so far for NASDAQ and the S&P 500 ahead of big earnings to come. We are starting to get a little bit of economic trickling in as well. We did get a month ago weekly jobless claims. We're back to October 18th. This is the week of October 18th. This was out early this morning, 232 versus 219. 254 was the expected for that week. So this is going to start trickling in over the next few days and the coming days and weeks, I would imagine, as we continue along here, as the government gets back up and running. Lots to talk about this morning, obviously. Nvidia to come tomorrow. We'll touch on that coming up, of course. More headlines involving Google this morning, showing a little bit of relative strength here early on. We'll also touch on Tesla. There's a big outage right now, Cloudflare. Speaking of not Tesla specifically, but X. X is not working. A lot of people are panicking this morning as to what they should do. As far as the market is concerned anyway. Down, I mean, it's a bunch of stuff. Like you were saying, the Beehive is another
Beehive,
one
Truth Social. Donald Trump can't tweet right now, Brendo. Like, you know, he must be panicking.
What will we do?
No, but I didn't even know Cloudflare was this ubiquitous. I know everybody had some sort of servers with them because everything is sort of messing up. Some auxiliary websites, Joseph's trying to do upgrades and downgrades. He can't do it either. Yeah. So a lot this morning, Brendo. Let's start with Bitcoin dropping below 90,000 for the first time in months, and basically erasing all the gains this year, touching 89,000 almost to the dot, Brendo. 89,052. That's what I see on my server. Good news for Apple out in China, up huge year over year, up 25% in the month of October on new iPhone sales. And of course, we got Home Depot reporting earnings this morning as well, Brendo. Likewise with PDD, with the owner of Temu.
Yeah, retailers under pressure here a little bit this morning. That's what Home Depot looks like right now. Just made a new low on the morning. Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this, but yeah, a bit of a miss there for AAPL. Others in that space also following to the downside. Yeah, Tesla's interesting today. Just hanging out here. A lot of things showing relative weakness, just hanging out here at that last defense late in the day yesterday. We had a huge move up, obviously, and then it came right back down. So a lot of different directions to go. A bit of a wait-and-see feeling going into the morning ahead of, obviously, Nvidia coming up after the close tomorrow, guys. Good morning.
And everybody's realizing how much we rely on Cloudflare.
Yeah, how much we rely on other things.
It's crazy because, you know, like I said, X is down. A few things, I mean, I don't know, like a few other things seemed like affected by it, but now a little bit better. But I went to open up the free watch list, and because I don't want to look at my email, I like to pop it out, and then you're like, oh, performance and security by Cloudflare, so that's not opening. It takes a moment to go. However, we saw this with Amazon. Like when this happened similarly to Amazon and AWS outage, it was kind of like a buying option for Amazon. Now, the different market, because the market was going up in that moment, so you know it was a good buy of the dip. That might be a little bit different for these guys, but they're only down like 3%. Maybe that gets a bit of a sell-off. If it does, that could be a quick little short-term buying opportunity as a reminder of how much they are needed. Still a day away from Nvidia earnings, and I said yesterday that we really tested that low in that Bitcoin support level. Now we have. We got underneath 90,000, which was an actual test of that big support. And there you go. We're pretty much right back at it. So the, I don't know, crypto move is, it was getting hot yesterday in the office for a little bit in the afternoon. Okay.
I saw the door was open there today.
So now it's cold.
Yes, yeah, sometimes that back door is open there.
The thing about this office is like with all the renovations going on, sometimes the back door is closed, it's wide open. So we get the flies in, it gets cold. And then when you try to turn the heat up, it's never room temperature up in here. Never. And I'm not putting Randy, that's not happening.
The toucan.
But I will enjoy the plum. The plum was good.
Yeah, the plums, I told you, yeah, the plums yesterday were really good. Yeah, so I think nailed it there, or Sharif, when they talked about Google having relative strength. So I think we'll look over there with Gemini 3.0 dropping this coming weekend or soon enough, and getting great reviews on that. So I actually have one name written down so far. It's just Google right now, trying to get some longs. We'll wait to see if we get a pullback here in 285, 286 prices. I mean, I don't want to sit here and be too negative about the market, but it has been obviously a down draft. And then you do get today Not good, man. Home Depot there misses on they beat on sales, but then they guide lower. They give you $14.40 or so versus $14.99 on their forward EPS. So that's not good. And you see, like, look what's been happening right here to Home Depot. It's actually gotten really crushed. And you don't see this too much too often. I've seen it twice this year where Home Depot's topped in around here, 430, and then had, pretty epic falls back in right here. We're going to look to see if we get a little bit lower. We talked about diversifying a little bit. I like some Home Depot down here in the retail space, but that's not great. And then, you're looking at a name like a Costco. And we talk, like, where's there to hide? I think you just got to hide in great companies, right? But these two companies are great. And if you've been hiding out here, sure, you don't have, the losses maybe over the last couple weeks, but they're still, nicely down from their top. So to see Costco down from 1180 down to 900 here, getting this back to where we were last summer, 2 summers ago, right? Like, not this past summer, but this is July of 24. So you're getting Costco at good discounts now as well. And then I know Walmart, I think it's fallen below 100, or is it? No, not even. Walmart's actually think is a lot better than most of these companies holding up here, because Walmart's high is 109 or something. And you're only down, it's only like 5%, like not, 109 to 103. Like, so Walmart's the one that's the winner here. So that's what I was going to say, like, pick winning stuff. Don't have to necessarily pick names on the way down trying to catch knives. Rigetti, all these quantum plays, nuclear plays, names that actually make money in this environment will be good, because if we're not going to cut rates, this is what we're looking for high quality companies, like an Apple, right? Apple's not getting crushed as much, and they should be. I mean, if this B2C, business to consumer model, as you can see, not the greatest in some of these companies, Apple continues to work out. And here's Apple right here. I think it's just 160 at 268. Yeah, so, holding out pretty good there. It's high as 278, something like that. Maybe we touched 280 there one day, but still trying to hold out above the 50 period. And then Tesla, a name up on your screen too.
Well,
Tesla 405.
Like the IPO? Yeah, the IPO market. Klarna reported.
It's not down 10%.
This morning. No, this is actually, I would say this is actually pretty solid for them. Honest with you. Then they had a net loss, but they actually beat on revenues. Hey, not bad. They're close to $1 billion in revenues for the quarter. 900 million in revenue was a beat. That said, this has only gone down its first day, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Like, it's exactly the kind of stock that if we did have like a bounce and rally day, like it put in an all, right? It double bottomed the all-time low, and now you get a report that doesn't completely stink. And this will be on side watch for me, because if we do get a recovery day, I think some names that have like some very clear room to go are going to. It's not necessarily like a top of the mind style trade, and I feel the same way. It's going to be weird to say, because like every single day, and really not. Like, I want to look to short Mara and possibly BMNR, but Bitcoin, if it gets above 91.5, which is about 52 and a quarter on IBIT, if it gets above that and can hold that level, that's kind of a confirming. I'll show you on the Bitcoin chart. That's kind of confirming that you can hold the chop zone and break away. So like, I have a support line drawn from the daily chart, right? This was support line in here. If it can start closing on 15-minute candles above that, then there's a long to be had. Until then, until proven otherwise, I'm shorting back into that level and using BMNR and Mara to do it. But I think there's some opportunities that if you get a bounce, like, I'd rather not be caught off guard. I have a couple of things I want to look at in that kind of a play. Don't know how much this outage effect thing, but obviously if you're on X, like, no one can use X right now. I'm not sure what else is down. The president can't do anything on Truth Social, I suppose, but we'll see how that plays out. I think there still could be an opportunity in Flare, but not yet.
Yep. All right. Very exciting. We got the nice Toronto skyline in there behind us, so excited for that TV and that screen. You don't even see the whole screen. It extends even further the other way there. But yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll. The desk behind us is getting ready. It's going to be awesome transformation there. But yeah, nice to see Klarna there. 25-cent loss versus 33-cent loss expected. So nice to see them come through, and that might be a Bitcoin play as well. Yep. A little bit there, just trying to feel like if retail can get back, be some more money piling into names like Klarna, Affirm, crypto. All right, let's go back over to the desk. Brendan and not sure if we have Mitch coming today or not. I can't see the board anymore.
Question.
But, we're going to throw it back over to that. See what they're talking about.
We're just having a look at DJT, True Social, one of the many platforms not operating currently because of this Cloudflare outage. We're down here right now, kind of in free fall territory. For Donald J. Trump Media and Technology Group, it's below $10 here in the pre-market. This is not a good looking chart for DJT here so far today.
No, I got 52-week low notifications last week, but I saw on my Instagram account, Compound, I guess, host Josh Brown posting that it was below $10. It's not a good, guys. I mean, you gotta say though, Truth Social is being used a lot more by President Trump, and obviously people go on Truth to see what he's using or what he's saying, Brendo. But that really hasn't translated a whole lot into new advertising dollars as we kind of were expecting.
Or users for that.
Or users, yeah. I'm personally not going on it at all unless it's something to do with what he's tweeting.
Yeah, it's one of those things I think that, you know, X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, has such a hold in that it's going to take a lot to get people off of that fundamentally.
And you've seen Blue Sky suffer. You've also seen Threads, which is Meta. Do you remember Thread? No penetration.
Here is, let's talk a little macro here. Here's the Fed funds tool, still a coin flip essentially for December, leaning a little bit anyways towards the nothing going to happen, no change, versus a cut. So from that standpoint, nothing has changed over the past couple of days here, even though, as I mentioned off the top, we are going to start getting a little bit of economic data trickling in here. There's a huge backlog they're going to have to work through as they get to it. That's the US dollar right now. We got above going back to the middle of last week, I guess it was, on the DXY. We're back down to 99.5. I was having a look at some of the treasuries as well, back downside in a pretty big way here. Again, this is a daily chart on the 10-year, the 30-year looking very much the same. Big red candle 2 days in a row here for yields.
Absolutely, and that US dollar strength, Brendo, has kind of been correlated to the strength in gold. Gold's been selling off as the US dollar's been making gains. I think we tried to recover a little bit last week, moving into about 4,225. We're barely holding on to 4,000. In fact, Brendo, we did 4,000 momentarily overnight. So the inverse correlation between gold and the US dollar, notable.
Yeah, from a higher standpoint, spot here for the overall market. I mean, kind of a wait and see, I think, for tomorrow. As we said, after the close, we'll get, again, more of this employment data the market might be waiting for as well. But everything running on Nvidia at this point.
Oh, no doubt. But we're riding the wave of good feels from Day Trader LA. Thank you for the 20 Trader TV Live gift memberships you just dropped. I mean, all the super chats, all the love yesterday. Trust me, we're all hoping you're $6 away on Alphabet there. We know you want $295, and I think we're all rooting for you. It actually tagged, I just looked up, it actually tagged $290 just now on Alphabet for you. So hopefully we get that next $5-6, and we can go from there. As far as the market goes, I mean, we're teetering. Like that's the best way to put it. We're absolutely teetering between last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, last Friday, and then yesterday. Like we just found the same bottom. And again, like another attempt to bounce. It's support till it's not. Down underneath this 25,000, like 24.6, 24.7. And if we can't hold on to this, of things that have like secondary breakdowns, just follow the trend, and you just do a lot of the same stuff that's been working the last couple of days. But it's not impossible. Like, it's not impossible that you kind of a bit here, but, you know, that first look off the open has been essentially to look for a short, whether it's patient and waiting 15, 20 minutes, or just flushing right away the last couple of sessions. You kind of start with that as the deal and kind of move on from there. I think we are ready to get our friend Mitch, Money Mitch, in the building.
All right, let's bring him in here. We'll talk a little bit about a couple of setups that Mitch Hoke is looking at so far this morning. We touched on this, Mitch, good to see you as always. We touched on this last time we talked. We're in that phase of the overall market where it's kind of a choppy back and forth, you know, less directional move single day. It's kind of wait and see, you know, earnings for the most part behind us outside of what's to come after the close tomorrow with Nvidia. But from a higher perspective here, what's your thoughts we're at?
Yeah, it's the euphoria has been taken out of the market now. You know, we were riding that up, and you know, some people wanted to call it a bubble or not a bubble. It was a bubble, guys, but we rode it for as long as we could, and that's what we needed. Traders, especially trend traders, right? Now the trends have changed, right? The trend's your friend until it isn't, and now it's no longer your friend. Choppy phase where you might get a trade, and this is what I was talking about last week, where longs are getting stopped, shorts are getting stopped. It's just frustrating the maximum amount of participants. So what do you got to do? Slow down the trading during this time. This is when normally you got to bring the step back. This is where a lot of traders get hard because and struggle because they start to just stay on the same gas pedal that they were on last month. And if you do that with the current environment, that's how you just give the gains right back. So if you're noticing you're still giving up your returns that you just had, well, slow things down. It's okay to hit the brake pedal. Look at things like downsizing, or it's maybe just trading less, right? Less is more in this environment, guys. But we saw some winners from last week, of course, some good short callouts. Lumen, HIMS, the momentum names really starting to break. And what was I looking at? I was just looking at names to support and hadn't broken already 30, 40, 50, 60%, right? And I think you continue to look for short opportunities just like this. There's plenty still out there.
Let's talk about crypto here. Or Bitcoin, depending on how you want to look at it. I mean, we're 28% off the highs here, Mitch. You mentioned this one, BITI, on the inverse.
We were talking about it because it's the short outlook of Bitcoin, right? And if you're looking for a way to short Bitcoin without going to the crypto markets, well, Biddy is definitely that way to do it. And I thought that this looked awesome because of the amount of accumulation of volume that you see just the last kind of 3 or 4 weeks. And we're talking big volume jumps. So that tells me that this move can just start getting, this is what you call the growth outlook, right? So Bitcoin is also the growth outlook. And as that left, so did the euphoria in the market. So unless Bitcoin comes back, I wouldn't be looking at the growth stocks as the driver here in Q4. You got to look at value names, and that's no a lot of people, right? We're looking at the non-sexy names now to look into the market for upside.
A lot of people, just staying on the Bitcoin theme here, a lot of people have, you know, into the past, over the past couple of weeks here, once this sell-off really started to accelerate a little bit, and said, you know, this is kind of how Bitcoin historically has traded. We go up a lot, we go sideways. When there is a pullback, it's pretty. So is there an area, if you wanted to look at a BITI, is there an area where you say, okay, this is getting a little bit extended?
Yeah, I mean, you can always look at kind of the moving averages and start looking for pull to 90 MAs. But the truth is that we need to see something change here now, right? And so one thing that we started to see just these last 2 weeks was what? We started to see good earnings reports also getting hit on good earnings reports. We need to start seeing that kind of environment start to change. One that could be coming is Nvidia, right? What if it has a bad report and the stock goes up? Things like this is what we need to start seeing adjustments to. Because if it's another good report and it gets hit again, it's just going to be showing more and more that the AI trade has really taken out kind of the bubble there, right? And that's what we need to be watching now. Mega caps tech is starting to turn to the downside. And if this really starts to accelerate, well, clearly we can be in a bear market soon, right, guys? I'm not calling a bear market yet, of course. We're just off the high. But everything that is the driver is starting to slow down. So the only thing that can happen here is rotation to like fundamental, to financials, to healthcare, trying to keep the spot up, right? Trying to adjust the weighting there. But right now, and it's been just like it was yesterday, when tech started to lead the upside move, you saw how quickly the Q started to move up, right? But really leads this downside move, the SPY can only hang on for so long here.
If you zoom out, you mentioned Palantir there off the top. If you zoom out on Palantir, past couple of weeks, anyways, the 15-minute chart, past couple of weeks here, definitely in a downtrend, although we are yet to lower low here. But, I mean, this thing's been absolutely monstrous so far this year. Is it a wait and see? Looking at playing Palantir in the next couple of days here?
This starts to be with the area where bears want to attack, right? Because the bulls think that they can hold on here, right? But the truth is that the price to earnings and the overvaluation in Palantir is going to be the reason it actually comes down now. And it was the reason it actually went up. I know that sounds a little bit crazy, but that's the way things work, guys. When you're in a euphoric market, yes, PEs can go to the moon, and it doesn't really matter as long as you have a growth outlook, right? This is what I call story stocks. But now the story is broken. Now you start to rely more on fundamentals and less even on technicals. So this is when you really start to see the bears start to come in, and people will hold on thinking that it's going to go back to the highs. And this is when you can really get hurt as a long-term investor, because you start to what? You start to the stock and become a quick bag holder.
All right, on the earnings front as well, we got a bunch of stuff out of China over this morning, but over the past couple of days here. If you just zoom out, go to the ETF, this is FXI, what are you seeing as far as China is concerned?
Yeah, I think this is an opportunity still to be had, because starting to show yesterday a peak on the FXI, starting to push above the 41, make it look bullish. And then it's the same way that I talk about that they dip them before they rip them. In this case, we're going to start seeing these fake breakouts and then just complete disaster on the supports, where it's just bid, 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 bid. And that's what you want to be looking for on the price action, right? So now FXI, I think, is exactly that type of stock where you can start to just see trade just start to fall off. And especially if we're going to go into this slowdown outlook. The markets come with the US, guys. Then did get that little push, but if we're really going to start looking at AI as a negative, well, China's already late on this ball, and this is just going to turn around their small AI move.
You had a couple of ASTS is one that we've mentioned in the past here, Planet Labs as well. From a perspective here, is it all short until fundamentally something says no, this is an up day, or are we just looking for plays depending on where the market's going?
Yeah, so what I'm doing now is I'm just looking at the charts especially, and looking for things that are still close to their short-term moving average, like a PL, like a Planet Labs. It's right there, just undercut their 9 EMA. So if you want to be closer to the short-term moving averages, because it's going to give us the ability to really capture the kind of the down move if the market really washes out here, right? So if you're looking at names that are already kind of 60% down, it's just harder to get it a little bit further at an extra 20%, right? So I'm still looking at Planet Labs, and I think that overall the space area is going to see hits on their earnings reports. What? Because of the government shutdown. I have a brother-in-law that's in kind of NASA and a different kind of government, kind of exposed space areas right here, and they were shut down for so long, not doing what they needed to do, right, engineering-wise. That's going to cause delays and kind of maybe even rockets that go back in time, right? So I think in this case, you're starting to see this is a speculative area, look that could be starting to come back down to reasonable valuations. I'm not saying that ASTS is a zero here. I like Planet, the satellite look, but the truth is it's a little bit too much, too far gone.
And you can make that same story about a lot of names right across the board.
Yeah.
Good stuff. What's the latest over at Trade the Pool?
Well, check us out, guys. Like always, we're expanding and getting to different areas. And like always, we have different opportunities for you guys from swing to day trade, right? And we're kind of pushing on to or bringing on new members for our streams to kind of continue to show you guys different outlooks, from small caps to large caps to even some futures outlook. We're giving it all here at Trade the Pool, guys. But check us out like always. If you haven't gone to our site before, well, just take a look. Find our what we call our video on demand series. I call it the Netflix of trading. So if you want to go check out the Netflix of trading, come over to our site. You won't miss it, guys.
Mitch Hoke, great stuff as always. Best Nvidia earnings eve here today.
And what about Net, man? I've been short this name since this morning, and it just keeps dropping. I can't get into ChatGPT. I can't get into Claude. I had to go to Gemini, man. Gemini. Come on, man.
Mitch.
Who goes to Gemini? But yeah, this is a good trade, man. It's just got to make money on this, man. Got to make money on this. Let's go. Man. Gemini's the only one that's working, so we'll give Google a little bit of an uplift. Take care, guys.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, Perplexity's down. It is. Yeah, apparently Gemini might be the only one left standing. We'll see. But
that's why Google's up, man.
Google's looking good. Yeah. Upward. I mean, they were strong regardless, I think. Alphabet.
Yeah.
They didn't even need this. But if we're looking for kernels of strength, I think some of the healthcare got mentioned, pharma, Merck. What's interesting about Merck is, like, this is one of the worst performing stocks. Well, I mean, there's a lot of bad stocks out there, but in terms of big names, it has not been a good last 2 years for these guys. And they're on the verge of a little bit. Like, we're already actually breaking out. But there's like a secondary move happening off of 90 here for Merck. So you're getting a lot of additional names in the last rally that are looking a little bit strong. And I got a sneak peek at these upgrades and downgrades. There's some heavy hitters, but might not be on the side of the board you're used to.
Cheated. Neil, you got a little sneak peek. All right, guys, good morning. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone's having a fantastic morning. I hope your platforms are working for you, because you can see that we had a little issues here. But aside from that, guys, let's get right into this. Upgrades and downgrades. At the top of the list, we have the Class A shares, GOOG, getting the nod here, guys. Price target raised by Loop Capital to $320. Now, Decker's Brands as well, too, by Stifel, getting that price target raised to $117. We're up a little bit more than 0.75% on the session. Now, Kilroy Realty Corporation, BMO Capital Markets giving it the nod as well, too, guys. $44 is going to be that target. And then One Gas by UBS, price target $86. Now, Neil was right, guys. We have Amazon on the downgrade side, going from a buy to a neutral weight here, down 2% on the session, with that price target being lowered to $250 by Rothschild & Company. And Microsoft as well, too, guys. Not too good. Going from a buy to an underperform here by Rothschild, price target $500, and we are down roughly 1.9%. in the pre-market session. Now, CrowdStrike as well, to a little cybersecurity, guys, down a little bit under 0.75%. Price target lowered to $600 on that one. And DraftKings continuously bleeding here, guys, down 0.9%. Price target being $31 by Wells Fargo. Now, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday. Now, just because we're looking at calls doesn't necessarily mean that you have to go long. The reason why we want to look for calls is high levels of open interest and potential ceilings or resistance zones. So here it is in strategy here, guys. 215 strike price expired week. On yesterday's session, we have 4,890 contracts traded, with 33,000 still currently open. Now, as for Tesla, guys, substantial volume at that 420 strike price, with open interest of 22,200 contracts there. All right, so also that's going to be expiring this week. And Netflix, some nice activity. I figured I'd put this one up there just due to the 10-to-1 split. Open interest relatively light, but volume at that 115 strike price coming in with 33,100. Now, as for the call of the day, leading into Nvidia's earnings report, now what I've observed over time in previous reports is that the open interest specific strike price, as obviously it may seem, will continuously increase leading into the report. At that 210 level, we have currently 107,000 contracts open. This could be a potential resistance zone, but if that supply is absorbed, you want to look for that next leg higher, and that's going to be around 215, 220. But you can see how tight the bid and ask are as well, too, guys. Only $1 spread, so the volume and the liquidity is there, absolutely. And then the delta, considering of what strike price this is, it's money from where we're currently trading at, relatively light, and the gamma as well too. But you can see the options market is slowly starting to price in the implied volatility with 91.2%. Keep an eye out for that expected move, guys, because it lands right around that 210 strike price. Other than that, keep your eyes on NVDA around that specific level.
I'll say one thing about Nvidia. It's not going to 210 on bad news. Nvidia can get sold or be flat on a good report, but the only way it's getting to 210 is no, it's not. Like, it would be like Geno Smith winning the Super Bowl this year. Like, it's not going to happen. That being said, we were actually joking. Geno has the best job security of any bad quarterback in all the NFL. No, it's just, look, ultimately, I think it really just comes down to, okay, we've already been told the story here. You know, Jensen came out and wowed everybody with the new expected sales, and it was that took it to the highs. I don't know what we see here that can be a little bit unexpected. I'm hoping they can give us a bit of a surprise, but yeah, I think unless this is back above the 50 period today and busting out like 186, that's actually more like 188. I think it's more, it feels like a little bit of a more of the same, at least until we get to earnings. And then we can always assess from there. Still going to be wild. Like, it's still going to be the Super Bowl of earnings tomorrow night. You'll be watching it with Sean, and obviously it's going to be a massive deal. I just don't see any way it's rising on a miss.
No, you're Wednesday, I think.
Wait a minute. Are we switching or no?
No, because...
I'm confused. Yeah, whatever.
yeah, because we're not having those...
Oh, we're not doing it. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
I would have done yesterday. Well, anyways, we can switch. It doesn't matter. I was just looking at MSTR here. Out on that one, but even with Bitcoin bouncing down, we're still trying to see some relative weakness in STR. So this continues to be a pretty decent problem for this name. So we're going to continue to watch that. And yeah, trading Nvidia with options ahead of earnings. Randy, people want to see you here. That's why I was trying to tell you. Like, we need the coffee so people can see you. There's some requests. There's some requests for you in the chat here. I'm trying to, But yeah, you pay. I mean, the premium gets elevated there, obviously. On Randy, you know what I want to on close to earnings? Do you think it's possible that we would get a live view somehow of that? Like if there was a feed somewhere of the skyline, how sick would that be?
That exists.
Like if it was changing based on the weather, then if it was snowing at some point,
we could get a live view of the Tim Hortons lineup.
Ooh, I don't think people care about that too much.
Nobody
you want
wants
to go to Tim Hortons
that.
now?
Didn't we get $50 yesterday?
Yeah, we did. We got some coffee money. You want to get something from Tim Hortons?
Ooh.
Well, we can send you a message. I mean, you got to figure out what Ramin wants. The problem is, then you got to take orders.
You know what I want.
Oh,
you
order it online. Just go pick it up.
Yeah,
You have an account.
Yeah.
I want the points, though.
Randy.
I want the points.
Yeah, we can hook you up. I want that protein latte if we're gonna do that.
That was pretty.
Okay, let's go back over to the desk. It's 9 o'clock. Although X is not working, the sticky note up, you can still get our watch list emailed directly to your inbox. So go make sure you check that watch list right now. Get that description in the link in our description. Our watch list. That's what we're going to be going over right now. Let's throw it back over to Sharif, and we'll get that going. Yeah, Neil does want that apple fritter.
Always.
Yeah, that's
man.
Right. I know.
You know what I always want from there. It's just
Randy likes going and getting this coffee.
Oh, there it is. Dave, we just got a super chat, and I'm not surprised by this one, Day Trader LA. Can you change the background to the LA skyline?
No,
we're in Toronto.
At least a $500 super chat.
Yeah, come on now.
Oh, man. Imagine that we put on says Hollywood in the back or something. That'd be...
You guys beat us in the World Series. You can't...
And maybe maybe if we get a super chat, we can change that to something reasonable,
Yeah.
But anyways, I like if there was a live view, I think that'd be just so amazing. As it was snowing.
I was looking for
whatever. There could be something there.
There's a CN Tower cam.
That'd be sick. Oh, it's a Cloudflare cam?
You can't make it up. No, there is a CN Tower cam where you can get the view.
That would be sick. If we
But it's down. Thank you, Cloudflare. Everything is down.
Go to Neil's
You gotta come to my page here.
Earthcam.com.
Earthcam.com. There's a CN Tower one.
How dare they use Cloudflare?
So we can't even do that.
Remember that one day was AWS was down and then everything's now. Like, I still can't post on X. I don't know if anybody else.
No, you can't. I was able to post like an hour ago, but
a real-time background would just be so sick if we could do that somewhere.
Right.
Even we just put like a little camera, like as if Randy was a minion. We just put like a camera on his head and just like you just see what Randy sees every day.
that has to be able to be done.
Anyways, all right. Let's go back over to the desk. 9:03. Grab that watch list.
66.92, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. And most notably, we have now broken trend of higher lows. Take a look at that October 10th low, followed by the October 17th low. And then, yes, the November 7th are now below that November 7th low. So the higher lows have broken down. We're already making lower highs. So here's the deal. The overnight low, 66.35, but we're defending 66.50 at least. So that'll be our first level of support. Let's look at that 50-point level. If we continue to bleed, we're looking at 66.25, a second level of support. If we trend up, Brendo, and we haven't been trending up a lot lately, 6,700 as resistance.
Yeah, teetering on that last line in the sand there for futures overall. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. It's free. Below is the link in the description. Top link will get you to the sign up page. You need your email address, and that is about it. And then it just shows up every single day, a ton to get through here this morning. Let's start with this crypto sell-off that continues, looking a little bit the overall market here, but equities specifically getting hit along with this. We mentioned MSTR among the worst, if not the worst. To the downside, here's IBIT this morning. If you missed Mitch, he was talking about BITI as well, if you want to just be long but short at the same time.
Yeah, oh, that's an interesting one there. I'll have to look at that. Yeah, let's talk about Bitcoin falling below $90,000 for the first time in 7 months, guys, signaling a sharp reversal. Down now nearly 30% from the October peak of 126,000. Decisively lost a major key area of support at 98,000 last week, though. And the skepticism here are fears around the future Fed rate cuts, which are now in question after multiple Fed speakers said, you know, they had been unsure whether they want to go ahead with that. Analysts also highlighted the cascading liquidations as crypto institutions dump positions. We've also talked a lot about the heavily leveraged products that are being offered by some exchanges. Overseas exchanges, which offer up to 500, 1,000 times leverage on Bitcoin, you know, a small move, a liquidation event. ETH also, Brendo, not spared, down nearly 40% from the peak of 4,955. Weak liquidity on the October leverage wipeout continued to weigh on sentiment across the entire crypto index.
I was just going to say, thankfully, none of them are on Cloudflare, but I just tried to pull up Coinbase. Guess what? It's on Cloudflare, so you can't get to Coinbase today either.
Really? I haven't even tried to log in. That's hilarious. Like, I was, my gut instinct was to try to log into Base. Whatever. It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing about, you know, having your actual coins and I guess on a broker account there.
Oh, I can get it.
Yeah, I think maybe it's different on the app. I mean, the app might be different than online. Look, I mean, Mitch came with some different products that you could use to short or to go long or derivatives of a Bitcoin. But, you know, at the end of the day, IBIT is something for here. It doesn't get that. It doesn't experience the break of 90 because it wasn't open when that was happening. But hold that $50 level. And just going back here into March and April, that looks like it's a pretty, these are the levels that we were talking about need to hold, like 87, 88, 89, 90. And it looks like they did do that yesterday. So I'm okay with trading this to the long today using right down here like 90 sort of as your crutch. So if we're going to do that, yeah, what about that $50 sort of spiked off of there? So I think that would be something to look at. It is obviously in a downward trend here. So if you're going to go long, I think that $50 mark there might give us something, but that would be down 3 or 4%. So that's the bounce level from last night. But I just want to play the trend, and the trend is downside. So for me, I really think that Bitcoin is a short until this whole market is corrected. So if I'm going to look over here, the 200 period moving average rate, 350, that's probably good enough for a short. Between 53.50 to 54 right now, if we really get going on crypto, I think it's a short $2 higher or a long $2 lower. It's in the middle. It bounced around here yesterday all day, you know, between 90 to 92, like back and forth, back and forth. So the fact that it's at 90 now doesn't get me too excited. But yeah, you know, we saw this yesterday. This is not going to be on our board here today, but gold yesterday had a decent move, right? And the thing is that this whoosh to the downside was pretty aggressive there right near the end of the day. But from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, you had about a but a $7 move to the downside. And we've made that all back. So I'm actually looking at physical today to see if we can break above yesterday's sort of levels, which is 375.50. So I think this is a good trade here. You know, like Bitcoin, we don't really have too many levels to work off of unless you want to break yesterday's high, which I guess I could expand it out and looked at that. But I think gold move down and then this get up back in again. And we talked about the US dollar. I think this is a good play here for gold. So a break of 275.50 to the upside, I think gets a little exciting here as we've now bounced off twice off the 50 period, or 3 times. Once, twice, and then 3 times right here, trying to bounce up to get back to 4 bills. I think this has 400 in it before it has 350 again. We haven't even seen 350. We've seen 400. I think it's going to hold this 50, get back there to the upside. Gold, I think, better than Bitcoin for now. Looking like it anyways on the chart.
Oh, for now, yeah. I even like some silver in there too as well. I think there's at least a chance of like a muted bounce long, but I mean some things have to happen. Bitcoin for me needs to close the 15-minute or the first 15-minute bar, maybe even the first two, to be honest with you, above 95, which it's like 52 and a quarter or so on IBIT. If that can happen, I think you have a little kind of a muted move that you can get, like whether it goes 1,000 or extends a little further than that. It's a good support line. We've been able to hold above it, but while we're testing and holding underneath that 91.5, then I know where I want to be. It's kind of the same thing from Friday, and it worked on Friday, and it worked yesterday too. It's just waiting for that curl to happen in Mara and trying to be patient about it. Like at the open yesterday, they made the high in the first 15-minute bar. That was the high of the day, failing 12. On Friday, like it kind of slowly worked higher and then rolled over at about 11:30. But you were shorting that high the entire time. I'm looking for the same thing on Mars. Breaking any, if we're just sitting with the same range of Bitcoin as the top, then just look at one of the weaker names for a continuation short. Whether that ends up being 12 again or down here, this 1170 resistance almost doesn't matter to me. As long as we don't break out and close above 91.5 and pressure 92, then this remains a short.
I don't know if we I don't know if we commented on David. Thank you so much.
Did?
Yeah, for the 10 super chats, the 10 gifts.
David.
Thank you, David and TSLA. So that's 30 right there for you guys. Coming $5 a month gets you Sharif's watch list, gets you also the ability to put on these different emojis, which I don't see anybody really flashing right here. But thank you so much for all that support, and yeah, all the money will go into trying to find a live feed for the CN Tower camera sponsoring.
We'll get it.
Different DDS than Cloudflare. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's Apple time. Phone's working today? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, decent numbers for iPhone 17 sales coming out of China. It seems like demand continues to not only be better than expected, but wait time specifically still longer than they have been in quite some time.
Yeah, Brendo, this is the best Apple's looked in about 4 years in China. So not a moment too soon. Let's Apple capturing 25% of all smartphone sales in China in the month of October. Of course, the highest level since 2022. iPhone sales specifically jumped 37% year, powered almost entirely by the strong adoption of the new iPhone 17 lineup. It's a good look there. Counterpoint says all three iPhone models posted mid to high double-digit growth, with the base model here leading volumes. Over 80% of Apple's unit sales in China last month came from new iPhone generation, not other products. So it gives you an idea how important the iPhone is there. Counterpoint research as well, forecasting that Apple could deliver record December quarter in China, rising ASPs as well, which means the average selling price also expected to boost that top line revenue. Obviously a bit more expensive. Counterpoint goes on to note, though, that there is some risk ahead, Brendo. It's not all smooth sailing here. The Huawei Mate 80 series launches November 25th, which is a premium phone and a key competitor, of course.
Apple not looking too bad here so far this morning compared to the overall market. It looks like something's slowly starting to come back here, maybe, as far as they're concerned, although TweetDeck not really working too well so far, but something's starting to come back online, guys.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, I mean, X is back. I can't attach media, but I can do everything else.
And plus, too, like you can't use like TweetDeck, like that's how I utilize it 90% of the time, because I want to be able to see everything coming through in real time. But look, Apple. Oh, we'll talk. Yeah, Google's out, so no need to do all the Mag 7 at once. Apple. When we talked about key prices and ranges before, it's 70 and a half, 70 to 71, like in this range. Right, like kind of that support into this gap. It's just been a chop fest. So you get in, you're kind of at the resistance spot. You get down into the mid 60s, and you're at a support spot. But I think with Apple, the chop fest is real. You just have to wait for it to get to a key price and then try to trade. Like when it was there, you waited for 75, 76, and then that would be a short. And now I think that prior support turns into resistance. So call it about that 71 on Apple. Look, Apple's been holding up really well, for sure, but that has meant while the market's been weak, it's been in a chop range. So if it's not trading at the bottom range, which is that 66 area, maybe closer to 66, 67, I don't think you look long. And if it's not trading near that top, I think you also stay away. So it's a good sign holding up well, but it's still like every other name requires patience. Wait for it to reach those key levels and then make your decision. Is it immune to rolling over a little bit here? Probably not, but it hasn't happened yet.
Amazon. All right. I mean, we already talked about it. Like that stock. I'm buying more of it if it goes down. But yeah, Amazon here is the one that's sort of getting hit now, down 2%. So Amazon continues to get hit here. I was talking with Joe. He was liking some of this name. And I was just saying, like, at this 50-period moving average rate here, probably worth taking a little bit of a step, at it from 2 all the way down to 230 there, and then looking to see if we hold this 200-period moving average, which has held, of course, since May. So just watch out to see if Amazon comes back in just a little bit, down 2%, and I think does hit the skids a little bit here today. So we talked about Apple still up here on the 50-period moving average, Amazon down here. I don't want to rotate from one end to the other, but I like Amazon down here, and I think it continues to work. In this environment, everyone's worried about the spending, and that's what the good thing about Apple is that they haven't actually spent that much on AI. We already know about that. They're going to be receiving money from Gemini, from Google, to install Gemini as the base and make it operate with Siri in business with right now. And we're going to figure out if they bounce down into, look how good this 50-period moving average looks on Apple. Like, not only that, you have this base rate here that we've broken out from that could act as support for base and then as 50-period. So yeah, this looks like a great level to do some shopping at 260 or so if Apple can get down there in the next couple of days. So yeah, I like the stock. The next one that bothers me a little bit, I thought Home Depot, I'm not in the name, but it's a name that I want to get into, and it's really been struggling for the last 6 months or so. Let's go find out the story about Home Depot, and then what are we going to do with it today?
All right, Home Depot to the downside actually just made a new low here on the morning, continuing to plummet. Again, pretty thinly traded. Not a lot of volume behind this. You can see at the bottom we're not doing a heck of a lot of execution so far, but not good numbers here for Home.
This is not good, Brendo. This is the third quarter in a row they've missed on EPS. They can't seem to shore up costs, despite a beat on the top line. Not by much, but a beat nonetheless. $41.35 billion ahead of the $41.11 expected. They also cut their full-year profit outlook, now looking at EPS for the full year to come in around 5%. That's 2% lower than they had previously guided, so another miss there, not just on the quarter, but on full year. Full-year sales, so that top-line number expected to 3%, helped really, though, by the $2 billion contribution from the GMS acquisition, which we'll cover in a second. Comparable sales will only be slightly positive, says the company, and the stock, at least at the time this article, was down 8%. We'll have to see where it ends up at the end of the year. Here's what they're blaming, Brendo. They expected a pickup in home improvement activity as mortgage rates eased. That didn't happen. Also, lower storm activity hurt categories like roofing, generators, tarps. Believe it or not, fewer storms are hurting them. Customer transactions fell 1.6%, but the average ticket price did rise. Trying to get around all this? Well, they're really trying to focus on that professional contractor. They're really looking to kind of engage with the professional class of, contractors, target them directly. They made major acquisitions, which helped a little bit. SRS Distribution back in 2023, and that GMS one I mentioned, $18.25 billion. That was back in 24, now contributing to that top line number.
We were wondering when the buyers were going to come and whether or not the lower interest rate environment would help this, home improvements, things like that, more financing, but not the case yet. Still lots of uncertainty. XRT, if you want to look at the overall retail group, also downside here this morning. Again, guys, pretty thin.
Yeah, HD could get to some pretty key levels today. 330, 3/4 to 330 for sure. It's not like it'll be SSR if it gets down there, but this is a pretty, 4.5 is a pretty big move for them. I think that's where you look for Home Depot to pick a little something up. It's like with prices increasing, the way that they are, yikes. This was one name that you kind of figured was getting close to making a bit of a bottom, and you'd see a little maybe strength come in housing be able to help them, but it doesn't seem to be the case. As for a trade that's adjacent to it, I don't know how likely it is you see that support. I think you put the 3-day rule on it, and if it holds 25s, maybe you get a bounce, 25 to 30. But Open Door, on the other hand, This is actually down. It's not on our watch list or anything, but down almost percent at one point, down 6% today. Lost the 50-period moving average. On Friday was a pretty epic reversal at the $9 level. Yesterday effectively failed $8 time. So support to resistance, resistance, resistance. And now today, I'm looking for a similar thing. Like this bottom in here yesterday at 750, I'm looking to short into that. As Open Door loses that 50 period on the daily, feels like it's headed back a little bit lower. So that's the name that I'm going to look to trade back into the prior day lows. Open Door for me.
It's TQQ. Yeah, I'm thinking, it's not Tesla, it's TQQ. All right, so HD and retailers. Yeah, so look, we talked about this before. I like the dividend that they're providing. A pretty big downside push here for Home Depot. It doesn't look like it's getting any better with a forward year cut on their estimates. Not good again on that. We still have a lot of tariff uncertainties. We still wonder about what the jobless rates are. Can you get my face off here? I just want to show this level that's down here. Yeah, so down here at 325 is sort of, we bounced around here for about 3 months between April and July of the summer months, 2 summers ago. And that might be the bottom because we did bounce around here summer as well. So we're just in these sort of levels. And I think it's worth picking something up down here. Home Depots aren't going anywhere. They're not at risk of going out of business. But I just think with the uncertainty of the current job market and uncertainties of tariffs, and where these rates are going. I mean, are people switching homes now? Probably not, staying in current homes, which is nice for Home Depot, people doing renovations and whatnot. But I always feel like the Christmas months and the winter months are slow, but that might be part of their guide. So let's see if it continues its downside push. It might not. That's a decent gap down right now. So I think we could get like a gap and go on this. Want to be taking out VWAP. So right now there's the gap down to 340. We wait to see if there's a bid coming through for Home Depot today. I mean, you don't get this name down 5% too often. I feel like there could be a nice little buy happening. I don't know if they sniffed out the quarter or not, but it was getting hit way before this. So even just the last 5 days, it's a nice downside play there for Home Depot. Looks like they're definitely got their fangs out for this one. Down now 5%. Pretty nasty day here for Home Depot. I do think it rebounds though, and to pick something up if it does get back into there.
All right, Nvidia coming up tomorrow after the close. The trend continues to be to the downside. A couple of minor things this morning. Comments, I guess, not necessarily analyst moves specifically, but comments from a few key ones on a cautionary note here, which is interesting going into the earnings report.
Absolutely, Brendo. This is, analysts are mixed a little bit here. So let's talk about it. If I can find it, there it is. Okay, so some analysts, they see earnings as a catalyst to kind of halt this AI draw blood in the street that we've been putting in lately. Others fear that the stock still isn't cheap despite the correction. Here's what we're expecting: $1.23 on EPS, $54.83 billion in revenue, and we're going to be listing specifically on the call for guidance, of course. Chip demand. We also want to know any comments about competitive threats, from AMD, Broadcom, and of course, upcoming Chinese rivals. Remember, Jensen Huang saying basically their China market is now zero. Somebody's buying AI over there and they're making gains. I want to see if he comments about that. And we also know several large investors, Brendo, have dumped their Nvidia holdings. As you mentioned yesterday, Macro Fund exited its full stake. That was around $100 million. SoftBank sold $5.8 billion worth of Nvidia last week. And of course, we know the Birdman, Michael Burry, bought short-dated puts on Nvidia, betting on a sell-off. So we'll have to see how this works.
Session lows right now, guys, for NVDA.
Story this morning about ARM, Nvidia making some, basically ARM being compatible with Nvidia's stacks, and it's like ARM didn't even budge on that. I'm like, oh, that's not good. Like, I think it was down like 1.5, and it was still down 1.5 after the story came out. So I think we're in a moment where, unfortunately, some of the good news isn't really causing you to get the bounces that you might expect, specifically in this space. And I don't know. Look, whether that continues or not, we're going to find out. I'm a little skeptical that it will, but it's certainly possible that you could get your typical beat and guidance raise. Nvidia doesn't go flat. For today, for now, look, the stock's under the 50-period moving average. And it's still, if you look at yesterday's trade, even though there was that bounce, it was still a hard floor at a prior support level at 188, and you were putting in lower highs, and you got a little bit of that going on too. So I'm kind of thinking about the usual suspects for myself. MCI 35 is going to be a level for me, as that's just been, like, when Nvidia goes down or Nvidia's weak, there's a bunch of other stuff that moves more. So I think that's where, again, to try to go to. Like 35 is a level for me on SMCI. If we don't get anything, or if I don't get at 34.5 would be the next place to look. I'm just looking for that whole stair step down. At the open, it requires patience. If SMCI starts doing this, I know that I don't want to be of it. Intel's another name that I look at for that little pop and fade. But until we start breaking out, today it's about 188, above that 50-period moving average going into earnings. I think just sort of sticking with the game plan. Most days out of the last couple of weeks, like if you shorted every single day on SMC, the last like 10, you've had effectively one bad day, right? Like that's about it. Like on Friday sucked, everything else was good. So I think that's the pattern until proven otherwise.
Look, I wrote down here on note AMD instead of Nvidia today. I'm just looking at the short here for AMD, so you guys can go have a quick look at this if you're interested in it. It won't let me post the actual media post I can get out. So I just wrote down 241. Like for some reason we ripped up to 241 there right at the close yesterday. So that's a level that I'm looking at. It's pretty simple for me. You know, we were definitely watching this stock pretty much get hit all day at the end of the day, which we had. Remember, we had that great Tesla. We had about a $5 or $6 winner there, maybe $4 or $5 winner on Tesla right at the end of the day on that break. But it looks like AMD also goes at 4 or 5. Nice for a $200 stock. But why did it do that, right? In balances and just a relief. We called the relief rally yesterday at the close, and we had it in Tesla, but I don't want to short Tesla. I'd rather short AMD. The momentum here is down. We're down 1.69. The market's only down 0.69. So this is weaker than expected. The 200 period's at 238. I don't want to get too excited with this. I don't necessarily think lowering your share size or anything like that, but being very, very specific on what you're doing. So not taking some 239s, wait for 241. Let's not get too excited if it does pop early here. We do want to watch, as Neil was saying, we want to watch Nvidia. It's the dog that wags the tail. But at the end of the day, AMD be hit. And one day ahead of Nvidia earnings, could be some positioning going on there. So I'm going to stay away from that one. Would much rather be looking at AMD and Google, which is the next story.
Yeah, over the past couple of days here, we've heard about and talked about a couple of different angles. Should be buying Google. There's more today on the back of what happened with Warren Buffett and Berkshire after the close on Friday. If you zoom out a little bit, remember that was the move that we talked about yesterday. Close from that Berkshire buy, but more people stepping in here today to Google.
Yeah, Loop Capital throwing their hat into the bullish ring here. Brendo upgrading Google from a hold to buy. They're citing renewed confidence in the durability of their core business, which is search. Analyst Rob Sanderson at Loop argues that investors' fears about, AI cannibalizing search revenues is starting to ease as the business actually shows accelerating momentum. So what do we mean here? We're talking about the search that grew 15% in Q3, which is the fastest that it's grown since late COVID. So good look there. And their AI, Gemini, of course, I jokingly make fun of it, but it's growing rapidly. Brendo now has 650 million users, with query volume tripling quarter over quarter, signaling increasing user adoption. And RAM uses it, so then they're good to go.
It has to be. Of course. It has to be tried and true. Google, guys, 288, I guess, here, trying to hold on a pullback right now, but definitely relatively strong here so far this morning.
On the note, missed it yesterday. Today, again, always willing to miss the trade to make the trade. Before we get to Google, very quickly, Cloudflare is a sell of 450,000, QBTS 300,000 to the sell side. Nothing too big. Fastly, you'll see in there for 400,000. WTO is a penny stock, so you probably don't care that it's 4 million to the buy side because that's not a lot of volume. But as far as Alphabet goes, look, relative strength, no question. Whether it's Berkshire, whether it's their relative, the P relative to its peers, certainly a lot of things are working there. I had 283 written down. Obviously, it hit 290 earlier. So the notion of only waiting for 283 or 283.5 in here seems maybe a little bit misguided. Another push to the upside. So I'd be willing to look at the 285 as a bit of a start as well. But again, patience. It doesn't feel like we're going to get a clean breakout at the open day because yesterday, like, it was trading off of those lows. So a bit of a different story here today. I think 83 and 85 is where I like on those two. And buckle up. Should be wild.
We have the number one trade idea on today's sticky note is Google, right at that level that Neil mentioned between, I'm actually a little bit even higher than that, 285 to 286, right? Yesterday's close for Google. Momentum, it's up 1.13%. Let's just say today is a rally day in the market. You're going to want to be long this name. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I just wrote it down because it's yesterday's close. Obviously, once we broke it right here at noon, we did make a move down into 284 and change with only 20 seconds left. Right now, we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening right now with Google. So, yeah. Good here, man. Welcome to the jungle. This is brought to you by AIML Innovations. Go check them out, AIML.health on the CSE AIML. Thank you for sponsoring this opening bell. Let's go. All right, we are now open with the NASDAQ open 0.6, the ES opening the day down 0.5, and we watch to see what winds up happening. Google immediately to the downside as some of these names are getting hit just a little bit. So now see, like normally I'd be thinking about buying this move down in right now, but let's just give it a little bit of time just to make sure that we are right. It's only 9:30 and 20 seconds right now, but here comes Google right into the levels that we like, but I'm going to hold off just to make sure that this is the right move. So yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a rally day or not. Say
Google down, Bitcoin.
Yeah, Google down, Bitcoin up. Yeah, exactly. The other name we had was AMD as a short. So yeah, just for right now, not much happening other than that Google move down actually right now.
I mean, like Bitcoin's very slightly moving to the upside. Google is coming back in here and it is dipping decently. I'm looking over SMCI's up. Open Door is actually trending to the upside. This is one that I wanted to fade, but I have to wait for a little bit of a move here to try to jump in. Google's close to that 85, so I might get picked up in a quick little second. Oh, no, never mind. I thought we were getting a bid on some of the chip names because I was looking at SMCI. Nvidia is actually going in the other direction. Nvidia is headed lower as we speak. So 282 Alphabet is coming into that 85 level.
Yeah, I just took a small little long here, but only giving it to the bottom, which is right now, 284. There it is, so gone. So we wanted to try it at 285. It was a level that we wrote down, but we did say patience may be key. It breaks through. We lose 50 cents there, and very, very that hit.
A very slow trigger.
As we trigger right back down in again into these levels. So we're going to have to wait to see now what happens. It is coming back in quite nicely. We did write down the TQs. The short that we wanted was AMD, and right now that is cranking. I mean, everything's cranking lower right now. So we'll have to be patient on that. And normally we would have taken a VWAP trade there, but I'm not afraid about the share size. It's more about being patient and make sure that we do have the right level. So AMD downside, and then the TQQ. We were, again, waiting for the pop, and there wasn't really any today. So maybe we'll get that eventually. But maybe there's a bottom now. Just here comes the market.
I mean, it's early. Let's be real. Like, it's only been 2 minutes here, and for sure, you can easily see a quick little reversal come back in. Yeah, that Google held it. Wow, Google just went back into 86. I have Intel up, and I had SMCI to see which one is going to be a little bit weaker. But by the way, Cloudflare just went $8 off the low.
I think everything's fixed.
Maybe. Yeah, well, yeah, I think maybe everything is fixed. When that bounces $8 now even further, this might even go green today. Like, that's absolutely wild for Cloudflare. Sometimes it's a buying opportunity when everyone realizes just how much everybody is using them. This is exactly what you end up getting. Okay, open door. It's still pressing. I don't know if it gets to $8, but if it curls here,
look at that market.
Shot at this one. Big bounce in the market. It's almost like it waited for that big candle in Cloudflare to get some continuation.
Yeah, big. Right now, our Google trade would be $2 in the money. This is the problem about waiting, is that sometimes you do miss those moves, but if you get in early, you got to have a stop. But there goes Google, right off of our level, man. I mean, we wrote down 285, it went to 284.50s there, then ripped back up. But that's a good story there for net. So nice little move back to the upside right there. As you just mentioned, they're reporting that pretty much everything is back to, well, I don't know, back to normal, but we just heard in our ear.
I mean, I can use
there is some sort of a rally back
or whatever
in the market. Due to that. So there goes Bitcoin as well, 92.2. So that's really nice to see. AMD's not getting to our levels. PLTR, we wrote down 163. That probably got there, and I wasn't even paying attention to it because we were. No, actually, Palantir went completely the other way here today to start with. Palantir didn't even go down at all. So nice move there for Palantir, straight there to the upside. Wow, that Google trade is just now so in the money, and not in the money because we don't have it, but there it goes, man. Nice move right there back to the upside. If it comes back in, I'm going long again down here. If it does come back in, let's get some 285 flats, and then we'll wait to see if we eventually 284. But I could see the market turning just a little bit here back to the downside. AMD is not catching. So it's still down, so we'll have to watch out for some
Intel.
AMD. Here comes everything back in a little bit.
Yeah, Intel's still looking weak and looking weaker than SMCI, so that breaks the tie as far as I'm concerned. Down 1.5%, actually even more than that. If we end up breaking 34, I'll just wait to get VWAP one more time in here. It's just a matter of where we find the relative weakness, and it looks like it's there. Open Doors also trying to roll over at yesterday's low, so those are the two names, at least for now, that have orders on trying to pick up some shorts off the highs. Is we're going to go to the desk with Adara.
I just want to let you guys know
Saudi?
here, for one, we're going to do what we can to news on X. Of course, X is having some issues with Cloudflare, but I want to talk about this meeting we're going to have between President Trump and the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia later today. I'm seeing some reports here on X suggesting that according to a senior U.S. official, the U.S. and Saudi are expected to announce a multi-billion-dollar deal for Saudi to invest in AI infrastructure. So again, we're likely to get some kind of AI infrastructure investment announcement from this U.S. Saudi Arabia meeting we're having tonight, guys. Back to you.
I'm going to assume there's probably some talk of selling them some military hardware because LMT is seemingly moving to the upside. I'm just guessing about that. I can't figure out why else that would be moving. To be honest with you, hey, they sell jets to the Saudis, so why wouldn't they in this particular case? Only the second for me after the Google broke through that 285. It's Intel. I did not get filled in open door. I'm just going to give it to the high, and if we end up holding this range for the first 15 minutes, scalp inside, and if you break 30, look to add to it. The market is very much, I don't know, we're topsy-turvy or yo-yo so far at the open, right? Like we kind of tried to break the high, didn't, tried to break the low, didn't. So individual names, if they're in your plan of action and still trading in the right range, I think you're okay. But nothing too insane happening outside of that move in the Cloudflare, which is still going, by the way. Like this, that's ridiculous. Wow. Yeah, I guess we learned our lesson. When there's an outage that affects everything and everyone gets reminded of how important they are,
yeah, it might be
apparently just buy the open on Cloudflare.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to get it fixed.
This is the opening. This is the opening print, by the way, at 187.47 or something like that. The end of the 3-minute candles at 196. I think that's absolute insanity.
Google's coming back in. Yeah, I mean, maybe look at some CrowdStrike or Palo Alto or things like that too for cybersecurity maybe on a day like today to figure out what exactly happened with Cloudflare. I don't know exactly, but whether or not it was like a CrowdStrike issue where they ruled out something that didn't work. Was there a hack? All figured out at some point. Google's just trying to. I'm bidding 285 flat. Like I want to make sure that I do get. I mean, I could bid a little bit here just to get the party started at 20s, but right now we'll do that bid. But I'm right here right now. So hopefully we can get this fill come through right now at 03s. I'm at it. Just went to 06s. There we go. We got it pretty violently as well. So now a break of 284, and we'll be out of this. Okay. We do want to play momentum to some point here, and with Google, I'm pretty sure that we have a reason for this to go back to the upside today, and here it goes right now. So let's just take out a little bit here at 59. There it is. We did it pretty easily, and then now we'll watch to see if maybe we can get another runner. I mean, we just stopped at the 200 period, which is 80. Let's go 286.50 again. We'll put something there. Go to 287, almost flat, 286.90 to take out another piece and see if we can get going there to the upside. There goes Google, so we're right back into it. There we go, man. We're green on the day right now if we just get out. There's 286, 287. Here's a dollar club, so there we go. We'll take that dollar. So there's your first dollar club winner for me today as Google right there back up to the so long Google over here, short Intel over there. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Hit the like and the subscribe. There it is, man. We're back finally.
Yeah, and by the way, Bitcoin just went green as well and is breaking out above the level that I'm looking for. It's 52.5, it's 20.92 and a quarter. And if you close, like I said, if we close the first candle above that, if not, then I'm shorting Mara. But we're in one short, and it happens to be Intel, and it is heading right back into the low of the day. So 34 even is low of the day. That's when we're going to get the next exit point. Going to short the pops in this. It's just a matter of it being relatively weak compared to pretty much everything else. Like the NASDAQ, look, the NASDAQ isn't really doing much to the upside here. So if you didn't break the highs, then I want to fade you, and keeping a very close eye on that Bitcoin. It is looking pretty. It's looking, what's the best way to say it without being too enthusiastic? It's looking much better than any other day, but I don't think it's necessarily a blow off top yet. I want to see the buyers hold this range. It's a pretty key level, this 92 quarters. And if it does roll over, the stock I have up right now is Mara's gone a bit parabolic on that same move. If I see some weakness, then I jam short in Mara instead of Bitcoin. Just think it'll move more.
Yeah, we are getting in a little bit in trouble here because our good friend Google is making its way lower. So we take a 284.50 fill right there. We only got out since we left you, and that was at 286.20s. No, sorry, that was the same fill that we got before when we were like Dollar Club. Well, now we're almost in that. We're not in the reverse Dollar Club or anything, but we are watching out for Google to break it. But right here, look at this. Here's another dollar. Right now on more than $1. Look at this short on AMD. I know Neil's got Intel as well, but there we go, man. 235.40. We just shorted AMD right there. Another call. Note, there it goes, man. Yes, sir. Nicely cooking now. $1.30 now in the money for AMD as it continues to get lower and lower and lower. Breaking through 233. Let's go. Where are we on this bid, man? Oh, there it is. We just got it again. Boom. Double the bid, double your fun right there to the outside. Yes. Now $2 now in the money. We cooking, but it's Google right now that just got cooked again to the downside. So keeps going lower, but wow, it is now $2 plus on this AMD trade as we continue to go lower right here, right now. So see you later, AMD to the downside, but it's Google that just bouncing now off 284. We just pick the bottom there again? I don't know. Let's not try to fight too much. The shorts seem to be way easier than the longs here. So far so good on this name, but yeah, look at Google, man. Now up $1 from where we got out. So violent moves here for sure, and those trading maybe shares there probably pretty good because you can absorb some of these plays. Futures though trying to do something. I don't know, just right now not doing much, man. Right where we opened, right at VWAP, right at the 50-period moving average. Futures kind of stuck right there, and here comes Google right back in again. Yeah, we're right back, and as a matter of fact, the exact same move. We just ran the bottom. This 15-minute candle is not doing much of anything. Like we just ran the same low to not break it, and then tempted to get above VWAP. Like it's very much like I'm trying to 15-minute candle close before taking the next trade. And whether it's IBIT or Mara, like look at the bottom tail. We're broke, and then we're at 33.9, and then we're right back at 34.05. Like we're all over the place. At least off. Speaking of open, let it cook.
Open door. Down to the volume weighted average price. This one's a little bit different. I think this can get 10% today to said downside. So on the radar for me was open door, but just didn't really give a clean entry on that initial pop. Any subsequent pop, and I want to be short this name back into the volume weighted average price. And Bitcoin's rolling over. I said if that happened, I take my first shot at Mara. That is happening. My first shot short at Mara into the current high of the day. Looks like maybe we're still headed southbound. Whoops. I don't want to throw one.
Yeah. Guys, everybody, please lock in right now. Lock in like the Raptors right now. 8 of last 9 games winning. But right here, we're locked in, man. This is now 350. Another one. In the money right now as we ride the bear. Look at this AMD trade. Just all apart, all over itself right now. I'm going to take another out. Why not? 232 flat. There it goes. We take short at 235.50. Now 350 in the money on AMD short. But we did already lose on our Google long, so we'll go 0 for 1 on, or 0 for 2, the idea for Google. But the short right now is, wow, we are now $4 and change, Sharif, in the money on this AMD short. Look at this trade. Right there off VWAP all the way to the downside into 231 as we continue to go lower and lower right now, man. This has been a pretty violent day for the chip names as well. I mean, that's both of us are trading that. Sorry, JP Morgan back to $300 again after dipping into 298 there early on. But AMD really getting hit. Maybe it's Palantir time. Let me have a quick little look there. Palantir trying to bounce off the 200 right now. Oh, on the 1 minute.
Not much is bouncing right now.
Yeah, I'd rather Man, we got a big win here now, $4 plus on AMD.
Yeah, everything is heading to the downside in here. Again, that's why you look for those. But not really seeing much of anything that's bouncing SMCIs. No, we're even close to looking for a short. Just going to throw it up because we haven't done so yet to remind everybody. I see a name there that I've never seen before. So if you're at any names, like Palantir, I just saw in there, make sure you hit that $, everybody. OLMA is a small everyone's involved in, or looking at Nvidia net. Obviously, Cloudflare makes a heck of a lot. Remember the $. For your ticker. Gold and silver also moving around a little bit here. I like to see those make the list every now and then. Anton, thank you for the super chat. Thanks to the channel for introducing you to OLMA. That's the one we're just looking at. Save my portfolio and I'm able to short all my tech stocks without losses.
Ooh.
So OLMA, hey, let's...
Hate those losses.
It's OLMA. Why can't... Oh, there it goes. It wasn't in my drop down.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Well, I wanted to
Google.
Yeah, I wanted to say good things about this, but it just lost VWAP and halted down, and reopened in his week. So this is actually kind of heading in the other direction, but good for the morning. Sometimes the best price you're going to get is in the pre-market. Good luck with this one. Up 150% still, but probably worth backing off now after that halt to the downside. Let it settle down a little bit.
Yeah, we're cooking. Here with gas, it seems like right now, this market is off here to the big side. One way now, down right now, pretty as well. We're going to take another shot here. We've taken some shots for sure at Google. So we're going to just keep on firing here at this name. And here it goes. Yeah, let's go. Let it cook the other way right now. We'll see if we can get going back upside here as famed rapper Brendan Ingram right now dating Glorilla. So we are letting it cook. That's why we keep saying it. Here we go. Nice move to the upside right now. $1 back the other way, Neil, on this trade right now with Google. So far, so good right there. We did cash out of some of this AMD, obviously. We have a very small amount right now of AMD left as we just cleared it out on the way down to the point of where we have about... actually, I'd have to double check how many shares I actually had in the first place. But right now, here we go. Let's worry about Google. Let's see if that can get going back up to the upside. We've now gotten out of half of this move down here at 283. So let's just see if it can really get going. I'll put out one more fill just bounced off of that. I was going to say 284.20s. Let's see if we can get that, and then we'll go a little bit more upside after. So nice trade back into the upside here for Google. Let's see if it goes, man. Green. We are back to Greensville right there, so hit the cash register on that one. Nice move there. I know you're short right now, so you're probably green for sure. Shout out to Day Trade LA. Turn just made me everything he lost on Google. So there's the big shout out right there. Thank you, Dave, Day Trader LA. I'm going to look at that in a minute, but right now we're cooking with Google and AMD.
Yeah, good. Turn, it's interesting. That stock doesn't do any volume, so good luck out there. This has done like a couple 100,000 shares. TRN barely even moves. But hey, let's see. That's the power of like maybe you're trading options. I'm going to make the assumption that you're using options there, Day Trader LA, because I can't imagine you're trading shares. But here's what just happened in Bitcoin while I'm in tomorrow. This was Bitcoin plunging through VWAP and through the 52. So short of the pop in MARA, going to get some out in front of VWAP, and we're going to go to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, I want to keep you guys posted here with regards to Cloudflare. Here's the NET. We know that this one has had some service issues. Well, now they're saying, as of about a minute ago, that a fix has been implemented, and they believe that the incident is now resolved. Now, it's worth noting, around 7:30 a.m., they also said they were starting to see improvements from this issue, and that was not, in fact, the case. So we'll have to wait and see. X seems to be working fine as of right now. So again, Cloudflare saying that the fix has been implemented, and they do believe that this incident, which involved outages for platforms like X and ChatGPT, has been resolved. I want to let you guys know as well, at 10 a.m., we are expecting some data, including factory orders month over month and the NEHB housing market index.
Oh, we are getting that number. Yes.
We do want to make sure that before we get all those numbers that you guys do scan that QR code right there, because this is brought to you by Beta Pro by Global times daily levered ETFs, including the S&P TSX 60, utilities, treasuries, everything. This is available on the TSX, and they are doing a fee rebate or fee holiday until December 31st, just 65 basis points. So get the 3 times leverage there. And just for everybody wondering, they are also currency hedged. You can get that pure performance with Beta Pro by Global X. See, I just didn't even have to read anything there. We've done that so much for once again sponsoring the program. Okay, here we go, man. Google, we just got more shares, so we did a little bit of a reload. So we'll see if we can get another one going on there. And make sure that you do subscribe. Let me see how many people are actually subscribed right here. 21.4. We got that one going through one more time. AMD, nice little bounce there, just as we were talking. We got another 230 fill, so 230 flat right there on AMD. But it's Google right now. That's not
Tesla 400.
Tesla's going downside to 400.
Tesla just wicked 400 twice.
Yeah, the market wants to go down again here.
Well, the market's headed down. If this does another false break of the 400 level, mean reversion time.
Here comes Google.
Potentially. Okay, never mind. Never mind that. I was just saying if it wicks the 400 level, yeah, someone jammed short just now, or someone sold a lot of shares. Suffice to say, if you're looking for a bounce at the 400 level, I'm watching it as it went through, and it was that was convincingly deep, that selling that just happened. I think the market also broke the low of the day.
Yeah.
I actually had my order ready to go if it came back up through 400 to try to punch on the way back through. And next thing I know, it was staring at 99s on the offer. That's wild. I already went $1 down. So yeah, looking pretty nasty. I guess the shorts are still in, unfortunately. That Tesla's looking yuck is the best way to put it. Was that a dare again?
Yeah.
Here for MP Materials, if you're looking for something relatively strong this morning. Apparently, the company is speaking here on CNBC, saying that their largest customer is the U.S. Department of Defense, otherwise known as Department of War. And apparently, they're actually going to be EBITDA positive this quarter and expect to be profitable next year and going forward. So again, MP Materials reminding everybody here on CNBC that the Department of Defense in the U.S. is their largest customer, investor, and business partner. And again, they're not really worried here about raising capital. A nice look for MPs. We send you back to Neil and Sean.
All right. Now we're $5 money on AMD, but we've lost some more money on Google because we've tried it a bunch of times. It just broke there, 282, 283, so we got out of that one. But it's AMD that's really hitting the skin. It just broke 230. So I was just going to bid 230, and then it broke it, so I put an order lower than that. So now we're at 294.90s. See if we can get that. Sorry, 220.94 right there. We just got it. So there it is. Nice take on that break to the downside right now. But I just want to take Tesla breaking through 400 now. So we're going to take that now, going long Tesla, trying to break through that 400. So it just tried it. We didn't take a bunch of shares here because, again, it's fighting the trend. We're just going to try to use that bottom. I mean, there's the break. Let's see if it runs this bottom one more time. 398.50. Which it's okay, so it's going to do that right now. So let's just see what it wants to do here. See if we can buy this last little run down. And now let's use 397.50 as our out. Okay. Again, don't want to be sitting here trying to trade through trend. And right now the trend is clearly hitting the skid one more time. But we just wanted to try the break there of 4. In case it went fine, retest of the low of the day, potentially holding. If not, we're out. So again, not using big share size here at all, just to see there. It's gonna break in a second. I think it's worth shots now on smaller share size to try to potentially get real winners here. So you're taking these small cuts to try to catch something. Yesterday we had Tesla at the end of the day. We had Tesla was a great trade at the end of the day. It looks like it's going to break lower right here again, and then we'll just have to wait. There it is. We'll just have to. Oh wow! I actually got out before it broke there. We're gonna have to wait for a better opportunity now. Obviously, chasing is not working. We were $7 in the money on AMD, but it's losing everywhere else because we're trying to catch some of these longs. So try to. Here we do have a super chat. Honest options data is not working.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean, I don't know you on that one. We do hope that all this Cloudflare. We did hear that.
I thought it may be not related, but we thought that Cloudflare everything was pretty much working. Like everything that I usually use seems like it's okay
came with
right
that
now.
Story that it was
like Perplexity's back up. Yeah, like pretty much everything I use. X is back up. Like all that kind of stuff is looking a lot better. But what's not up? I'm just going to quickly show you iBit. Still stair step to the downside. It hasn't broken the lows. Like we haven't broken the opening range bottoms yet on iBit or challenged overnight lows. So it's still a pocket. And while that's happening, Mara, which I think has more room to fall, obviously, more than Bitcoin, can't seem to break through VWAP. Once it does, looking for the low of the day. I mean, Intel's doing what the rest of the chips are doing. But yeah, I mean, Tesla might not be the one. I was looking at actually Apple, because Apple is the only thing. Well, it's not the only thing. It's one of the few names that is working its way down to like a pretty key bounce level, at least. Like Apple 266 has been a thing the last couple of weeks. And I said, wait till Apple gets. So I'm just holding on to two shorts. I never picked up SMCI. I'm still waiting at VWAP to get short on SMCI to get a third. But it'll be Apple at 66 is the first shot for a reversion trade, at least for myself. It's all red candles on this 3-minute. So it's almost like the first green candle is going to be worth a shot here on AAPL. The market, once again, we're at 1 1/3, and I guess we're headed to 2% again until proven otherwise.
Oh, man.
When was the last time we broke 1 1/4 with 2? I can't even.
I don't know. I mean, yesterday we had a little bit of a tipsy day, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't know. When this market gets going, you're 100% right. It really, really gets going. And, you know, we're going to try to find, I mean, I'm trying to find some bottoms here. But honestly, man, like this trade is the one that keeps working. But we just keep on getting as it tries to bleed down a little bit here. Tesla, I think that can work. We've taken a couple shots here on Google without too much work being able to work out. We just got 50s there out at O's again. So like honestly, like another 50-cent hit right there on Google. They're light hits. We can make this back. But I just thought that maybe we saw a little bit of a wick candle there on the futures, but we did not. The TQs have really broke low now, man. $97. I mean, we were trading this thing huge. Now you're all the way back down in again. So I don't know, man. Chasing these falling not working here today. I mean, it's been a pretty blah day in the market. Too much, you know, withstanding this move. You know, you get some financials moving. Healthcare technologies, Eli Lilly going to the upside. Tesla down 2.5. Amazon down. And Meta, Google, Microsoft, Softy, Nvidia, Apple, Broadcom, AMD down 5%. We're set $8 in the money now. XOM, TMUS, Home Depot downside. There. So XOM, Randy, I just heard in the background, down 1/4 point right now to XOM, down 117.50, Randy. So you're okay on that one. But yeah, right now the market go boom to that downside. And we are into Tesla right now, but I'm also into AMD, which continues to bleed. Here goes Tesla. Let's take advantage of this a little bit if we can. I mean, you don't get too many bumps in this market. So if you do get one, maybe get Sean, right there. So nice little move to the upside there as we got 397. But no forward push here on Tesla, it doesn't look like.
There's no forward push right now, just about anything. Yeah. You're now like maybe like 50 cents from the actual today and saying Apple. There is a sign of strength, everybody, believe it or not. And it's a tech name. Netflix is up 1% and still holding some strength here. Definitely strong is Netflix. It's actually trying to hold above prior day high. So that one's looking pretty good. But I do have to, you know what? I don't know, Mara doesn't feel like the one. I've got what looks like the top in Mara, but it's just not following through to the downside. And I look over at Bitcoin or IBIT, that's what I'm watching, and that's holding lower. So clearly you still have some strength over there in crypto. So it'll probably be Apple next for finally, you get a green candle in Apple. Oh my goodness.
Yes, go.
First green candle. Technically, there was a green candle at the open, but first green candle in this down move here in Apple. So I grabbed the long, give it to prior bar low like any mean trade. Still try to stick to the rules, and we'll see if this one ends up holding. They haven't, like none of them have held. This is a temporary bottom, at least back into the open range low. 268, which would be the look here. As the market's 1 1/4 down, but showing some signs of trying to catch a bit at least here.
Yeah, we're $3.50 in the money we were on Tesla right there because it was just at $4 and we actually have a 400 out rate. Well, we have 399.75 as an out there as we try, as Neil was mentioning there, try to get this market to get back to the upside here again. So just seeing that Microsoft, I heard Sharif mentioning that. Downside for Softy right now pretty aggressively, trying to find that bid. We saw Google get washed there today as well. So that's a downside play. And then AMD is still $8 now in the money and at the lows right here for advanced micro devices. So to be short, that is for sure. And good little rinse out a little bit here of Tesla again to the downside. So like take advantage when you're making moves like this and you have a win, like even just right now, put Whoa. I almost put out too many shares. Oh, did I get filled? Okay, good. I got filled there. I almost put out too many shares there. I almost went short. But here we go. We're going to have to wait to see, because if this does break below 396.50, we want to get out of this one, as no real relief rally in sight here, even for Tesla. I mean, that was 397. Like, look at that whoosh right there. Give us another long. But yeah, very, very violent pushes here in the overall market and in individual stocks. So it seems layers to this game, and they just keep on layering it down every time. It's like swipe. So here we go again for Tesla. Just swipes us out of that trade. What? I don't know. I don't think that trade broke.
These swipes are ridiculous, by the way.
They're pretty aggressive.
No, they're selling the living you-know-what out of every single up push here, guys. So, like, even when you catch a turn, this feels like, all right, I'm just going to tighten my stop, and then I'm not going to reload this either. Second you get to even the prior candle, immediate sellers jump in. Like, that's some programming stuff. Let's go over to Adara. I'm jumping out and just happy there was a small bounce over there in Apple. Adara, what do you have for Google is just...
Looks like I'm supposed to have some numbers for you guys. Factory orders over 1.4% is the forecast here. NAHB Housing Market Index looks like we might get that one as well. Is the forecast for this. And we get 38, so higher than expected NAHB Housing Market Index compared to the forecast and the previous print. Then we got factory orders month over month, exactly in line with those estimates of 1.4%. And core durable goods actually a little bit lower than expected, 0.3% versus 0.4% expected. So lower than expected core durable goods, higher than expected NAHB Housing Market Index, and in line factory orders month over month. It is just continuing to push a little bit lower here. Now, it's also worth noting at 10 a.m., other than these numbers, we're also supposed to get Oracle's annual meeting of shareholders. I'm just logging into that right now, so I should hopefully be able to listen into it for all of you if there is anything of note to come of that meeting. So ORCL, if you are trading it, be aware things happening right now, and I'll give you guys live coverage. Also happening a lot lately has been earnings. We had reporting earnings this morning. Home Depot, they've actually recovered a little bit off their lows here. PDD, though certainly is not, still near low of day. PDD and fellow Chinese ADRs, Baidu, BIDU, and Futu TU all reported earnings this morning. Another earnings name to watch today is KLAR. But how could we forget about the biggest earnings name of the week and possibly of the cycle? Nvidia, they're reporting earnings after the bell, and they are at day's lows despite getting a hefty $250 price target from Stifel this morning. Now, back to Sean and Neil, we are going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, OGEN, because each year 3.8 million concussions are in the U.S., but there's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Origenics, OGEN, is changing that with its first-in-class intranasal drug, which is designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Origenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Schedule a meeting today. Make sure to subscribe, and let's get back to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, let's not get back here too quickly.
I can promise you one thing. The second you get out, it's like it's like so instantly the wrong decision. Like I was watching Intel here, and it looked like that's a whole like trap. Like, oh, it's breaking trend. Look at these topping tail wicks. The selling is insane right now in that like you're trying to break back above, and it's like instantly getting swept back into the, it's just, there's the bid right here. That sucks. It's a really bad out, realistically. I'm looking at SMCI because that hasn't broke down yet, so everything else is already breaking down, so I'm going to nibble in. The next time there's a topping tail candle, then I guess try to get swept up on the way up. And if they keep selling this thing off, then you're just kind of in, you give it to VWAP, and this thing to the downside, slam the markets to the downside. My goodness, Google is now through 280. It seems like forever ago that 285 came in and out, but we're $5 lower now. Down 2% is Alphabet. There's not much to see here until you 76, 78. That's what we're kind of talking about here. It's an absolute bleed fest. Over the market, just to show you the cues, like this breakdown is pretty well gone. Getting to 2% seemed like I think psychologically, at least you could look at 2% and say maybe that's a spot that we could bounce. The whole morning, I was complaining that Mara wasn't following through, and the second you cover anything, you're like, we probably shouldn't have covered anything. I put 60 where the support was. The second it fills, boom, you're a point down. We're still bleeding here. Just look to try to pick something up on the next available pop. SMCI is what I'm hoping for here, but I'm also on the offer of Intel trying to get back into that one as we go to Adara.
Yeah, so to let you guys know, I am in the Oracle meeting, so I will be listening to this entire shareholder meeting, and I'll keep you guys posted if there's anything of note. They're just introducing everybody right. That's not why I'm here. I want to talk about Nvidia and Microsoft. So Nvidia and MSFT on watch. Apparently, these companies are unveiling alongside Anthropic a major strategic partnership with multi-billion-dollar investments and a massive Azure compute commitment. So again, MSFT, Nvidia, and Anthropic apparently unveiling a massive AI-related partnership. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. RCL on watch here with that meeting. Back to you.
I mean, it's Microsoft news, but Microsoft keeps getting hit. Know exactly what to think about that. I mean, there's Microsoft right now, 493 right now coming back into play again. So it's just trying to scalp out again. I mean, more outs here around 395 off of a 394 bid on Tesla. So I don't, trying to this. We're now $11 in the money on this name as it just continues to tank. Like AMD is an absolute banger there of a short. Wish that we had still either held on to all of this, obviously, or just put more on. But yeah, we're the real moron trying to capture Google all the way long here. Finally, looks like it might be finding something down at 280. So let's just. But right now, I picked my poison with Tesla, and who knows where that's going. I'm still at I'm at 395.50 to see if we can get something out. So a little bit of $1 higher, and we should be okay here on Tesla. But it's a downside bleed right now for TSLA.
No question about it, but I mean, your heart's probably beating a little bit more the way this market's moving, and it usually does 100,000 times a day, and every is a data point. AAPL Innovations turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield, and AI that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission is to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AI Health and follow at AIML_INNOVA on X. Shout out to AIML on the CSE. You can check them out also on the OTC markets. Well, okay, we're still headed a bit lower, but that 266, the next available level in Apple, that's a 66, and it looks like it's putting in a bit of a topping tail. So, topping tail. Bottom. Obviously, there's no topping tail candles anywhere in this market. Bottoming tail off that 66. Well, I think we'd all be happy if we get back to the highs and make some topping tail. But I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. But that 66 did come in. That's just going back to a couple of days ago, the actual lows. And so trying our hand again in Apple, it's the only thing that was at a kind of a reasonable level to take a shot at. We already took one shot, and it did not go. As a market, trying to bounce, but it and did not follow through.
Yeah, this time we're being a little more disciplined, man, and we're getting out. We are now huge on Tesla today. Tesla's an absolute monster here as we just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting, and then boom, right now, a huge move back up to the upside after getting some 294s and now back to 7, so $3 plus right here. Let's see if it can really get going on Tesla right now. I mean, nice battle back here. We have never crossed the 21 period yet, and so we're doing that right now at 398. I'm just going to 10 more %, have to. Right now, it's now $4. It's a face slapper. Right back in, man. Wow, okay. We're making it, we're doing that money dance again. Like, again, though, it's too bad that we lost on Google, but here comes Tesla, now $5 in. Go upside, take a little bit more out here at 40 if we're able to. But right now, it looks like there's a big buyer somewhere here on Tesla as it just got a nice little bounce there, as so does the market. I almost went long Google 280, but we've lost too much money doing that. So we'll flip that on its head now and just go along on Tesla and see if that's the one that works out for us. But maybe found a bottom there to potentially on TSLA. We have 35% left or so of this trade. A bunch of outs here north. Near 99, man. My best out rate there was actually 398.40. So not okay. Well, right there now. So here we go. Nice upside play, making most of this back right now, and that was a good. We only have less than 2% left of this AMD trade, but it's trying to make a run one more time here as well. I'm going to try to hold on to this one and just focus on what Tesla's doing. I have infinitely more shares on Tesla than I do on AMD. So see if we can get up to the upside here and just go. Now 450 in the money on this Tesla trade. Bitcoin kind of doing nothing. I mean, when we first looked at it, it was 91.5. right? Now it's 91.7. I'm assuming that it had a nice there as well. I'm going to get some more out of Tesla. Yeah, no, actually, no. Not really that much of a move down for IBIT. So, okay, let's go find out something from Adara.
Yeah, I just want to keep you guys posted here that we do a little bit more details here with the Nvidia and Microsoft news I mentioned earlier. So this is confirmed. Microsoft, Nvidia, and Anthropic announcing this new partnership. Anthropic apparently committing to purchase $30 billion worth of Azure compute capacity, and they're also going to be contracting additional compute capacity up to 1 gigawatt. That is the Nvidia chart. I'll show you MSFT. None of them moving too much here, just bouncing a little bit off lows. But again, big Anthropic, NVIDIA, and MSFT on watch. Just a day ahead of Nvidia's earnings. Back to you.
Yeah, just a day ahead of Nvidia earnings, which are going to be obviously a big deal, no question about it. But right now, the market is trying to go. Ooh, look at that chart.
Yeah.
I just punched out tomorrow. I'm going to show you Bitcoin in a quick little second, but Apple ran into sellers at prior resistance. I'm like, whatever, if it's a scalp trade, it's a scalp trade. But I just this in IBIT, so that was about the easiest. Forget about where your stop is, and I'm actually not even going to reload. I just got out of Mara, didn't even reload it, but that's a big time reversal on IBIT, on Bitcoin, I should say. Like you are back, not at 92, not at that 92 quarters, but you're almost at that 92. If we get back above 92, that was the area I was going to look for some long. So if this breaks out, I'm Bitcoin long above that. It just needs to clear. Well, we've had the opening range. We get back into here, and I'm going to look to be a buyer. So out of Mara and looking actually for longs for the first time in, I don't remember the last time we were long Bitcoin, to be honest with you. It's probably in a couple of weeks, but it's starting to look a little bit better now. Shout out to David. Thank you for the super chat in here. I'm just going to get on the right page so I can show everybody this. Adara wear pink. Not sure how to deal with this support getting crushed by an elephant. Okay. The shorts have definitely been crushing a lot of the bids. Like the way that it's not so much that the market's selling off, that some of these levels are getting swiped. It's yeah, it's a level of aggression. Like sometimes you see crazy things in the tape all the time, but there were a few moments today where I was looking at the stock, specifically that Tesla at 400. I saw it happen at like I think 281 and Alphabet, where the way it's breaking an even dollar level is actually surprising me in terms of how violent it is. Usually I expect there to be better liquidity when you get to those even dollar levels. So, I mean, for now, I guess the pops on are Intel and SMCI. I guess I didn't get filled in Intel. SMCI swept up, held VWAP, and is now heading back in. We'll see if this market catches more of a bid. But for now, yeah, like I didn't get filled on, oh, you know what? I wasn't offering Intel.
Oh. I can't get filled then, I don't.
No, you obviously can't get filled if you're not offering. I was like 99.9% sure I was offering into VWAP in front of 30. Still proven otherwise. Going to short the pops in these two chip names and really hoping that IBIT can hold and give me that long, but it's not happening. So I wanted to get up in here, find some buyers in the quarters at 92s, and then long, but it's right back in and starting to sell off again. So. Yeah,
here comes IBIT.
I can want there to be a long in a couple of things today, but it doesn't actually mean it's going to happen.
No, and AMD bounced the 21 period as well. Wow, getting crushed on this one. Good sell for me at 256 for AMD. That is for sure on that upside, as it appears to be anyways. So far. Going upside. Okay, we can have a quick look at that, says Joe. Thank you, Joe, for that content. 112. Yeah, we liked 108 yesterday for Netflix. Netflix up 2% here. Yeah, giddy up on that one. Good look there, Joe. Netflix nicely trading there to the upside. Let's just check out what Nvidia is doing quickly, as we haven't really looked at it too much, but 180, can we hold there? It has held so far. News with Microsoft, Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Should be exciting there as that bottom in 179.50 potentially in. I don't know if that's the bottom right now for Nvidia. So you're off about $1 from that low rate now. All right, what's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know here, IBM on watch. This one actually dropping pretty sharply lower. They did have a news announcement, not necessarily one that you'd attribute, I guess, sorry. But keep an eye here. IBM announcing just as of 1 minute ago an updated version of their IBM Storage Scale System 6000 software. Apparently, this upgrade is going to be available on December 9th. So software upgrade setting IBM lower. Keep talk here. Some decent volume with this drop as well. Back to you.
Set this AMD out if we break, like, I think maybe this 227 again right here. My stop on this was 236.01s. So we had about a 50-cent stop to get. So 50-cent stop to get 1,000 cents. I mean, not too bad there, but we can't predict that was going to happen. That. Let's go. I mean, those little wick highs, we could do that. We have such a small piece left. 228.40. So 228. Oopsies, not even on the right screen. Go. I don't even want to look at Tesla because it's going crazy to the upside. 228.51s. This trade, get me out. All right, so it's Tesla trying to get this back to the upside again. Nice move right there, bang. We just got out at 297.50. I was looking for a reload, but not until 294. So I'm gonna wait now, 299.50. Where I'm waiting for right now, just up here. See if we can break through 299 and just tick a little bit higher into this area, and we'll be getting out a little bit more of Tesla. I'm going to assume that Palantir, you're still short, so those are good. But I just wanted to see what Palantir was doing. I wrote down 163 bottom. The bottom was 165 or so. So Palantir down 2.5% right now, not looking overly strong either. So, yeah, what is strong versus what is weak? We had Netflix. We have a little bit of talk there about crypto. That's 90 now. Are the weaker names still weak? Yeah, $21 for SMO. It's been not doing too much. And then Rigetti, I'm just choosing. Oh, my chart just crashed. I have no idea what Rigetti's doing, but flat right now. And I'm going to try to find my missing chart.
Oh, guess what, everybody? Tomorrow, we will be premiering a brand new exclusive video featuring interviews from us, your hosts. You know who we are.
Oh, that's who we are?
But you're going to get to see us talking about our life before trading. Get ready to know all of us at a different level, just on a whole nother level. This video is a must-watch to understand the full picture of us, the hosts of your favorite trading show. Peek into the major challenges. And believe me, there always were that we all faced early on. So, you know, sometimes you don't get to talk it candidly enough. I mean, we do, but not always about our past. So check that out. It is going to be dropping very, very soon. Hope you guys will enjoy it. And as I said before, hoping about things, well, finally broke that high. We'll see what happens on either, this is the second time I've seen this happen, where breaking through a level, you're actually getting filled at the price that you're breaking out above. Meaning it breaks a key price level. Someone's so quickly selling it that you're getting the price, not the penny higher. Anyways, that's not the best sign in the world. Typically, it's like you breaking along here, you're getting that fill, not that fill. It's actually kind of a bearish look, but I'm giving bar high, not too much room here on Bitcoin. It gets insane. Like the second I get into that, it starts working against. The second you get into a short, you're back at the lows of the day on Intel. Like the shorts are right until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
Because overall, you know, like this is the level I like, but I'm kind of in it while it's still holding that resistance. At the moment, it was busting through, but they sold it almost immediately right back in there on Bitcoin. I'm not even going to give this all the way to VWAP because that'll be a lower high and usually something that I would be shorting. So market looking pretty weak. At the end of the day, I almost wonder, like I'm looking at Netflix right now. If we break the lows, you think Netflix doesn't play some catch up to the downside? Like it's just going to randomly hold up all by itself? No, but I'm going to look, now I have a trend that I can finally look at here for Netflix. So there's one bottom, there's two bottoms. Netflix breaks trend and I'm going to look for a short in this. So just looking for maybe another short idea. Sometimes it can be that thing that hasn't flushed for an opportunity to play a little bit of catch up. Like I like Netflix too. Squid Games, the challenge being rather mid.
Yeah, we don't. We watch.
But I'm still watching the damn thing because Netflix wins, right? So it doesn't even have to be any good. No, but seriously, like if it breaks some lows, I just don't see this holding up the entire day in an uptrend. Once it breaks that uptrend, I'm going to take a shot to the short side because it's all shorts that have worked. It's the longs that haven't worked for me, and it's the shorts that are all working.
Yeah, I mean, stick with what's working for sure. And it has been 100% the shorts printing out there. We did a little bit of a look here to see what the general market one more time. And I mean, we didn't spend too much time. just, where are some reliefs? Consumer staples, McDonald's still up 0.7 right now. Royal Caribbean 1.3. Disney, Disney, Comcast, CMG, Chipotle doing nicely. There's Comcast right there. Warner Brothers. As we know, there's some stories surrounding these names, right? So let's take a look over there. In some of the energy names today, CVX down 2%. I mean, really nowhere to go, man. Valero, we had Michael Noss on yesterday. I think XO1 was 119 and change. It's 117 today. Valero, the refiner, looks like the only positive. Bright light and all of that. Let's see if Nvidia can bounce off 180. I mean, that's going to be a key name there for us as, if just as far as the electronic tech. Qualcomm down another 3%, Intel another 3%. Micron's the one that's going to get absolutely destroyed in this cycle. Trust me on that one. Do not buy Micron. Honeywell down 2%, Dell down 2%, AMD down 6%, and oh boy, was that one a trade idea this morning early. So that was good. Texas Instruments might be okay, only down 0.5%. Now for Texas Instruments, Tesla, the name that I'm in right here, down 3.5%. GM and Ford both. GM down 4%. I don't know what's going on with that one. A name that we haven't looked at in a while, go Tesla, go, is Rivian, of course. So we can have a quick little look at RIVN. That one had its fun in the sun. It got up to $18 for some reason, and then all the way back in. Like I was saying, man, you want to get companies that are making money, that have solid products, that are selling a shit ton of them. That's not going to be Rivian. Now, solid product, fine, but not making money. So you got to watch out for this name coming back. Of course, rates continue to be on everybody's mind, right? And just on that note, here's what the interest rate looked like. Yesterday, we were under 50%. Brendan talked a little bit about this off the open as well, but here's what it looks like right now. So this is to go, so now it's better now, actually. It's more in favor of a cut. 2% right now in favor of a cut, 47%. Yeah, so as long as it stays like this for December, as we approach December 10th, you're going to keep seeing spiked volatility, right? So as volatility continues to spike closer to this number, like it's 50-50. So, that's going to be a big decision point for them on the 10th. So we've only got now 3 weeks until then, plus big time earnings right now. We are almost got our fill. We did get it. No, we did not. Did we get our fill on Tesla? Did that cancel? What happened there? I'm at 399.45. So that just went to 399. Like 45. I don't know how we didn't get that fill there. Okay, I'm going to cancel that and sit on another gateway, but maybe just take a piece out here at 399. There it is. 399.30, 399.50. We'll take it right there. Give me that 35. There it is. Yes, sir. So there's our out right now. $5.50 in the money on Tesla. Making it all back right here, right now. Breaking through 400. There goes Tesla. Finally, Neil, I know you've got some longs on there as well. So let's go back over and find out what Adair is up to. It's 10:21. Finally, Tesla's starting to go.
Yeah, just let you guys update with Oracle now. They're taking shareholder questions. I believe they've taken 3 so far, and all of them have to do with how are you planning on making this piece of your guidance happen? So lots of questions here about their very lofty guidance, specifically with regards to cloud and AI. And I guess people wondering what reasoning they're using to justify some of this guidance. The stock is still moving higher, though. I want to talk about these small caps. Let's talk about AMER. Amer Sports, the ticker here is AS. This is a bit of a larger name. Could not find a ton of small caps today. I do want to talk about AS here with the double earnings beat and raising guidance. So nice look there for AS. Let's talk here about OLMA. Olema Pharmaceuticals, this one obviously has given up some of its moves from pre-market, but this one on watch, almost a 16% short float, roughly $600 million market cap, and apparently having these Roche or reacting positively to results from Roche's phase 3 results for this light. So OLMA reacting positively to results from Roche. And last but not least, your RYET. This is a penny stock trading around 95 cents. Midday Technology yesterday morning announcing the commercial release of its Cogni AI. So this looks like a reaction potentially to yesterday's news. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we'll take a moment to take our friends at Trade the Pool, because for too long, trading meant risking your own money. We're never having enough to start. Fear of losing. That's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that's changing, because Trade the Pool is transforming how access the markets, because with its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside, which allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. So when you hit that profit target, you keep 70% of the profits. That is no fear, no barriers, and just real opportunity of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Back to Sean and Neil.
We'll try to recap everything that happened because a lot happened very quickly. First things, both the chip names, VWAP broke, oddly enough, the same price on both these names, which is always jokes to me. I don't know why I wasn't offering on Intel the VWAP that one time, because the offer was the one I had on SMCI. But that's broken through 34. Broken through 34. Both have busted through volume weighted average price. And oddly enough, okay, so maybe there are some work. The first time in a while, I am long Bitcoin, so there was that breakaway. I think you got room to rally here. Yesterday, the VWAP short, like 53.5. Look, if you're trading IBIT like I am, I don't care about those numbers. But if I pop this up, I was just looking at the VIX. I should go back to Bitcoin for everybody. I can put another chart up. But we've broken through the resistance, and to me, headed here. It's like 93. Like this 93 to maybe 93.1, that's the price area that I'm kind of shooting for. Like I'm not really thinking too much in that for Bitcoin, but that's the area I'm looking at. We get into 93, and that's where I look at taking it all off and gonna buy dips if we pull back into that breakout high. So Bitcoin finally goes, thanks. Bitcoin finally goes, looking like we might have caught a little bit of a bottom here, but here's the one thing that I'm a little bit cautious about. Like breaking through highs, the NASDAQ itself, we're still underneath VWAP, underneath the overnight lows. So like the next press, like goes green here, but let's get some buyers above the volume weighted average price. Then we can really get going. And looking at some of those bigger cap tech names to do so. Like Apple now, it's already back at VWAP. Like you can't, like to me, there's no part of chasing this up here. Either you got the bottom or you got the trend break. Bitcoin was the one I liked for that long, so it's what I took. Now we're just going to let this next 15-minute candle close and see where we can get here. I'm willing to bet BMNR probably went ham to the upside. Oh, same move. I was expecting maybe you would have got an outsized move on BMNR relative to Bitcoin. Or I guess maybe ETH isn't doing anything.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, have we even looked at what Ethereum?
No, ETH is actually strong. You see, now this is, you're in trouble in BMNR. ETHA, now the percentage doesn't matter, it's a 24-hour market. For these purposes, I think it does matter. BMNR is just barely a little bit weaker. Yeah, that's not what you want. You want a recovery in ETH. You want this to be like 5 or 6%. I think maybe there's that hedge that could be going on. I wonder if some hedges are going to put on the whole, well, we can go long ETH and we can short this stock.
Yeah,
that's
been a good play. Yeah, maybe onto something there. All right, so closing out on that first hour, and what a wild hour it has been. We'll take out another piece here of 398.50 or so on Tesla as it breaks through the 50-period moving average. It gets all the way to VWAP, so that's where we have to cash some out. Right, I mean, sure, we are waiting for a bigger bump here in that. The one thing that we've lost too much money on, as per usual, is Google again here today. But now we might have found that bottom in and around 280. So let's be patient. I'm 280, but like whether or not we get that, probably not at this point. Well, maybe we do. Who knows? Like to go down $2 is very, very possible. Q's also trying to get back to VWAP. So just looking to think about where we're going to try to short or put on a reload of a short. I really want this Tesla trade to sort of settle out again. I want to give it another shot to see if we can get to 400. So I don't necessarily want to short the market. I can't be long Tesla and short the market. That's not going to work. So I'm going to let Tesla settle out here. It's looking pretty weak today, man, but I still think we can get back. I mean, the market's only down 1.1. You know, yesterday it was this time, and then yesterday right at the close. Remember, we had Tesla right off this low, right here, 405, and it ripped up to 409, 410, and then ran out of time. Well, we have a lot of time right now, so this name can start to battle and give us a little bit of wealth creation back to the upside one more time. Ozan, when Moon. Maybe we'll wear the cash cow hat tomorrow, but right now I don't know when Moon here. It doesn't look like we're mooning anytime. But it does look like we're rebounding, so that's real nice. So I do have another offer here at $400. Hopefully that will come out. Like usual, we're at $399.70. So maybe we get whoopsies. Maybe there on Tesla. I just have to see what I just did. I put out the wrong order. All right, let's go back over. Are we going to Neil or we're going nowhere? Adara. Let's go see what Adara's doing.
I have a a couple quick updates. For one, keep an eye here on OGL. I'll pull it up for you guys. Waymo, which of course is operated by Google, announcing fully autonomous driving in new cities, including Miami, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Orlando. So 3 cities in Texas and then 2 in Florida. Entering those cities. I also want to let you guys know the Oracle shareholder meeting just ended. Really nothing of note there said. Again, we had some questions about how tenable and cloud projections are, but nothing super hard hitting. Back to you.
As always, thank you, Adara. Ask Charles Barkley about San Antonio. He loves some San Antonio. But
does he have a Barkley thing?
No, he has something about whatever. There's no. It's the truth. The women in San Antonio.
The women in San Antonio.
And he got in trouble for saying some things, and then they were like, "You need to make an apology on air." He basically doubled down, said, "I ain't apologize."
Okay.
Which, anyways, I love Chuck for some of it, for a lot of his stuff. But there is still coming in. Chuck. I'm looking back at Open Door. I'm just looking at the things that I like for shorts if the market doesn't get VWAP. The Open Door above VWAP, not necessarily in love with that above average price. I feel like Intel's still a dog in a general sense. Like this doesn't get back into the highs, but it's, in the prior day lows and do a bit of a curl at that point. I was thinking about, remember that Netflix for breaking trend? What's weird is as the market's bouncing, this is still threatening to break the trend line. So whoops, I didn't draw. I'm just going to redraw that. Like Netflix actually being strong this morning, or for most of the morning, it would be strange sometimes to think that it could break trend as the market's bouncing. But the other way to look at it could also be trying to play catch up. If we roll over from here, all right, here it comes. This is the kind of trade you can't give to the high of the day. The prior bar candle is like 112.25. So if this actually closes under the trend line, I try to short it here with a stop there, looking for VWAP, and then I guess more like the prior day close at 110. But yeah, Netflix trying the market, a couple of green candles in a row on the 15-minute, but yet to get through the volume weighted average price. If we do that, then I think we could really blast. The fact that crypto was holding, I think bodes really well because it was like, it's been the worst. So if it can start to lead a little bit here.
Yeah, no, I like that look on crypto. I mean, if crypto can hold, that'll be nice for the market and for the NASDAQ. There's been like a decoupling a little bit from that, obviously, as crypto being down 35% from highs and NASDAQ down 4%. A little different of a scenario there. All right, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to wait out for this on Tesla, but instead of it doing that, staring that way, we're staring this way. I don't know, man. This looks like stairs to the downside now, and we got to be very, very careful with what we're doing. I'm going to try to put on a little small piece if it comes back into 395.50, and then just wait against that bottom. I think the risk to reward here on our good friend Tesla is well worth everything that we have right now. There's going to be other names that are going to obviously be set up very, very similarly right here right now, but this to me is a pretty good setup. We've already seen it get to the high side right now. If the market wants to go, we'll be here for it, and of course that is Tesla to the upside. Let's be patient, see if that wants to tick around a little bit there for us and give us those dips. Google obviously going to be coming as well. And then here we go with this trade on AMD. AMD, we got stopped out right here, right now, and that was our last 1% left. So nothing wrong with getting out of that position. But now it comes back in, and we just should have reloaded it right there at VWAP. So that was a little bit of a mistake there for advanced micro devices. I mean, we haven't checked out too many bigger sort of meme type names. Volume names, 34 million here for Open Door. Again, finds that bottom at $7. Like, I don't want to keep saying like how many times, but really like that's another long that we've seen. It's broken once, man. And when that happened, it wasn't great. It was down to $5. So I could see some. By broken, I mean we got to 675 a couple times. I just mean like a real solid break. So right there, we're trying to hold 7 again. If you're going to go long 7, I really think you're going to have your stop around 6. Like, to get $1 on Open Door, I think is something that you're looking for, especially if you're doing swing trades. So I would say be careful with what you're doing here. But it looks like the door is open again at $7, and we just bounced nicely off of that. I'm going to throw back to Neil in a minute. I just want to see what Beyond Meat is doing, because yesterday it was holding the $1, and today it is again Beyond Meat. So we'll have to wait to see if one wants to break back down.
It broke. It did break before.
Oh, it did break? What, yesterday or?
Yeah, and I missed it.
But it didn't break for too long.
Yeah, but it was a
99, yeah.
No, look, I'm calling it a fail because it's just a fail on me because like Beyond Meat was 2 days ago. It was on Friday. Like, look at it gap down, breaking the dollar. Look at that break open. It broke $1 and was like a free 10 cents first move and then another 10 cents after that. And you probably are just long 101 on the opening rush. So it breaks $1 down. I actually on this. I now have a trailing stop on IBIT. Just, you know, when things are bearish like this overall, you're going to probably close losing the trend from the bottom here, which I do not get. Like maybe you could have that long. I don't know. It doesn't matter. If we lose 52, it's like 55 or so, then I'm out and waiting for the volume weighted average price. And then, okay, take me to the next trade. And it's a decent chance that it would end up being Netflix, which simultaneously also just closed, breaking a trend line. So this hasn't broken this support. If I was trying to short it, I'd be short here with a stop there, but I'm just going to put a trail that if it breaks that stop, I am out. We're going to go up to the desk with a Dara. Just as Netflix confirms that trend break, hesitate for a second on the short and everyone it. Let's go up to the desk with a Dara. It's like every single time, it's like, well, this looks like short right now. You can just see everyone punching into it in that moment. Let's go to the desk.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, some comments coming from Fed's Bar, but it looks like his speech is about the, I guess, bank regulation, or more specifically, bank supervision, other than monetary policy. So Fed's Bar, no comment I've seen yet has been about monetary policy, but just be aware he is speaking. I want to talk about some of these nuclear plays. Here is SMR. You could also look at OKLO or NNE. Here, diplomatic correspondent by the name of Elizabeth Hedge-Dorn just posted on X that Saudi Arabia, during its visit with the U.S. today, is expected to announce cooperation with the U.S. in nuclear energy. So we've heard some reports now with the Saudi and Prime Minister visiting the U.S. We're expecting some kind of AI investment. Now we also get the sense we might be expecting nuclear cooperation here between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Keep an eye on NNE, SMR, and OKLO. They're supposed to, I believe that the Crown Prince and U.S. President to meet around 11 a.m. I'll be covering that for you guys. Back to you.
Yeah.
No, I was actually saying, Sean, if
Bitcoin, I mean, BMNR, you're saying was up 5%.
Like I was saying, if BMNR, and I wasn't crapping on BMNR, it wasn't my intention to do so. I was a little surprised it wasn't stronger than it was. But okay, first things first, I trailed out of IBIT. This is the candle. It's like the second it confirms that it's like, oh, we're breaking down a bit, everyone just starts hopping and selling. So what I'm saying is, if somehow Bitcoin goes to the lows, BMNR ends up the level of nasty that is on it is just different. Because this looked for all the world like this was the recovery day. You broke trend, higher lows. So if we don't start bouncing at VWAP and continue this little higher low trend and don't catch a bid here, this is bad. It's bad. Because this is the major bounce level on Bitcoin. Like if you could draw a trend line from like October of 2023, and this is what you're trying to hold. Like this support level is gigantic on BTC. So if we don't sustain a bounce even for like a day or two here, that's all I got to say. Look, it's been one of those, it's weird. It's a weird kind of morning, obviously, because when you have what looked like one of those wipeout bottoms, the fact that we're coming right back into the lows, it's disappointing. But this is the ES. We're down 1 1/3, well, actually not 1.2. The Nasdaq's down 1.6, and 50-minute chart, it's still all red. I got to try to look for where I even want some reloads on the short without trying to chase anything. Thought Bitcoin could have had its day there, but nope. So back to probably fading Intel off of some of these highs. Is back to square one. Christopher Mulligan said Shopify is getting killed. Did we look at that yesterday?
I remember looking at Shopify. It
close
was
to the 200 period, right?
I'm not sure it's that far,
maybe.
But it's
oh yeah. Oh, that's not good at all. Yeah, it's.
So you might be at the 200. You might be right.
Where's my 200 period?
Who knows? It's gone missing, man.
You just have to. This is the thing. I have to pull it back and have it. Oh, I know why. Because from the move.
Oh right.
So if I pull it up, I should have pulled it up in Toronto. That's my mistake. But if I do a daily chart on my e-signal very quickly.
Oh, it didn't split in Toronto, eh?
Oh, it's not close. 124. You're 10. I think the 200 period on this one might be cool. But you're still 10% away on Shopify. Just wait this one out.
That's cool.
Like you'd see, you're losing 30 point off the highs, that's a much more reasonable place to try to pick this one up. I mean, the uptrend's very clearly broken here.
All right, guys, we did it again. So we'll say another chicken dinner winner. I mean, I don't know what's for lunch. We'll do that in a couple minutes. But there goes Tesla. I mean, look, we just did what we did. I sat here and said, I mean, shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for the kind words. Because, you know, I was saying, I think that risk to reward wise, Tesla is it right now. Whoopsies. Tesla's, what the hell's going on? Tesla's it. So we just again and went out. So we're long at 395.50. We're long at 394.90, and now it's $2 in the money off of that play. So 1, 2, 3, 4 or so here for Tesla. Let's see how high. Fly, no lie. So nice move upside right now for Tesla. I mean, let's just give it a shot again to see if we can get back into this area. That's 399. So I'm going to put an offer now at 397.50. We'll get out of like maybe 10% if we can get that move. I don't know. This is very, very choppy. And then 398.50. We'll try another 10%. Whoopsies, wrong price. I just put 395.50. So we punch out for another 10% right now. That's okay. That's still solar, but I didn't want to punch out there. Got to be careful with your keystrokes, of course, Sean. But we do want to remind everybody that. Well, I mean, that's a gorgeous video right there of Toronto, of course.
You get something like that.
But with just one stock, just one name, 3D Capital gets you exposure to nearly 60 plus early stage AI, blockchain, biotech, and more. This is led by a CEO whose last deal returned 150x. 3D trades under IDK on the CSE and IDKFF over in the States. If you subscribe to their YouTube channel, you can get exclusive interviews and deep dives and win, of course, win $1,000. This is early stage ETF for that innovation. So go check them out right there. IDK or IDKFF on the US market. So Tesla just went again up here. I'm going to take another piece because I last one. Take something out here in the 80s if we're lucky to get that. And then there it is. And then we'll wait for now 397.50. And then there she goes back there to the upside as Tesla has been everything for me today. And while AMD was great. We'll be up more on Tesla just because we've refreshed it. We took more shares. But that was a really good one, obviously. And then the one that's crushed me today is this name. Again, look at that, nice high, right back into the lows again. You want to test this out at 379.50. Market's also at lows right now. So into too many of these longs. We already have a beautiful 250 winner here on Tesla that we just got out another piece up there at 396. So looking for 399, 398.50, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, I guess looking for some different names. Let us know in the chat what you guys want to look at. There.
Hi guys. Market, because it is worth noting, although a lot of things are very markedly red, not everything is red. So let's actually start with what's relatively strong. Health technology, Merck had a bit of an announcement this morning with one of their treatments. This one's doing quite well. Gilead also quite strong. Then you've got Medtronic. This is an earnings day one, play up 5% today. Consumer non-durables, these tobacco names doing really well. So is PG. Monster Energy. So health tech and consumer non-durables certainly having some strength. But let's talk about what is not strong, which is mostly tech-related plays. Manufacturing, GEV down sharply. We have AMAT, LRCX, and CAT all red here. Then let's go on to tech services because there is a lot of weakness as well, with the notable exceptions of Intuit announcing a OpenAI related deal and Netflix day 2 of trading post-split. Everything else here is bright red. Electronic technology in 2% or nearly 3% ahead of its earnings despite a stifle price target increase and a deal here with Microsoft and Anthropic. AMD also weak, Qualcomm weak. So it's really the chip names dragging down this sector. And then retail trade, Home Depot earnings and Amazon here weak as well. Long story short, if you're not tech, there might be some strength, but everything in tech here really quite weak today, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, but trying to turn. I feel like, I mean, at least attempting to make some kind of a turn. Like Bitcoin's back to the highs, obviously, 24-hour market and all that stuff. But if this breaks out, I want to start looking for some here. The first thought I had was if I don't get a dip in a VWAP here, which doesn't look like we're getting one right now, I was looking at Robinhood. Robinhood, just looking for like kind of like obvious setups, maybe not the best idea. Like it's at VWAP and it's got this little downtrend from the high that it could break out. So if Bitcoin continues to break, this could be like a little ancillary play there. I looked at SoFi as well. Very, very similar setup. So both these, it gives me a couple of shots without having to try to take a breakout long in Bitcoin and buy the high of the day. I can just play a trend break. Maybe looks a little bit better on Hood, to be honest with you. The reason I say it looks better on Robinhood is like Robinhood's above a lot of this chop mess, and it was bought up from this level yesterday. So people were buying this thing at $114 at the close, and the trend break is above that. I'd rather that than SoFi, which is going into some overhead resistance. So eyeballs on Bitcoin. Either we maybe get a dip buy into V, or the second I look for this to break the trend, what does it do? Continue the downward trend, because thanks a lot, market. Jinx again. Jinx. But literally every single time I take this upward trend, Bitcoin's about to break the high. Red candle. You just got to be patient with it, I suppose. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. You just got to wait for it. Got to wait for confirmation.
Yeah, nothing wrong with waiting. So I think we've been pretty patient here with Google. We're long right here at 280. I just was on the wrong stock, so I got in and out there at the same price at 280. So now we're just long here at 280. I repunched the back in again. Waiting to see about this 279 break. Like if it breaks it, it's at the low of the day. I still really like Google down here, and it's just a matter of trying to find, the right spot. But there, get somewhere at 50. I don't have too many shares on board right now. But here's a nice little move back to the upside right here. I'll take out something if it gets to 281. And then the high has been, that has been that 281 right there off the 50 period. So maybe we could get that, and then 282.50 looks like that might be the best we can get eventually. So we'll put 281.90 right now for another. See if we potentially caught, I don't know, catching bottoms and all that kind of stuff. That's been very, very tough to do on a day like enough to catch that Tesla, but really nothing else right now. We caught the AMD top. You just talked about Robinhood. That reminds me of SoFi. A little bit, another name that I really enjoy trading and want to buy more of this, and now it's down to $25. So SoFi, Mitch called the next the Palantir or whatever, but that's not it's Palantiring. He's right about that. Down to the downside, man. That was $30, $31, $32 right now, taking a huge haircut, 25. So whether or not this market agrees with me or not, I like SoFi down here, and I think it might be worth picking something up. I'm going to look over those numbers just to make sure that that's the right play, because you're also getting cranked in of these names here. I love JP Morgan, and it's been quite a violent downturn now. This is now 1, 2, 3, 5 days in a row of straight fire in the booth to the downside. It just keeps on going. Where will we stop on JP Morgan? I mean, it's just going back to like where we. This candle right here is October the 27th. So as Justin Timberlake would say, cry me a river. I don't think we're that far down yet. I mean, do we like JP Morgan better or SoFi right there? Maybe we could do that as Andre. You want to chat for the last 15 minutes? These levels, SoFi or JP Morgan?
Well, I don't
I'd only be one is such a traditional.
Right here, right now, in this market, JP Morgan.
I want to, if we can get that question somewhere, because traditional, and then one is, a very much.
But just candidly, I don't even own JP Morgan outside of an ETF.
Yeah.
Like I own the XL, I own the XLF, but to me it counts, but it doesn't count. But I individually own a bunch of SoFi. So let's talk my own book. At these levels, in this market, I'd feel way better in JP Morgan. Maybe even.
I mean, they chose the wrong time to go crypto, right? I mean, we saw they're not all in on crypto, but they made that announcement. Like, if they
not the best time,
right? They made these announcements, and all of a sudden, crypto went literally belly up. So you're gonna have to give SoFi a couple minutes, and I think a little bit of respect to get off the bench here. Put me in, coach, says Anthony Noto. See, I know some things other than sports, but okay, so that's what we're doing right here. Shout out to all the heads out there. We still didn't get that in yet. If I knew how to make polls, I would.
You know what? Shoot, I can do it. That's fine.
Yeah, let's just do JP Morgan. Just we do like JP, which stock at current levels? JPM or SoFi? I just want to see what people are thinking. We could even include Robinhood. We can go 3-4. If you, Robinhood's more of a, it's just an app.
Well, if you come up with,
the problem with Robinhood.
Why not put Robinhood?
Well, okay, we can. I was just thinking about banks. Robinhood is
okay. That's fine.
A completely different thing. Robinhood's getting hit right now. They're not that much equity trading, actually. I heard someone say this yesterday on Robinhood. So a lot of the trading on Robinhood is done through crypto, and a lot of this, a lot of the traders that are kind of like these YOLO guys, kids. I mean, younger than us, that generation. So what's happening right now is a lot of money is being evaporated. Like when Rigetti's going crazy, SMR, some of these like meme names, Beyond Meat, Open Door, BBAI, it goes on. We're getting ready for our best show coming up in just a couple minutes here. Well, they'll talk more about some of these meme names, but as those get going, Rivian, that really benefits a lot of the Robinhood community because they are very, very into kind of names. This is according to Robinhood, not according to me. So that's part of the game. When this market picks back up, I know Robinhood will go, but right now down 2%, SoFi's down 3.5%. So there you go. Robinhood may be going right here, right now. I'm going to say at these levels, I'm going to say so.
Speed of my YouTube right now.
I'm saying SoFi at these levels. You said JP Morgan. Let's just wait to see what other people will say right here, right now.
What's funny? I didn't even JP Morgan chart.
We just had it up there.
But I just feel like one's safer.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, not everything has to be chart based. That's for sure. All right. Look, the last time we had this fine gentleman on, we were looking at Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, above $10,
he wants to come
$15, yada, yada, yada. Oh yeah, he's not coming on because Dallas won yesterday. But without any further ado, it's friend from the great state of New York. It's Jeff Mendel representing the OTC markets. There he is, Jeff. How are you doing on Tuesday today?
It's great. I stayed up late watching trades come into Moon and also watching the Cowboys win. And you know what? By that broadcast, oh my God.
Yeah.
The way that they were talking them up, they're back, baby. What a great win against a 2-7 team.
What a great win against a high quality team of the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh my God, it's amazing. Dak is back.
Dak looks good. Their offense looks good.
Nothing wrong. What do we have next? We have the Eagles, the Chiefs, and then the Lions.
So the Eagles, that's a guaranteed
win. Or something
win,
like that. It's going to be a great run.
It's going to be a fantastic run.
You know what? So let's talk about some good news because you're not going to have any good news the next few weeks for the Cowboys. Let's be real, but I can tell you what. You know what? It's crazy. I'm sorry. I have like this default Cowboys button that goes off in my head, and I just can't even stop myself from keeping it real about how bad you guys are. But the overnight markets right now, we're thinking about what the biggest event is going to be tomorrow, right? Nvidia for Nvidia earnings. Like how geared up, and certainly earnings in general are a big deal for Moon ATS there. Where do you see the volume going here? I know there's going to be a lot of opportunities, and we tend to laser focus on the biggest of names, but certainly I know volumes have to have been growing, and we're eventually going to go to 23.5. So how has the launch been going? Any you want to give us? I know people got to be looking for trades tomorrow there.
Yeah, I mean, look, Moon itself, right, it had a record volume evening last night, right, in terms of shares, and I think also notional value as well, too, right? It's led by some ETFs, right? The most actively traded ETF last night was TQQQ, right? And then followed by Nvidia. Geez, you guessed it, right? Meta, Tesla, SPY, the TSLA, the Tesla 2 times, right? It's been a great past month right now for Moon, right? We've grown, we've taken another step up, I think, in its progression of growth, and then it should continue throughout the rest of the year as well. So it's funny. It's like, yes, it's earnings play. It's also just macro as well too, right? I mean that in the top 10, TQQQ and SQQQ both in there in terms of trading activity.
Well, which is absolutely. But so the next step, I think that everyone keeps talking about, like, when is this going to happen? The 23.5 and go to those markets. How do you see? Like, just for yourselves, like, how do you see that playing out? Is there anything that you might have in terms of insights as to where the direction and the timing of that might be? Because we keep getting so many questions about it. And I've even changed the PDT rule probably is going to get timed pretty well to take effect before we get 23.5. Where do you see that potentially happening, and where do you see those impacts for you guys at the OTC?
I mean, I think there's a lot of projects right now on the exchange's plate. Right? I'm not going to put a date on when the SIP expands, right? Because like when we talk about 23.5, that is right, which is the it's the aggregate of all of the activity that goes to the exchanges, right? That's when that is open, right? Right now, Moon and Moon's are bridging that gap from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Eastern time right now. And, I think with 3 different venues in there is, there's redundancy, there is liquidity, right? The same people providing liquidity during that time frame are the same people that would be providing liquidity if the SIP were open at that time. When it goes 23.5, I don't know when. Like I said, not going to put a date on it. But Moon will be established. Blue Ocean is established, right? Then it's like, there's going to be an hour there as well, too. There are things in place where could become a part of that as well, too, right? Which, we're exploring on that front as well, too, right? But I think the real question is more like, 24/7 to compete with crypto, because you guys even were talking before I got on, right? Robinhood, most of its business right now, right? That you guys mentioned it is coming from the crypto side of the house, right? Crypto is 24/7, so it's really just getting equities up to, and I'm not just talking. Now I'm just talking about the market in general. It's getting equities to that point.
Hey Jeff, let's talk a little about some of the offerings in your OTC marketplace. I was just talking about Fannie Mae. You came to us a couple weeks ago, and this has been quite a nice roller coaster with great volume. I mean, these names just continue to be great trades, both technically here as we break down into the 200 period, and we're not looking for on individual stock, but Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac continue to be top of the book for you as well. And then the site that I want to remind everybody for, and I'm actually going to put this right now, Jeff, in our chat so people can get over here and go have a quick look. This is a page that I honestly look at a couple times a day, and that is just to see how many trades are going through. What names? We see Luckin Coffee here, a big name there that's going to come through from China. We see Starbucks on the comeback as well. With Alibaba, SoftBank. I mean, everybody should be looking at SFTBY again as well as we talk about, some of the differences that their investment they sold. Nvidia and whatnot, but here's just another one that you guys have available. SoftBank down 6.5%. So take a look at that stock, right? You want to talk a little bit maybe about some of these ADRs? I mean, you guys continue to be the one-stop shop for this. If exposure into some European names, some Chinese names that you can't get on the NYSE or NASDAQ, I want them to go shopping with you guys over there at OTC Markets. Yeah, so I mean, look, top of the list for ADRs, right? It's Tencent, SoftBank, BDY, Roche was on there as well too. I think I saw that there. Yep. The funny thing is, even though DI, DIY, DD, and Luckin Coffee, LKNCY, they actually aren't ADR. But that is, OTC Markets is where you can trade Luckin Coffee and DD. They don't have a local listing, right? And actually, more on Luckin Coffee. There's actually a Luckin Coffee. Luckin Coffee kiosk here in the city. So I have to go to at some point here. You do. That was going to be my question. We need you to review Luckin Coffee for us next time, Jeff. Okay. Perfect. I'll gold belly it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because no, it's an interesting to note that if you want these shares, you got to come over to OTC Market, and this is what Luckin Coffee looks like. I mean, it's pretty choppy right now, but as you mentioned, doing a couple million shares a day, already at 1 million right here, and then here's your gateway, right there at level representing shares, liquidity for traders, and a very competitive, at least for us here on the prop side, a very competitive make-or-take model as well. So I don't want people to be afraid of this marketplace. A lot of liquidity, opportunities here in a name like a Luckin Coffee, Fannie Mae, and the rest of them. And that's interesting, man. I really hope one of those comes in Toronto these days. But Luckin Coffee may be on the rebound right there. So yeah, so you're excited about Moon, and that's great. And we look forward to talking more and more about that. You should see the screen behind us, Jeff. I know the last time you were here. Can we show? I want look at it. Look how
look at that.
Yeah, it's a skyline right there. We're looking for a live shot of Toronto. But
that might be.
I know the last time you were here, this was a work in progress. But just want to tell you, it's going quite nice. And when can we expect to see you? You coming down for a little Christmas dinner or what?
Yeah, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. So looking forward to it. I'll be that'll be the next time when I'm on. Right, we'll be in person. Yep. Maybe we can squeeze one in between now and then. A little bit more about Moon, but
I'd love to.
Looking forward to it. See you guys in December.
Great, thank you. That's Jeff Mendel. Thank you for all the fun again. And the good talk about sports and everything you guys offer at OTC Markets. He's a real one. It's Jeff Mendel. OTC Markets, the link is in your chat. Thank you, Jeffrey. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Sometimes we do a good job with the interviews there, but it's always good when we have a good friend, Jeff. We've known him. I've known him forever and ever and ever. And it's nice to see, the success from Moon. And I know they put a lot of in that overnight market. So
it's a big deal, too.
Yeah, we always hear Joe likes to look at Blue Ocean as the guys with no kids, of course. So they got to do something.
Well, let's be real. If Moon and Blue Ocean had existed when we were in our 20s, we would have traded it. When we had our own trading floor, 100% we would have.
Yeah.
Look, at the end of the day, it's trading in some ways can be a young.
Joe just told me he's going to be having kids soon.
Get it, Joe. Get it, Joe.
Okay. Oh yeah.
He said he has a Furby.
No, I'm setting him up. He didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
He did not say anything like this man in trouble. All right. So yeah. No. What I obviously, we sit here and trade literally all day, and I've already made hundreds of trades. But that's another. Right? I mean, you never know. Like Jeff and you were talking about, you never know when the market's going to go bump in the night. Trump is often, talking, tweeting, truthing, all these things. 10 o'clock, lest we forget. So this is obviously a very important day. We never want to forget that, but that was hit by accident, of course. All right.
Bad news about that camera shot.
What?
The two websites I was looking at are bunk.
Oh, they're not live?
The CN Tower live view is not a view from the CN Tower. Where is it? Can I show this now? It's like not what this is. Oh, can this one work? Oh, this one works. Here we go. Here. Can we do this? So this exists. There's three of them. One of them is looking at the CN Tower.
That's live, though.
This is live. There's three of them. I was looking at the wrong one. This is the right one. So we can actually, I'm going to send this to you if we can.
Look at that gold building. That's Royal Bank, the gold building right in the middle. There's Scotiabank.
I thought it rotated.
Right there. That's
but I can't rotate it. I guess it doesn't rotate.
Oh, well, and then, that. All right. Look, guys, it's been an absolute blast. Thank you so much. There it is. You rotated it. There you go. Lake. Yeah. There's Joe's house right there somewhere.
It's the Island Airport.
There's the Island Airport. That's where Joe's helicopter's parked right now. Yeah. Over there. My house is like right where you are right now, over in the West End, down there. Shout out to West End.
We'll find a better one. But if we can get, if we can do something like that.
All right.
That'd be sick.
See ya. Oh, shit.
What's
man. I got to get to the gym quickly here, but we cannot do that without knowing what's for lunch. And we're always on the salad train around here. But let's just have a quick little look to see what's for lunch. And I don't want to send Sharif or Joe in a bad mood right here. So let's just see if this. Okay. Today is of the Mexican variety. So you'd be thinking maybe tacos. I don't know what you're thinking. But it is
obviously tacos.
Mexican beef chili with Mexican rice, with Mexican street corn, and corn salad.
I feel like they're just making chili with rice, and they have a bunch of corn because we did the corn salad before, and they're just calling it Mexican.
There's nothing wrong with that.
They're just calling it Mexican when it's just like a regular dish.
Well, today has two pieces of corn, street corn and corn salad. That's what's for lunch.
I like corn.
All right, it's been a blast. Thank you, Jeff Mendel, our guest. Thank you to Mitch from Trade the Pool.
Thank you, Mitch.
And most importantly, thank you to David, Day Trader LA, everybody that super chatted today. We can't do it without you. Thank you so much for everybody who's right now. Thanks to Dara. Thanks, Fabian. Please don't fall on me. Thank you to Ramin Sharif this morning and for his note. Joe for his option updates and his upgrades. And I mean, Joe and his upgrades and downgrades. Is there anybody better that does that? I don't think so.
You can't find that sultry voice just anywhere.
No, and I want to thank Andre for the switching. When Ramin does something, I'll thank her too. So
whoa. No, we literally did hold on a second. We just talked about the new video we're dropping, which I'm pretty sure was done by Ramin.
Yeah.
I'm Team Ramin all day. All day. The first thing I'm going to do is jump to her defense.
Yeah,
Straight
man.
up.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Neil, you're the man. Hey, Ramin, how are you doing? What was the first thing I said to you today, by the way? Pardon me? Hey, you have to check the tapes. Now Ramin wants to know what's being said over here.
Nothing.
I know nothing.
I backed you up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Neil has your back. All right. Thank you so much to everybody. We're having too much fun around here. And until 2 o'clock, you're going to have fun with these boys. We'll see you then. Neil, Sean, ciao for now.
Peace.
Ram just caught that hook.
Whoa, why are we doing that again? Why are we doing it again?
Ram caught the hook, man. Yes, finally, somebody joining on the anti-Ram train. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show.
That's it. It's done. It's over.
She did that, by the way.
It's over.
Assassino let her, though. He let her. Shout out to Ram. We love you, girl. Just joking. All right, where everybody at, man? Shout out to Mr. RJ. We got Feno. We got Ronaldo. We got Mike P. right there. We got Trader Gibby on X. And we got Ben, Joey. Shout out to Hangry Wife. We got Get My Boat, who is faded. Dude, it is too early to be faded. Dan Gale and Mr. TP. Shout out to John Tantrum. Today is the day for the tantrum. The market be dropping. Mimi, Kirk D. We got Brad Warner and Apogee King. Jacob C. Philosopher on a mission. Shout out to Rajesh. Shout out to who else, man? No Channel. All right. Atif. We got Tech We Love. How about Wyatt? Ja El Press, the Katina Men's in the chat. Shout out to Ichiro. Save man, woman, peace. Ja El Press, I think I said that one. Jaguar Nut. Who else? We got Timas. We got What You're Doing. Sharif, he says. No. Jody Mills, Joey.
Bro, what was that
PC
guy?
Hoon.
Whose
up,
name
Joey?
is that? What was that guy with the step bro name in?
I don't know, man. You're gonna have to check that one, Joey. You're going to have to check that one.
All right.
Good morning, brother.
All right, good morning, man. I hope everyone's having a solid one and a good start. Definitely choppy, guys. We took a couple hits. We're just sitting on our hands right now waiting for some opportunities. I mean, Bitcoin's strong. A couple of us in the chat were talking about this. I took an attempt earlier in the day, and I'm like, oh, no. And then sure enough, that second VWAP break was the We're starting to form a solid consolidation, and I like our chances off of these lows, considering how vicious this selling was for a sustained bounce. So as long as we hold this consolidation, then I'm going to be sitting in this trade. Once we break below, the chance of additional liquidity grab are there, but I need to see the momentum shift in Bitcoin. Obviously, the market is selling, but with that being said, I do like of climbing a little bit higher. I did take a couple other trades here, and that's going to be in TSLL. We went heavy on them. We got it when we were supposed to, just mitigating risk. So we go long there, get a nice pop, and I'm like, oh, that didn't work out how we wanted it to. So we got out right away, and then just small paper cuts on that front. So whatsoever there, Sharif. That's what we got going on. We're long IBIT right now.
All right, we got 3 trades on. Let's get right down to them. Then we're going to talk about the side charts. EPSM, hold at the 10 EMA and on VWAP. There we go. We got 92s on. We just 202. Now we're waiting at 4s, 11s. Let's see if we can get and stay above 2. It's been a tough trade at 2. Multiple candles rejecting 2. There it goes into 9s. Now we are waiting at 11s. Let's see if we can clear that 11. Then we're waiting at EPSM up 45%, give or take. Shout out to SOC. This one's treating me nicely over here. Let's not change that. We're looking to take Prince into 65. Take Prince into 69. This one not nearly up as much as some of the other, up 6%, but a decent chart pattern, some higher lows. There goes into 66. Now we're waiting at 69. Shout out. See what happened. The Katina man is printing up several storms on Tesla. Make sure you are keeping your eye out in the chat for the Katina. He's often putting them in there. We're also long VNDA. I'm not plugged in, Assassino. I'm sorry, brother. I know I disappoint you every day, brother. I'll be better. But sorry. VNDA, we're looking to go long. We're going to the big desk with the Dare.
Just keep an eye here on GeoOGL. Google just announced their Gemini 3. Apparently, it's now available in Google Search, and it does start with an AI mode. This is being announced by Google's blog. So again, GeoOGL announcing the long-awaited Gemini 3, which is now available in Google Search. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we were talking about VNDA. That was the last one. This is the only one I'm not in the money on. We're 19. We're in at 19. 18s. I do like the respect this one has for the 10 EMA. It's got a 524 high, but I perceive that 520 to kind of be that flat top. We're also accumulating with higher lows for that flat top break, but I want to make one thing very clear. We talked about this yesterday. Even though we got that flat top TMQ, remember trading TMQ through 4? We got the flat top break, but it was an anemic flat top break. That has to do with the market conditions in which we're trading. We're not getting continuation, even though chart patterns are setting the right way. There just isn't that buying liquidity we've seen in the past. You have to account for that on these small cap gappers. So what does that mean? That's making profits at earlier levels, and we're probably going in with a little bit less size, less the stock turn us. So that's what I wanted to talk about right now. Shout out to my man Almog. He's saying OLMA, BTQ, and ARVN. We're going to get to that in a second. But as the Assassino alerted me, we got David is always dropping cashola in the chat, Joey. And we happen to like people who drop cashola. No implications, of course, for anybody else. No requirements. But shout out to my man David. Ram. Small shout out to Ram and Fabian. Just a small one, Ram. But you're getting a shout out. I can accept the Fabian shout out though. I don't. Oh! That was her hand on the camera.
Look at that skill, man.
He's fantastic.
Go, Sharif, bang, bang.
Joey.
We're cooking up there. John Tantrum, yeah, brother. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. There we go. We take a little bit out of the cues. Chef Joe, no. He's like, hey man, how's that microwave tilapia? And I'm like, dude, listen. We went like a couple of days and it's gonna be an influx of tilapia. Straight away, email the lunch. Straight away, email the lunch lady. Hey, please no tilapia for the lunch, so I get that alternative, which is usually typically chicken. But aside from that, guys, IBIT starting to climb higher. This is what I'm talking about. Rusty, listen, we're gonna pull right now just so we can see and get a little bit better of a picture of what we got going on. I do that we're going to be in for a bounce, and also we're going to talk a little bit more about some other things as well too, guys. Like me personally, I was telling the boys last night, I did trim my position in the long term, still heavily and still one of my largest, but now I'm sitting on some cash waiting to grab some these nice tech names at these lows. So there it is, guys. That's my game plan there. Here is what I'm looking at, right? So we have this consecutive selling, and you know I'm keeping an eye on for some of these prints at extreme highs and lows. So what is this telling me? That I think we might be in for a bounce in Bitcoin. Well, we also have this trend line here as well, too, guys, starting to get that perfect hammer candle, and who knows, 100K, 105K would be absolutely wondrous if we can get that move. Adara, talk to us.
Did you ram there?
It did, I did, yeah.
We've on watch, guys, CRWV appearing at the Wells Fargo T Summit and making some comments here saying that they've nearly doubled their revenue backlog over the last quarter. So again, CRWV talking about their increasing revenue backlog during this Wells Fargo TMT Summit. I looked it up. Looks like they just began their presentation at the summit at 11 a.m. So if there are any other updates, of course, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Beautiful stuff, my guy. Nice long there on Tesla. Katina, you got $6. As quick as you'd like. So bang, $8. Boom.
Get it right,
Quick
Joey.
maps. Quick maps. So what? I'm not even gonna do the math. A whole lot of dollars in the money there, my brother.
That's money.
It's money. Hold on here. Let me hit it for the brothers there. Bang. All right. No, in all seriousness, nice trade there. We're looking to post up on IBIT. See if we can catch an additional fill just below 52.90s. I like our chances because the tape is telling us that it's relatively strong today. You can see that additional leg higher. Money Storm is right, and it's all.
You got to be coming down angry and stuff, though. Cussing at the crowd, asking for beers to be thrown to you. You know what I mean? Cursing and like.
Oh yeah, doesn't he flip the bird? Doesn't he flip the bird
constantly,
a lot?
but he goes the other way.
Does he?
You know, yeah, he doesn't go like this. He goes like this.
Yeah.
Move.
Flip the bird.
All right, let's get right down to business, okay?
Let's get down.
Because there's a lot of small cap gappers moving. Chief among them, Joseph Options, BTQ. I know that this is not the largest one in the market right now, up the most. I mean, 16%. It's all it's got under its. Look, take a gander at this beautiful looking chart pattern. We get a bull leg to start the morning here right at 9:30. We consolidate right into VWAP. And then boom goes the freaking dynamite. 680. It is a little bit spready. Be on the lookout. I'm buying this off the 10 EMA. I need it to come in a little bit, okay? I've also involved some salts. EPSM, sorry, I know. It's just the first thing that came to my mind. 11, we're looking for a beak wetter there. We've got the higher lows. We don't necessarily, though, have the higher highs. We got a bamboozling higher high here at this 1105 candle because it did break the high of the prior continuation. So keeping my eye on that. VNDA. Look at this gnarly chart pattern. We talked about this 520 flat top break. I just got the beak wet there for the first time at 520. Let's see if we can get continuation per dollar. This one, SOC, is starting to displease me, okay? And this one, it's like a bull flag. It's kind of all over the map. What got me involved in this one was the higher low. So take a look. Double bottom we put in at 444, and then we bottom out there at 450, double bottom again. We make nice, we hold the higher lows. We're having trouble, though, with those higher highs. To get that high, we have to print something above 70, 71. And quite frankly, I'm seeing a lot of topping tail candles manifest here on SOC. What does that mean to me if I keep habitually seeing topping tail candles on a stock? That means selling pressure is quite aggressive. Every time the longs make a move, the shorts are equally as strong, if not stronger, forcing that candle to basically avoid closing at the candle high. Be on the lookout for that. SOC is what I'm talking about. But now it is time to take prints here on VNDA as this one weasels into the high side. How about that other one we got on? How's Epsom salts doing? Well, it's not doing it quite yet. For that print right around 211. It's working into that 206, 207 area, but no continuation as of yet. BTQ, this is the one that we started off the analysis. We got an inverse hammer candle that closed at 11 at the day high, 689, and this current candle is red, but doesn't necessarily have, you know, that lower low. I'm going to be looking for something around 6 1/3, maybe a little bit lower in the 6 mid high 50s, only because that's where the 10 exponential on the 5 is. I'm quite alive to that right now, and I want to put in a dip trade to that. So let's go ahead and sit here. We're going to, Joey, I'm not going to wait at because you know what happens when you wait at 666s. But we're going to wait at 6.5. So when we get there, shout out to my man Neil, we won't get upset. What do you got?
No, we won't get upset. Sometimes I get upset. I'm not going to, I get upset, and sometimes I
get upset. It's part of my people's nature.
Yeah.
They're quick to anger, quick to cool.
It's just like, wait, you guys have like conversations yelling at each other. Like,
most of the interactions between Middle Easterners is yelling.
It's yelling.
Yeah,
it's just like
it's a lot of yelling.
It's just like, hey, it's a regular conversation. I'm like, man, these guys are tripping. No, it's like not.
A lot of hurt feelings, a lot of shouting,
instantly, right away, and smoking cigarettes all the time as well too. Just yelling, which is crazy. Stay off the tobacco. All right, guys, there it is. We're posted up at 53s on IBIT. So NVDL, yeah, we're going to take a look at that from my friend. They said they want to see what NVDA is up to. We got them reporting after the bell tomorrow, the much anticipated, as a lot of individuals refer to as the Super Bowl of earnings. Well, we were looking at the expected move yesterday. We'll go over it a little bit later in the session. But what are our chances? We have a poll here. Okay, here's a poll for us to Assassino. Does NVDA exceed its expected move? Yes or no?
Bro, when round, right? We gotta take.
Okay. All right, we'll do it slow here. Does NVDA? What happened?
She's gonna kill you.
Why? Okay, hold on. I'll start over again. Ramin, you're listening this time. All right. Does NVDA exceed its expected move on its earnings report? Yes or no? Did you get that one?
Boy.
Okay, bang, there we go. Bang, perfect stuff. So there it is, guys. NVDA, we're going to zoom out and take a look at this from a like, listen, we're heading towards some key floors. We talked about this. But I would not be surprised if we see an additional rip. If you break through some of these levels, that's when you want to be keeping an eye out. Anything south of 170, I'm a big-time buyer, all right? So there's NVDA starting to form a nice base. If the support gives out, then be a little bit cautious. Now, as for AMD, slightly bearish on this name, considering we've been going on some moves here. 226.02 is going to be that support level there, guys. If that breaks, I'm going to suspect some more down. And do we head in towards 187, 190s? I think so. I like our chances if we don't receive the rate cut that the street may be looking for. So potentially pricing some things out here.
All right.
Oh, sorry. One more thing there, my brother, man.
Yeah.
There it is. Bang, Phil. You guys live at 53s in IBIT. The bounce. Sharif, I said to you this morning, over the next couple of days, we might experience a bounce in Bitcoin. And sure enough, we're starting to see that. Nice to get this thing rocking and rolling. By no means am I to where my contract's average price is, which is all the way up in essentially no man's land, which sucks drastically. But hey,
what happened, Joey?
Me writing calls, baby.
You know why they saw it live?
Why?
Because you did it live.
Because I did do it live.
Hey. All right, guys.
That's my new move, the Spider-Man.
Okay, bro. Killing me with that. I like it, though. I'm not going to lie. Do you like Spider-Man?
Yeah, I like I think everybody likes Spider-Man.
Yeah, you know.
It's friendly.
Spider-Man.
And his neighborhood.
You know what he can do? Can do whatever a spider can. There we go, baby. All right, EPSM, we're broke trend at May. Excuse me, Ram Ram?
The poll is up. Make sure you get those.
The poll is up. Thank you very much, Ram Ram. So kind of her. No, EPSM, where it's bouncing off VWAP, but I had to get out of it because the minute candle will make a new low. So that broke trend, but it is still compressing, mind you. So let's see if we can get in here for less share. Yeah, better price there too, mind you. So let's see if we can take out some profits, possibly into the investors again. There goes 95. Nicely in the money already on EPSM. Let's see if this one works in. Look, BTQ, man, I tried. I put in a dip trade to kind of account for that. It's not letting me in, and now it is trying to trend up again. It's got a bit of a bamboozling pattern here. 3-candle indecision. So let me show you what I'm looking at over here. So bottom middle of your screen, BTQ right there. Look at this candle, hammer candle into the new high, and inverse candle, inverse hammer to the new high, green hammer candle, which made a new low, but ends up closing green. And this candle right now that we're in at 1120 is a candle of indecision. Unsure how to proceed here with BTQ. I think I'm just going to leave my order active to take that dip for mid 60s, and the 10 EMA right now is showing me low 60s, so I think I'm front running it by enough. Let's give that one the old call. Let's try what happens there. So I'm gonna wait for my dip trade, mid 60s on BTQ, already showing me 72s here on the bid. So we'll see. Get there. What's going on, Joey?
We catching the fills, baby. We catching the good old fills. All right, guys. I want to read this here. Market rises only, check history is the name. That's his name at the end of the day, all right? Same years ago, I'm assuming this meant to be, some years ago, Nvidia event dipped to make millions in just one day. Nvidia plus 20% in one day last year. Market only goes up. Nvidia rose, a number I'm not even going to pronounce there, 244,000%. Now, Tesla rose 2,800%. Google, Amazon rose 600%. BT, I don't know what BT is, but BTC, 1,000K%. All right, thank you very much for that. Does the market only go up? I think some of the only good names. The beauty about the S&P, will just rotate. If you suck at the end of the day, you're gone. You're out of there. So it's always going to be the best 500 companies, and I think that's something just holding into a long term. Sharif, you and I were looking at it from a long term perspective. I think it was over a 20-year span. You got what, 1,000% or something like that?
Okay, so 20 years?
Yeah.
I did the math for real estate. I wanted to compare Toronto real estate to the S&P 500.
Oh, but that went
So I took
exponential.
1970. It's not even close, Joey.
To the real estate. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah.
Like Roy's real estate, Toronto real estate, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh,
In
wow,
almost
okay.
every
I was
10-year
thinking
time
Oppo.
frame you take, the Roy's Toronto real estate. Kind of hard to believe given that Toronto real estate is
I'm
super
shocked-
parabolic.
I'm shocked
So
by that.
here's the deal. I'm just going to tell you real quick.
Yeah.
1970 to I'm not going to go through every decade. We're just going to take 70. 3,700% for Toronto real estate. But if you include property taxes and maintenance, more than 300 to 400%. That doesn't include rental income. So if you were generating rental income, it's not included. So that's a bias. Now the market, the S&P 500,
in that same 10-year.
7,700%, and that doesn't include invested dividends. One second. It doesn't include invested dividends.
Yeah.
If you reinvest the dividends that you got, we're talking about 13 to 14,000%. Close. It's not even close.
In a decade span?
1970 to 2025. If decade by decade, I think there's one decade maybe where Toronto outperforms the S&P.
Okay.
One.
So there it goes. Stonks only go up. At the stay away from the speculation, obviously, at the end of the day. Oh, also, we were talking about the quantum ETF the other day, and it's essentially masked by all the other tech names. So you have the big quantum names, Rigetti, QUBT, QBTS, IonQ, being its holdings. And, so that was a dramatic pause right there, but the rest of it is weighted through Google and everything else, Apple and Microsoft and everything along those lines. So yeah, it's hidden essentially at the end of the day. But this is what I'm talking about, in Bitcoin. I could just tell by the pre-market action. I'm like, all right, this is good. And when I was looking at it last night, I'm like, all right, there we go. We're going to get a little bit here in this space. So we're rocking and rolling. Our next order did get filled at that 53.10s. And then sure enough, we got 53.20 up there right now for an additional out, my friend.
All right, Joey, I like it. I like hearing that, my man. Hope you're printing up several storms on that side. Always want our people around, man. You ever hear, not the, if you put out good juju to people in your circle, it's a self-serving thing because good energy reverberates back around.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean? Like that's one of the reasons I always say put out good juju. It is a selfish reason. At the end of the day, because you want that good juju back.
I mean, isn't it easier to be nicer to people than it is to be mean to them?
I think for certain people it might be easier to be mean. Just generally based upon their sullen disposition. I'm not looking at random.
Okay. I see where you're going with that one.
I played.
Mike P. the writer. I could tell it. This guy, Mike P. is a positive individual. He's a servant. He's and Way of Water. So shout out to Avatar and Fire and Ash coming out very soon. I'm looking forward to that one. I know Sharif is as well. I'm looking forward to that movie coming out. But we're just waiting for an additional fill there, guys, in IBIT. Google, a nice bounce off of these. Thinking about logging it up here, but let's be patient. But sure enough, off to the races. That was 20 minutes ago. And then now you're climbing $6 higher. Wow.
$6 is crazy.
Go, that's some go gadget Google at the end of the day.
All right. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Party P, man. Love the vibes. Yannick Fest. I'm seeing it, Yannick, but it's insane, right? Like, I've been looking right at it the entire time. Somebody was alerting me or basically saying in the chat, Sharif, hey, look, LFS is going, but it was before I was logged in, so I asked Joey to message him on my behalf. So I've been for a while. It's a good compression pattern, Yannick. I happen to love it. The higher lows are very much in play. Because it's a compression pattern, Yannick, it is also afflicted by lower highs. So we're looking for 650 here, continuation on this monster. Here is 650. Is breakout? I don't know. I don't want to be caught going long on the breakout only to shellac. Look at it drop after making that 63 candle high, right down into the 30s we go. Let's be on the lookout here. Yannick, I kind of feel that the right entry is to pick this up on the lower trend line. So if I can kind of show my black charts over here, will allow me 1 second. Bottom left of your screen, LFS. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Compression pattern, lower highs but higher lows. Yannick, I think that probably $6. If we get another attempt at it, might be money, but it looks like it might be breaking out. And if it's going to be breaking out, we might take a long, depending on what I see on the tape and the time in sales. So 675 is a local area high. Then we're also afflicted by the 1050 candle that has a high of 699. So rejection. I'm talking about that area right there on the one, then bottom screen it will be the 5, and I'm talking about right there. So be on the lookout. I'm certainly on the lookout. Let's see what we're with this one, but we're taking prints here. Let's see BTQ. There's the first print on BTQ. A clean hold of the 10 EMA. We got 68s. We just wet the beak at 77. Looking for continuation. Let's see what comes of this one. How about SOC? You see me?
Ooh.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't see anything.
He aged a little bit, bro. He's looking a little bit.
Because he probably got off the gear a little bit.
You think so? Yeah. Well, when The Rock started doing that acting in the beginning, he dropped a lot of weight. Then he gained it back. That.
Man, some of those wrestlers.
Oh, Joey, I'm sorry, brother. I got to talk about this. LFS is breaking out, guys. Here we go. The breakout is on LFS. What a move into 7. Joey, if we reject 7, that is going to be trouble because we've rejected 7 before. 699, big size at 7 here. From what I can see, a couple of hundred lots. It's always what we can't see with these small cap gappers. We are not clearing 7. Take a gander at that 1050 candle. It did reject 7. Do we get that continuation? Not getting it yet, Joey, even though the volume on this, very, very impressive. 99 showing up again over here. Let's see if we can get a micro pullback, maybe off like the low 90s. Let's give this one a try. And then we're going to post up here a little bit higher, and then we're going to post up above 799 showing up again. Huge seller at 7. Can't shake him, Joey. Got throwing stops. What do you got?
We're looking to take an additional print here on
Oh, Joe, what a break.
You just said you were done.
Yeah, well, I had to throw out stops, my boy. I had to throw out stops. There it goes.
Whoa, come to my screen. Oh, we missed it. Damn.
Wait, man.
Oh, you're not
Limit
done?
up. Look at this. So we're going to halt here, Joey. There's the limit up. Let's see if we're maybe. Oh, no. Fake halt there, Joey. Back into 25s we go. That's where limit up is, guys. Talking about when we're saying look at the red rectangles, false halt again, Joey, as this is all over the map right now. Get it, Sia. Let's see if we can get above that 750 area. Posting up here. Oh, I think we're going with Dara.
Yeah, I have AMD guys on watch here. According to Semaphore, is going to be announcing new deals with U.S. firms tomorrow, including Amazon and AMD. So again, Humane, which is this Humane AI, they're based in the Middle East. They're apparently, according to Semaphore, going to be deals with U.S. firms, including Amazon, AMD, and even Elon Musk's XAI as of tomorrow. Back to Sheree Joe.
Yeah, she doesn't know me quite well yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, she doesn't know about what goes on around here. Oh, you'll.
Yeah.
She's just getting ready.
You know what? Sooner rather than
later. And they may see her on Thursday. We're supposed to be talking about people right now.
Because they don't know who.
They don't know who we're talking about. But clearly they know that there's somebody.
Hold on.
Somebody that's new.
Are we allowed to do a No, we're not going to do it.
What are we doing, Joey?
I was going to say a brief introduction.
Introduction?
I'm getting the don't do it. Don't do it. We're not going to do it. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't. But we might
accidentally walk behind the camera
don't
or anything
accidentally
like
come
that.
over here.
Don't do that.
Or anything. Or mic that happened to be over there. Anything. You know what I mean? You're good? All right. We'll get you involved. We'll introduction here.
Joey.
Go ahead, man.
You want to know what's going on with BTQ?
Are you still in it?
We're taking prints.
Oh, man.
We're taking prints, my boy.
Now.
All right, BTQ. Into the money we go. Mike PD Ryder, you will find out very soon. I promise you guys, you will all know about her. IB Surfin already knows what's going on there.
Ooh, IB Surfin would be friends with Mike P. Ryder. All right, guys, hold on. We're going to post up over here. Sure, we got to
go with Jay.
We're going to rock and roll. Post up at 53.30s and take another little bit out, guys. I only have 20% left of this position as we catching this second leg in. Oh, my. This is going absolutely disastrous right now, Sharif. Got to get my fingers together here. This is boom, let's post up. Even though I don't know why I'm necessarily panicking, we're not even close to that target. But there it is. We'll post up on an additional over here. And there we go. We're rocking and rolling. 53.30s is going to be that next target. And this is what I was talking about earlier in the day. Strong consolidation, forming these consistent higher lows, and sure enough, bang, we get that move and we get that additional breakout. We didn't even need to absorb more liquidity south of this support line as we additional leg higher and higher. So that is what we were looking for, and the relative strength is most definitely in Bitcoin. Look at Google Go, Sharif. This is
What's
insane.
it doing, Joey?
Buy program. Look at this, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes.
That's a buff effect.
It is the Warren Buffett effect. Let's zoom out and take a look at this name from a daily.
Take a look.
This thing is going to go insane.
What's it
if
doing?
you don't break through this 275 letter, you have this consolidation, and this thing is absolutely off to the races.
Off to the races, Joey. All right, we're done our trade on LFS, but that doesn't mean that I'm completely done. I'm looking at getting back in, just really looking for the right spot. So I'm going to look towards that 650 area. Why do I say that 650 area? Well, that's the break of the top trend line, right? And so if it's a previous area of resistance, I'm going to look for it to act as support. There's a buyer here at 50. There's 50. Let's punch. Let's see if we can punch up there, Joey. No, we're gonna have to flatten out if it loses 40. There's a buyer at 45, 46. I don't want to flatten out too quickly. If it loses 40, we're going to get out for a 10 penny loss on this one. Let's see what we get. Nice buyer up into 50. Let's post into the 60s. Yeah, decent move into the high 50s right now on LFS. No continuation quite yet, though. Let's see if we can put our stop so we can kind of take the subjectivity out of it there. And then we're going to post over here, Joey, just like that. And there's the print, man. We got the print on the reload. Let's go ahead and post now into the mid 70s, and then I'm going to post a little bit into the high 80s. There's 64 showing up. There's 70, Joey. Can we get continuation? Not quite yet.
Not quite yet.
So we do.
Not quite. Not yet.
This guy killing me today, bro. All right, so we're looking for continuation over here. Again, looking for that seller at 70 to get the hell out of the way, but he isn't. Bringing this one back down into 50, so trying to pack the patience here on LFS, knowing it is awfully volatile. There's 64 again. There's 70 again, Joey, but we can't shake that seller, so we're going to wet the beak there, and then we're going to move the next profit taker a lot closer. Since we got that beak wetter already, I am now moving up my stop to break even so that we don't take any on this part of the trade. So looking for continuation here on LFS. 70 seller again. Can't shake the 70 seller. There he goes. He got run for your life, 70 seller. No, I don't know who's going to win here, whether it's longs or shorts, because there seems to be equilibrium between the two. Going 77s now. Great look here on LFS on the reload into the trend line. So happy with this trade. And into 85s we go. Very pleased with this trade. Let's look at the other one, though. How are we doing here on BTQ? Okay. We've taken out half the position, and now we're again into that 689, 690 area. Here's what I'm talking about when I say again. Take a look at that 1110 candle, high of that candle, 89. Look at that 1130 candle, high of that candle, 89. So that's not good for the longs. But what's the other side of the equation? Because there's always two sides to the story, Joseph. The fact of the matter is, well above the 10 EMA, and we're looking like we're forming the second bull flag. I perceive the 930 spike and then the ensuing consolidation to be bull flag number one. I perceive the breakout above that 600 at 1020 to be the forming of bull flag number two, and the consolidation for flag number two starting at 1110. Basically into the current time. So BTQ very much in focus. Let's see what we get on that one. SOC is breaking down on me, that hot garbage. I don't mean that. Don't get mad at me, SOC. No, I'm playing. We took a lot out of this one into 70s, but SOC, no. But it's coming back down again. Here's the deal. So we're trading off trend lines today for some reason, and this one is also trending higher low, and for the moment, higher low. Where does that trend break? Well, it breaks if we lose that 50 penny area. I think I'm gonna hold clear here on SOC. Joey, I got 55s. The break of the trend is 50. I'm gonna risk 5 pennies on this one. In fact, so much do I like this trade, I'm gonna add if we hold up the higher low
SOC.
Here. Yeah.
Man.
SOC, yeah, you know me.
So see, all right, I want to hit an animation here, but I don't know which one, man. We got too many of them rocking and rolling, so maybe we'll just skip.
LFS is flying again,
It's flying? Are you still in it?
Joey. Took it out.
Oh, you took it out? Oh, it's back towards the high. It's doing all
That
right.
was an stupido move.
Okay. From that, guys, let's take a look at some of the other names. There goes Netflix approaching the high of the day as well, too, guys. So you can see that 124 level coming into play. And what does this look like from
what does
daily?
It look like, Joe?
Sharif, I get to go shopping, my boy.
You're going shopping.
Well, I mean, we're. Yeah,
we're sitting on that kind of shopping.
We're sitting in
not
a little,
the Ram
No,
kind of
not
shopping.
the Ram
okay,
type shopping.
Good.
We're sitting on a little bit of cash here, guys. So I'm just looking. I already texted a list of things I'm looking to allocate into. So Netflix, Netflix might be involved in that. So who knows, man? I got a big basket of names that we like. But other than that, guys, this is what I'm talking about in a strong underlying here, considering we're not having these deep pullbacks. In which we typically seen over the past couple of sessions or even the month or so. So for me, signaling a really strong name, and you want to continue with that strength. So if we do get anyone of an aggressive pullback and the volume is relatively light, it's going to be a good ad opportunity to put on some more shares, get that reload in, and then put this in for a new high of the day. So it's been a solid bounce off the lows in IBIT. 51.60 has been the low, and we're up about $2 from that point, a little bit less, but who's counting, right? I am most definitely, but at the end of the day, let's see what we got going on from an option standpoint. We know we got that Nvidia earnings report tomorrow, after the bell. Also, what needs to be taken into consideration is if the open interest at that 210 level has started to increase, but potential ceiling here in Bitcoin over the week, Sharif, maybe 53. We do have 12,900 contracts, but it seems that we're absorbing 57. I'm not going to say is going to be in the works. That's definitely going to be a call wall. But what's our next level? We have the 56s, 55s. So we might see a point bounce in Bitcoin by the end of the week, but we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, all right? But what we do want to kind of look at right now, and that's going to be the king of the chips. And has 210 started to grow? Sharif, it has not. 104,000 current open contracts with 34,000 traded on the session, so take that into consideration. But what I am noticing here now is that 200 level is growing with 144,000.
All right, man, we're back into LFS. It just got into my print there. Joey, again, man, 741 high. We've got 15s on this one now. We just took 40s. Took the high of the day. There's an aggressive seller, though, at 30. So keep your eye out on this one as it drops back in. Look, there's a lot of topping tail candles, which is, you know, it kind of jives with the market with aggressive selling. There it breaks 70 again, so it'll flatten out. And if it holds trend, I'll get back in on this one. So LFS. A little zig, a little zag. Let's see if we can work our way back into this one. Keep finding support at 7. So long as it does that, I'm going to keep buying it. So breaking down, it always breaks down a little bit below 7, then gets bought right back up. Let's be on the lookout, though. We don't want to catch a falling knife here. So 7 buyer again, but it feels like the shorts are stepping in aggressively at the $7 level. I'm going to give it to 90. If it loses 90, we'll risk 10 pennies on this one. A buyer at 7, but a seller. Who's going to win out? Who's got more money between the buyers and the sellers at this point? Low 7 again here, Joey. Right back above 7 we go into 7s. Beautiful move back up here on LFS. Looking for now into the $0.25. Let's post there, and let's post a little bit higher as well for a nice move up. But the 7, a little zig, a little zag. There's 17. Print there, but no continuation into the $0.25, at least not quite yet. So I'm going to send it off some stops.
All right, yeah, Hangry Wife, just take a step back. I think that's the best thing that you could do. I mean, it's not easy navigating these markets considering, right? And this is what we talk about when it comes to kind of just your edge erosion. When the market sentiment changes and you start rotating into different sectors of strength, and we start to get this kind of this price action that Mitch was talking about this morning. One day you're long, short, and that can be difficult to navigate. So what you want to do is just widen your stops, reduce your size, and be extremely more selective in your trades, right? So if you're used to putting on, say, 5 or 6 trades a day, you're going to have that to 2 or 3. And what does that require? you have to sit on your hands a lot and wait for those high quality setups. That's something that I learned in my earlier days, is that we know this, right? We've been doing this for quite some time for the individuals in the chat, is that not every trading day is the same. Are the exact same. You have to come in and solve a new puzzle every single day, and sometimes it gets more and more difficult. So be patient, widen those stops in these heightened volatilities. I mean, what is the chances of Google moving $6? It's relatively high in this environment, but typically it's like a couple bucks a day, and that's all it's doing. So that average true range really drastically starting to increase, and that's going to chop you quite often, especially when you have a little bit of an increase in the VIX. Now, I was saying to Gaurav, across the board, we inverted hammer candle prints, but with what my whole spiel that I just went on, I do like these signals. So if we break through, we're not experiencing those dramatic V reversals. Even though I can eat those words relatively quickly, it's like one red candle, boom, you're off to the races. I think there's an exception within Google, but other than that, I like this print, I like this print, I like this print, I like. So what does that tell me? Across the board, there's a lot of based off of the same thing. So be patient, wait for those additional liquidity grabs, smaller shares, wider stops.
Monster seller at 30. We're taking some out here. We got in like double the size at 7 because 7 kept getting defended. Big seller at 29. There it goes. 33. We're looking 35s, 40s. Joseph, wow. Move on LFS. We're having. Let's take some out. We got double the size, so we took originally. So let's go on LFS over. Sellers selling some more here. Huge seller at 30, at 35s. That seller keeps refreshing that sell into that area. So now how many shares do we have on LFS? Okay, good. Really positive on this now. I had went negative momentarily. We're back into Positiveville. Still waiting for that north of 50. We're waiting at 51s. But there's 34s. There's 39s. Good continuation here, but every single time we make an area high, Joe, there is aggressive selling. It's sort of reflective of the current market environment where we see like a Google or an Apple being held down after having good news, because that is the overall market sentiment at the moment. So LFS, a good trade for me today. We're looking for more. 41s is the high. At 38s right now, but we're going to have to take a timeout, guys, from all the small cap trading because Adara has a very special guest at the big desk.
Yes, we do. We're super excited to have on today Grayson Anderson, CEO of Stamper Oil and Gas, trading as STMP on the Toronto Ventures Exchange, the TSXV. How are you doing today, Grayson? Thank you for being on with us.
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, let's get right into the questions here. So what can you tell us about Stamper's diversified portfolio of high exploration blocks offshore Namibia?
Stamper has 5 blocks covering 4 petroleum exploration licenses offshore Namibia that are present in 3 of the 4 major basins. We have PEL 107 in the Orange Basin, we have PEL 102 in the Luteri, and then we have 2 blocks in the emerging Walvis Basin where Chevron's going to be drilling a well next year.
Let's talk a little bit more specifically here, because it's actually become one of the most talked about oil and gas frontiers across the globe. So from your perspective, what makes Namibia such a hotspot right now, and how do you actually see the competitive landscape evolving as we get new entrants in the space?
So Namibia is such a hotspot right now because behind Guyana, it's had the most significant oil and gas discoveries of the last 3 to 4 years. We've had major discoveries from Total Energies with the Venus discovery. We've had Galp with their Mopan discovery, and we've had Rhino Resources with 2 discoveries this year. So those 3 discoveries are going to go to final investment decision in the next year or so, and could be producing somewhere between 100,000 and 700,000 barrels a day in the next 5 to 7 years. We've got the assets to provide that next wave of success and production growth for Namibia in a few years' time.
Yeah, certainly very exciting. Can you actually walk through, speaking of a few years' time here, Stamper's plan for advancing these assets, specifically your timeline and your strategy for acquisition and eventually exploring here, drilling on those Namibian blocks?
Yes, thank you, Adara. So right now, 5 blocks. We're non-operated parties, so we're working with our partners to get farm-out activity happening so that ultimately we can have wells drilled on those blocks. Over the long term, exploration is a statistical exercise, so the more blocks you have, the more wells you get drilled, ultimately the higher your chance of success to create that really big multiple driving opportunity for shareholders.
So with that in mind here, what are the most significant levers that you see for accelerating the company's valuation?
For Stamper, we have two different that significant value is going to be created for shareholders. There's the general market and Namibia-focused activities that the industry's happening. We'll have continued exploration success there. We have continued farm-out activities. We have final investment decisions coming for the big projects. Ultimately, those are the things that we don't control directly, but there are a number of things that we control directly. What we've seen historically over the decades is that in the oil and gas exploration space, you get significant re-rating activity when we achieve a farm out, when we see drilling on our blocks, and ultimately when we have commercial exploration success.
Yeah, so do you have anything else here to tell our audience, Grayson, about how shareholders should think about the potential value creation from Stamper's interest specifically in these massive Namibian opportunities? Yeah,
Stamper's really well positioned in the most exciting offshore exploration basin in the world right now, Namibia. It takes a little bit of time, but oil and gas exploration is a place where you can see 5, 10, 20 times value appreciation, especially from where we are today. We've only started in the last couple of months, but we have a really solid business case and the assets to deliver that multiple type growth over the next 1 and 2 and 3 years.
Awesome. Thank you so much here for being with us. CEO of Stamper Oil and Gas, STMP. Awesome to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adara. Great day.
Thank you.
Grayson Anderson and Adara for a fantastic interview there. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get back to trading. LFS is absolutely rocketing up, guys. It is clearing all the levels. Joe, I hate these stocks that go up so much because they make my trades look like absolute garbage. Poubelle.
Hold on, we'll just do. We'll throw this.
What are you gonna do? You're gonna go like this? Okay.
No. We'll throw this one up here. I don't got anything.
No. I didn't get rinsed.
I know you
brother.
didn't get rinsed. I don't have anything for it. Is what I'm getting at here.
Do you have a crying animation there? Like,
no, we got this one.
We got this one
though.
Exact opposite. Love it, brother.
All right,
but LFS is the rocket we all thought it was going to be, up 117% and very holding trend. I want to bring your attention to my level 2. Whenever you see a red rectangle, see that one right there where it says 874? That is where limit up is. So you'll see that on both sides of the time and sales. On the left side, the bid side, and on the right side, the ask side. Limit up, limit down. That's what LULD stands for. So that's where we would halt at the moment, because we know the 10% starts or changes every time the clock resets, right? So always changes. The actual limit up and the limit down will change. So always keep it on my screen whenever I've got, whenever I'm trading these small cap gappers and you're trading them with me, you'll be able to see where the limit up, limit down is on my screen. Just look out for that red rectangle on either side of the board. And shout out to obviously Real Trade putting that in. Shout out to the back end boys. The back end boys are responsible for that.
The back outside boys.
There you go. There you go. LFS, baby. Trader, TV, HR, departments happy about it. Shout out to Michael Lieb. LFS can't be short. Trader Schwab. I'm looking at my platform here, which is IB, brother, and it's not shortable on here either. So, that kind of plays into the narrative of whether something is easy to borrow. And if it's easy to borrow, you may encounter shorts many steps along the way, so to speak. If it's hard to borrow, and one of the ways you can gauge that is to see on your platform, are the easy shorts available? The answer to that is no. You've got a bit of an educated guess there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye out right now. Joey options. We're going to get out of SOC over here because it's quite displeasing to me, and it's coming back down into my entry. So we're going to flatten out, break even on the last little bit. But I'm still interested in Epsom salts over here because Epsom salts is working back into $2. I'm talking, of course, about EPSM. It's, dilly-dallying a little above $2, a little bit below $2. We'll see how this one ends up jiving. 42%, so let's put some respect on this one's name. How about this other one? Joey, I want you to look at this, and I want you to tell me, does this ticker remind you of anybody that we know in the chat?
Oh, yeah, it's Bovin.
Bovin, you have a stock just for you. You're such a good small cap, Bovin, that the small cap trading gods, they met. They had a meeting, and they said, we're going to give Bovin his Buy the ticker BHVN, and let me tell you, my man, this is not a bad-looking ticker over here. This is some higher highs and higher lows. The only affliction from which you suffer is a little bit of a line, which is displeasing, of course, to a small cap trader, because we definitely need volume. Yeah, that's the issue. See, we're getting price action volume, which I don't necessarily like, which could be, you know, sort of the precipice for a retracement. What do I mean by all that? So let's just take this volume candle here at 1020 and use the analysis. So what are we seeing here with that 1020 candle? All we're seeing is higher lows. We're not necessarily getting high every, you know, successive pop, but you're certainly getting higher lows. Well, how about that volume profile though? Yes, exact opposite. Declining volume profile, increasing volume or increasing price. So that always does concern me a little bit. Now that can change with one big buyer coming in and changing that whole narrative, and then people see that buyer coming in, they start jumping in. So look, right now, BHVN looking real good. Definitely working into this one, Joey, but I want to keep my eye on the volume so I don't get bamboozled.
All right, yeah, I don't like bamboozlement, guys. Shout out to everybody said Joe relax, but you got to understand I'm party next door, man. No chill whatsoever. Hey, shout out to party next door. But no, guys, in all seriousness, I want to take here on the TQs, but my risk to reward profile isn't giving me what I want. I don't want to risk $1 here at the lower end of the range. Can chop back up at near the top end of the range, then I'll look to take a little stab on that. But we have reloaded a little bit of IBIT, looking for an additional leg to the top side. All of these pullbacks do seem to right back up, so I like our chances here. If it breaks 52.80, then we'll just hop into that trade. And the reload is a no-go. Shout out to that one. Nvidia showing the exact same print there, guys. CoreWeave was trading relatively nice morning, and then you can see you get that inverted hammer candle right at the highs. No volume necessarily supporting that move, but once that candle breaks, you do get an additional couple points to the downside. Great. So yeah, keep that, guys. We'll go over some of the options chain. Oh, what we haven't done this morning, Sharif, is the top performing sectors of the day. And let's see what we got going on here. Healthcare, we're up 0.4%. Consumer staples, we're roughly up about 0.1%. Materials, same thing, guys. Closer to a 10th. And then the real estate, the final one. So your top four there, all green. Utility is flat on the day. And then the financial comm services, you can see we're just down a little bit less than 1/10%. But the tech sector taking in the nose, like the Eubank KO. Oh, boom, right there.
Bro,
1.5%.
I don't want to talk smack about people, Joey, but he showed no heart.
No, you think so? I mean, yeah, he just listen. It Midday and all that stuff.
He didn't look like it.
He didn't. He didn't.
What the hell? What are you doing,
But maybe
bro?
he
People
got
paid.
neutralized.
The worst soccer team in the world.
Yeah,
you know,
their
the
stadium.
Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. The worst. There's no worse.
Really?
No.
You know what?
They're brutal.
I used to like
and they filled up the entire stadium to watch not fight.
Yeah,
well, one guy was fighting. Sorry,
one guy was fighting. Yeah, our boy was fighting for sure. Shout out to him though, 110%. Shout out to Ben family, Nigel and company. But there it is, guys. IBIT.
I blame 50, bro.
That was a hot man.
I
whoop your hair, boy. That he came out and said, I'm like,
you see when they asked Ben after the fight, they're like, when you saw 50 Cent coming out, did you worry?
He's like, what's he gonna do?
What's
what
are we talking about 50? Here? Like, I'll take a picture with 50 after.
I'll whoop your head. Man, Selena's, so the guy that I was telling you about, his friend, you see, was like standing right beside him, chilling with it.
That was the guy?
Yeah. I'll tell you his name off thing.
That's crazy.
But then did you see him? He sat right beside Turk.
Yeah.
He was right beside Turk.
Bro, Turk's killing it.
Yeah, I don't know about that guy, man. I
like him, Joey.
You like him?
Speaking of Turk, you know who's at the White House today? It's another Saudi guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say. The Saudi guy. I definitely wouldn't have been able to say his name, but I knew they were going to be there. But guys, there it is on the reload in IBIT. We're waiting for this. We also mentioned waiting for a better risk to reward here. Do we take this attempt at the short, considering we are now substantially closer to the higher end of the range? You can see that we establish a new high of the day, so let's take it before we get back to the lower end of the range. What we'll do is we'll post up at 933s because we like that number, and then we'll see if we can get a short to south of the volume weighted average price.
A good move.
Is it? Oh no, I just got a little thing, so I thought it would have been something else. It is. We're going to post up at 99.33s. We might catch a fill. We might not. Only time will tell. Oh, okay. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Anyway, so let me figure this out here, Sharif, if you don't mind. Oh, there it is. Bang.
Want me to take over?
If you don't mind for like a couple of seconds there.
Yeah, for
unless
sure.
I can catch a. Yeah, no, I got to figure something out here.
Okay, EPSM, there we go. We're taking out levels now. There was a monster seller at 10. We go all the way up to 12s and then 10 right back in, man. Looking for continuation here on EPSM. We're back involved with Epsom salts here. We're looking for a move into the quarter dollar. That is the that 224. But look, it's been a tough trade above 2. We get above 2, we get 15 pennies, 12 pennies above 2, and then we retrace. There's 12s again. Can we see some 30 up? I'm posted up a little bit higher, but there's no continuation yet on Epsom salts. So let's pack the patience. Bring to your attention 2 new trades, okay? AREC, we've had this on the bottom chart here for a while. To the day's high, we're about to take out the half dollar. Good looking bull flag continuation here, removing that seller at 45 who had been pooping on everybody's party. Bovin, where are you in the chat? Bovin, when there's a ticker doppelganger at the moment, there goes BHVN into the high of the day. It is at 911, declining volume profile or not. It doesn't really matter. Again, we need to look at the volume, I guess, given that what this one is doing. There it goes into another high of the day, 9. BHVN, a clean hold above the 10 EMA on the 5. Keep your eye out on this one. BHVN real good at these levels. Failing better. Joe, Sharif, same question. You've been through crashes, corrections, pullbacks, recessions, etc. What's your game and what's your advice today? Show them a chart of the Qs.
Show them a chart.
Show them a chart of the Qs. Show them a chart of the SPY. Show them a weekly. Show them a monthly.
Damn.
It is what it is. Is it going to want me to do it?
No, I'll gladly do it, my boy. Yeah, I'll gladly do that. I mean, here it is. Bang.
And so what I'm, jokingly referring to, and I'm not really joking, is when you get worried about large drawdowns, I don't know if you're a swing trader or an investor. You didn't really specify. If you're an investor, I take these opportunities, as Joe said, to make sure you've got some cash on the side. You never want to be, obviously, out of cash because pullbacks in the market, and then you'll kick yourself for not having bought at those levels. So you got to maintain some cash. That's step number 1. Step number 2, you want to be in at opportune times. You're never going to catch the bottom. Maybe you do catch the bottom.
Or the top.
I personally am not good enough to catch the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be adding at advantageous areas wherever I can get them. To help you out. So if you like a specific area on the chart, you add at that area, even if it breaks and it continues lower. If you're buying the indexes, that's kind of what I'm referring to there. If you're buying individual names, it gets, of course, a bit more, as obviously that name will have specific.
Before we send it over,
show them.
Her scrambler says you guys have never been through a real bear market.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, hold on. Let me finish here.
I graduated in 08, 09, and I was trying to find a job in 08 or 09.
All right, let me complete this in. All right, so this is when I officially started, January of 22. That is when I officially started trading right there, was January of 22. Pardon me?
Joey.
Yeah,
that whole year is on Joey.
It's all on me right here. So if you're going to tell me that I sat through it, this was my first year, and I didn't know any better. And that's going to be the largest drawdown that we've seen since 2007. So to tell me that I haven't sat through I sat through this whole thing. I didn't even know.
Yeah. Can I say something?
Yeah,
we talked about this. I told you when I graduated, I had to find an articling position.
Yeah.
And to find an articling position, you have to apply a year ahead. Articling for our Americans is like an internship, essentially, okay? And Joe, the firms we were applying to had interviewed like 300 people to fill like 60 positions. The next year, they were hiring for like 7 or 8, okay? So imagine how many people that they were interviewing at the time. And that was like the environment we had to live through for 3 or 4 years. So please, We have seen recessions. It's just when you look at the wider time frame, as he just showed you there, it is what it is. The market is what it is, okay? Especially if you're buying the index.
And 2000, I was 8 years old. Obviously, I wasn't involved in that. So again, to say that we haven't, I mean, in the past X amount of years, this is definitely the biggest one, and I sat through that. So I don't know. I don't really know what to tell you at the end of the day. Oh, but I know what time it is, though.
Yes.
Is it happening now?
It is happening now.
It's happening right now with the Dara and the Neil lesson of the day.
What's happening now is that the Nasdaq's actually at a very interesting level here. As you can see, lots of weakness off the open. We still have some traders not really do here with regards to this rate cut coming in December. We're still about 50-50 split. Last time I checked the CME Fed Watch tool roughly an hour ago, but we're coming in low. So let's see here how the Nasdaq interacts with these levels. Either way, really nice recovery off the bottom as traders await Nvidia earnings, the biggest earnings report arguably of the season and certainly of this week. Now let's what we're expecting later today, because President Trump is actually set at any moment to start speaking to the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. He's already arrived in America, the Crown Prince. I have the stream open, so once Trump makes an appearance, I'll keep it all posted. But either way, keep an eye on this. And if there are any comments of keep you all apprised. I want to talk about OGL because they actually had an announcement here today around 11 a.m. They announced that their search with Gemini 3 has now been launched, their most intelligent search yet. And apparently this is available, again, via Google search through in AI mode as well. Let's talk here about CRWV. Speaking of AI names, because CoreWeave actually announcing at this Wells conference that they've nearly doubled their revenue backlog in the last quarter. So keep an eye here on CRWV and a lot of these AI plays. Earlier today as well, Nvidia and Microsoft and Anthropic with that deal. So AI, especially ahead of Nvidia earnings, is going to be something to watch. But right now, before we listen to Neil's lesson, let's talk about orogenics, because each year, guys, 3.8 million concussions are reported in the U.S. There's still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE listed orogenics, OGE, that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more. Reading today. And listen up, because we've got Neil and his lesson. So Neil, give the people that lesson.
Very much, Dara. First things first, I'll tell you right now, for when Joe's talking about when he started, that might be one of the most, to have started at an actual peak of a bull move as a trader is incredibly difficult. I see very few people actually survive if that was their start. But one thing I can tell you is, look, this pullback we're having is not overall ridiculous. I get it. I think that's a fair comment to say. I think it's not, we're not talking about, the dot-com bubble. We're not talking about the financial crisis. However, some things from that era or those moves down can be informative. Because I've said this before, but what a lot of people do is, and I can speak as someone who, if I look at the decade, like I started in 03, if I look at that decade of trading, I'm one of the people, like most people, if you traded during that, probably the financial crisis as a day trader was your best year you ever had. And it sucks because the market was going down and was doom and gloom. Some of the best actual trading days didn't involve just going short everything. It usually involved catching some relief rally longs. And to that extent, when we have something like that today, I think it can be instructive to try to figure out how not to get burned trying to find a relief rally. And again, all we've done is bounce off the lows to get back to where we started. But I think one of the first things you okay, well, are you bouncing off something significant? If the answer is yes. And I had one long written in my note today, and it was basically Bitcoin. But I wasn't trying to get the lows. I had no was looking for the low of the day. Like, the long Bitcoin was not like, I'm going to buy the dip and I am going to win because this is the bottom. The opposite of that was my approach. Like I said, we're trying to bounce off a support level, and somewhat decent job of it. Like, here we're kind of consolidating. We can go to a 5. This would be a little. Yeah, we're sort of consolidating in here and doing a better job. And then all I simply said was, if I start to see buy of resistance, I want to join the move up, because that means the level is holding. Like, if we just head down, I'm not going to sit there forever and try and fight it. And let's be real, I should start with this. And the day before that, I started off short Mara, because Mara wasn't breaking resistance. I was short in the top, just kind of like yesterday. I'm like, if it does this move again, I'm still going to short it. And if we back out, we jump out. But at the moment I'm getting out of Mara, I look over at Bitcoin, IBIT, consolidation, it's breaking out the bottom. So look, there's probably traders out there, and I'm sure, look at it, hold the low, this is it, we're going. Yeah, I'll sit out the first 1% of that move, and then just get in when it's confirming the breakout. And then I'll try, I miss some dip buys here probably, but then I'll try to play some consolidations for some continuation long. And that's the thing about when you're in a market environment, there is some panic and some blood in the streets, whatever you want to call it. I don't think it's that crazy in terms of where we are from the highs, but you can certainly say that we are at a point where a lot of people are feeling very bearish, and when that's the case, all you really need to do is when the buyers get back a little bit of control. Don't always feel the need to try to pick the bottom, especially in this kind of a market. Like I came today and I literally had on my said, if buyers above 52.25 on the 15-minute, I'm long. This is a 15-minute chart. Did buyers control there? No. Did buyers control here? Yeah, we closed above, I go long. Now I could have gone long here, I could have gone long the it doesn't really matter. I'm waiting for that control to happen, and then you're taking the trade. Because when you have a market where everyone's bearish, if you get it and it's a reversal, it's going to be good. So you have to try to pick that low, because what can happen is if you do the same thing yesterday, right? Let's say that the same thing yesterday. You're trying to buy this hold of the low. There's your open. There's a bottoming tail candle that holds the low. You're buying all this garbage if you're trying to catch the bottom, and then that happens to you. And then you're like, okay, well, I think it's going again. You're all this, and you're just hoping to time it right that you can get away with one of these longs while you're in a downward trend. Or you can allow it to show you the buying, and as I learned literally on my first day, sometimes you gotta buy high and sell higher. It's just an easier way to operate. Because here's what I do know. You are likely, when the trend's just turning here and you go long and maybe you have a stop at the bottom, for me, I probably had a little bit tired, doesn't really matter. When you do these types of trades, I promise you this, there's a decent chance when you look back and look at the worst days involving, were they involving when confirmation that the buyers were in control, confirmation and you took that trade? Was it when you were trying to get a long in here or a long in here or a long in here? Which one ends up in your blow-up days? And if the answer is these, then avoid them. There'll always be a long opportunity out there. Even if it's not today, it could be tomorrow, it could be a week from, whatever it might be. But you gotta avoid those blowouts. And sometimes when looking for the long, that I'm going to miss the first part of the move. And if I miss the first part of the move, so be it. That's fine, because the continuation can be good, and I'm not gonna get smoked trying to chase that long. So shorts in the morning like usual, wait for some control. Know where you want to go, what it is that you want to look for, and play that. And that's what patience sometimes is about, not needing to catch the bottom. It's fine, and it looks like fun, but I'll tell you another little bit of a tidbit. And this wasn't true during the financial crisis because people on the floor were much better at catching lows. Whenever we'd have like a trend down day, I would look in our like risk blotter, and if it's like 11 or 11:30, and I would say the same thing all the time. Whether it was the good traders or some of the ones that were struggling, everybody trying to catch the bottom. That's it. Very, very few people were still riding shorts or flat. They were all in position trying to catch that bottom. And there's a reason for that psychologically. Because there is no greater feeling than catching the bottom. We know this. If you get the low of the, even better than, trust me, catching some short at the high. It's even better of a feeling. But you know what? You don't get paid on feelings. You don't get paid on credibility. You don't get paid on feeling smarter than the market. You get paid on making trades that are profitable and then making more on those trades than when you lose doing those types of things. That's it. And so when that's the case, forget about trying to be the smartest person in the room and you got the low, and just worry about making a positive trade on a bounce day. Set that up, hit it, quit it, hold it, make money on it, whatever it might be. And hopefully we'll hold on to VWAP here as the market tries to come back in. Good luck, everybody. Oh, before I move on, The chili was, yeah, it wasn't that great. It's okay, there's some kick to it, but.
About a couple different stories, some that came up during the lesson. Let's talk about Upwork. UPWK came to my attention here on X. They had a nice pop-up. After a pretty bullish investor day here, they announced that they're seeing GSV here for 2026 up 4 to 6%. Revenue they're expecting here up 6 to 8%. So some growth here being forecast by UPWK during their investor day. As well, Coursera is going to be on watch too. Coursera more got like a little bit of a pop here, but COUR with an AI-related announcement too. They're actually partnering with Anthropic and launching new AI content. Now we also have commentary from Fed's Bark here to be aware of. He says he agrees with Powell in that he does not think that the rate cut in December is necessarily a foregone conclusion. So some more questions here about that December rate cut and COUR, and of course the last one there, UPWK on watch. So Upwork, Coursera, and Fed talk. Back to you. Still no Trump yet.
Sir, man, that's crazy. Don't
what
say
happened,
that.
Joey?
You know, obviously, you can't say that in the chat, man. Hunter Harvey.
Wow.
You made me chuckle. All right, guys, there it is. Off of the, whoa, there we go. Reload. Right, or Katina Man actually does the real thing because I'm surprised. Yeah, I'm like, when I seen Katina Man do that, I'm like, do you actually know what you're doing with that? But hey, you say, yeah.
Well, okay, Mr. Powell.
Well, but Katina Man was the one starting it here, and I'm like, okay, all right, Katina Man. And charge that handle. All right, guys, IBIT, guys, we got that fill on the reload, so that's working out pretty good for us. Glad we haven't taken that short just yet, but we do have to be cautious on this 5-minute price action because you can see we failed to establish a new high of the day and now starting to sell aggressively. So this could be the end of this leg. We absorb liquidity, fall into some prior resistance that can act as potential resort around 52, support around 52.75, and maybe we can get an additional bounce there. But the trend on Bitcoin is definitely strong and your friend today, not necessarily a couple of sessions there, guys. So that's all I got going on right there, Sharif. I've seen you had a nice breakout trade on.
Yeah, I'm quite happy
NVIDIA.
with the trading today, Joey. Let's start with the first. We'll start with LFS because this one had another breakout. Where is it at? There it is. Had another breakout. We scalped a little bit, but it does have now 2 lower highs in a row. So let's see if this one can kind of change trend. It's not the right area of support. It keeps bouncing off the 10 moving average on the 5, exponential moving average per day. It is having trouble with 8s. It feels like, though, it's just a matter of time until this one sees the high of the day, which is at 77s, 877, and then likely, you never really know, likely on the way to $10 if, you know, at 877. This one looks like it's going to reach high of day again. Set up properly, though, on it. Exercise good risk management, good position size. LFS, a good looker today for small cap gapper traders. Epsom salts, EPSM, we're here, yep, coming right back down into my area. So we're going to take out some more here. So here's the deal with Epsom salt. We added on the reclaim of the $2 area. It moves above the 10 moving average. It holds VWAP, yada, yada. Everything going for it. Alas, what it does suffer from, though, is a topping tail candle affliction. Every single time it seems to make a new area high or a high of a day, it is immediately high. Big down moves resulting in topping tail candles. We saw it at 1025. We saw it at 1050. We see it again 1205. So if that's going to be this one's characteristic, then we can trade it with that in mind. So let's see if it holds. If it holds up at 2, I'm going to add into this position, okay? Epsom salts, shut it to the EPSM, okay? We also got here VNDA, not a rocket like we were speaking about earlier, but this one the flat top break through 5.25, but you know, kind of like TMQ yesterday, which also had a flat top break. This one also seems anemic, right? Usually when you get a flat top break, because there's such a clear area of resistance, we're sitting there at 20s or 21s or wherever he's sitting, and then you finally remove the seller, usually you have a bit of a parabolic move up. You're not getting that. You didn't get that on TMQ yesterday. You're not getting it on VNDA today. So maybe I should stop looking for that. But in any event, still printing on it because we've got 14s and we just took out 26s. So not a bad look here for VNDA. What I think I traded incorrectly was BTQ. This BTQ looks like it's bull flagging. In fact, I think this is probably second bull flag. Whether we get a breakout and a continuation into a third, your guess is as good as mine. But what I did was, I started getting myopic in terms of price. So I was like, oh, it's coming back into my entry. And looking at the wider time frame, perceiving that this is, the bull flag consolidation part, and then we're likely to get a continuation above 90 pennies. I traded BTQ wrong. Am I positive on it? I'm positive on it, so that's cool. But mean that, I shouldn't, review my mistakes and see what I can do better next time. So BTQ, I'm going to look to work back into this one, Joey. And then Bovin, BHVN. What a day for Bovin not to be in the chat. Is clearly continuing to put in higher lows. You're not necessarily getting higher highs on every successive candle, but you're almost getting higher lows on, yes, every successive candle. So how do you trade that? Well, if you're asking my opinion, I'll tell you how to put your out at prior bar low. For the most part, you won't get stopped out. There are intervening candles here. For example, one that closed at 1140, which made a lower low relative to the prior bar. So, that is part and parcel of that. Now, if you don't want to get wicked in and wicked out based on prior bar low, what I could suggest to you is EMA on the 5 as your breakout. Bovin has been so strong, BHVN, it hasn't even touched the 10 EMA once since basically 930. All the prints have been above. None of them have touched the 10 EMA. So that's another area where you can look to get out some there. LFS is heading back up, Joseph. So we got to cover this. Where is my LFS? There it is. So now this one just made a higher high relative to the prior bar. It has a very clear higher low. It is above $8. It looks like it's destined to get back into that 8 3/4 or 77s, which is the high of the day. Let's see that move above the $0.50. LFS up 115%.
Yeah, that's a nice move right there on it as well too, Sharif, just to see if we can get moving. The tape is relatively strong. Yes, sir. Do we dabble it in some LFS here and wait for that breach of the high of the day? We want to see the volume in the buying volume step in a little bit here. Okay, yeah, it's not too bad of a look, Sharif. I think this might be a move where we can head towards that high of the day. All right, yeah, I'm locked and loaded in some LFS. Let's see if we can 850 level, and then we'll look to piece a little bit off. Nothing crazy from a size standpoint. We're still holding on to this reload here in IBIT. Take an additional leg higher. Sharif's in LFS. I'm about to hop in. Well, I'm already in it. We're going to see if we can get this move here, guys. To us.
Joey, we got to tell them something. Some especially exciting news out of Canada for the traders on the stream. It's by Beta Pro, and they're brought to you by Global X Canada, which is Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, and they've just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs. They're offering you guys things like 3 times bull, 3 times bear exposure to the S&P TSX 60. They're offering it on semiconductors as well as on U.S. Treasuries. And if you're looking for even better, they've got better. They're offering you guys a special dropping management fees to just 65 basis points all until New Year's Eve, 31st of this year. Plus, the U.S. focus strategies they offer use currency hedging, which offers the potential for pure performance as well as exposure. So if you're tactical and you're a sophisticated trader and you want to performance, you need to check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn more. There goes LFS, Joseph options. I was about to punch in, but I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do the ad read. Thing dropped 40 pennies against me.
We love it, but still, man, that was tough sitting through that. Boom, there. We're going to get out there because we don't want to turn a winning trade into a losing one. Pop in LFS. Failed high of the day break on that one, but still, you get a nice pop there, Sharif. So the momentum most definitely stepping in with these. Hey, I'm going to have to take a page out of your book, brother. You got to post up aggressively on these limits because it will be gone by the time you go to hit that hockey, the price that you're specifically looking for. So not too bad of a look. Unfortunately, we didn't get into that $9 move, but hey, keep your eyes on LFS. I know Mike P. DeRider was trading this as well too. So nice work, my brother. All right, now back onto IBIT. That's what we're trading. It looks like it's slowly starting to climb back towards that high of the day. And we like that. You can see we're posted up at 53.30s. I might front run that a little bit too, put it something at 53.20s. Considering we're speaking of it, and then we're going to take a look at some more options chain stuff. If you guys want to go over any specific names, we'll look some earnings reports and see what we got going on in that front, and then we'll go over the expected moves, in which I believe NVDA's was something around 7% or something along those lines. We're going to double check before we make any more assumptions. Now, as for the earnings wisp, we don't say that, but here it is, guys. We're going to go through this. Oh, I didn't save our one thing that we needed to there, so we can go over our expected moves. So let's take a gander at what we got going on after the bell today, Sharif. We got KULR Technologies, Powell Industry. Nothing really overly exciting, but come tomorrow, let's see if we're going to start to pick up. Target.
Palo Alto is reporting.
Is
tonight? I don't know.
No, Powell Industries.
Oh,
no. Palo Alto, no.
Boy,
sorry.
I gotta go home.
Because we got Pan W tomorrow, though, Sharif, after the bell. Target tomorrow. And then we have Wix.com, TJX, Lowe's. Bullish as well, too. Williams-Sonoma, likes Williams-Sonoma, I think, there, so not too bad. Yeah, she does.
You ever buy anything from Williams-Sonoma?
No, I haven't, to be honest with you. No,
That's okay.
No, have you?
No, I was surprised. Maybe you got some Christmas stuff that Selena put up.
Oh. So you don't have any...
The Christmas stuff is already up at the Wilson household.
Yeah, you don't even have decor up? Dude, I think it's okay to put the Christmas stuff up immediately after Halloween.
Yeah, okay.
But I think the real question lies in when does it have to come down?
That's a great one.
Right.
That's a great one.
Right?
And I've told you in the front there.
Yeah.
It's the tree's up in February,
Listen. Yeah, I think that's... No, you know what?
Crazy.
I think that's okay.
No, man. That just screams I'm lazy.
That everybody...
Casino says in Brazil they have a specific day, the 6th of January, my New Year's Eve, because I'm Orthodox, where they throw out the tree.
Yeah.
Same thing in Chile? Same thing in Chile, says the Chilean.
So you got the same thing rolling over. What we want to do, guys, looking at some of these expected moves, guys, leading into this earnings report. We're going to go over NVDA one more time. I think holding February is okay. It's still the winter. You still want to hold on to the Christmas vibes. I can get behind that. Now, 7.4% high of around 196.02 and the low of around 168.96. Now, we've seen that high concentration interest at that $200 strike price. Keep that in mind there, folks. Oh, LFS going back up there, Sharif.
Yeah, bro, it's holding trend, Joseph. It's holding trend,
eh? Yeah. Okay. Oh, man, this is getting me excited. Okay, one more here because we got a lot of action going on here today in the small cap world. There it goes. It looks like it wants to take an additional move. But as for Palo Alto, high of around 215.55 and a low of around 186.98.
Joey, before I read the ad, Assassino, Todd McLennan wants to know, is Max Payne on Apple options 250?
Yeah,
he can't tag you for some reason.
We'll look at that.
All right, Assassino, we're ready to go. For too long, guys, trading meant risking your own money or not having enough with. The fear of losing, that's what kept so many traders on the sidelines. But that, thankfully, is all changing. Trade the pool, guys. They're transforming how traders access the markets. With its limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital, while Trade the Pool, they absorb all the downside. This allows you to focus on what matters, guys: the discipline, the consistency, and of course, the growth. And when you hit your profit target, you keep up to 70% of the profits. There's no fear, there's no barriers, there's just real opportunity. This is the revolution, guys, of limited risk trading, and it's all powered by Trade the Pool. Visit tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Shout out Mitch. Look, bro, Mitch is not a guy that you typically associate with bearishness, but he sounded awfully bearish this morning.
He did.
Oh, yeah.
He did.
He's like, the AI bubble is popping. And, I really respect Mitch's calls. Great ones. I've told you about Bloom Energy, which, we were involved in.
Absolutely.
And so I respect what Mitch has to say. So it kind of caught me a little bit off guard, to be quite honest with you there.
That's fair, brother. I guess it doesn't really matter what I think at the end of the day, but do I think it's popping? I'm going to go with no, to be honest. I think things need to cool down. Is everything going to absolutely just go bottoms up? I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case. Now, how are we going to define the bubble popping? What is your pullback? What is the correction?
We just saw record numbers for like the the 80% of the S&P had record revenue.
That's what I'm getting at. So like, what are we going to define the pop? Like,
here?
so we're gonna talk about like what? Hey, the bubble popped at a 2.5 back. Come on. Like, at the end of the day, listen. I understand we're managing this stuff from a micro aspect, but at the end of the day, I don't think that's going to be the case. Is 250? Well, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Hold on. Let me finish this first. Let me finish this first. All right, 240 maybe in the works. So you're asking if 217 pain Sharif, is that was the question? 210 has more open interest, but I'm think maybe 230 on the week. That is this week. That might be max pain. Going to be necessarily the case though.
I like what Rivian Millionaire has to say there. I think that's much more accurate of a statement. The economy is doing bad, not a bubble pop. I have to agree with that. Main Street doesn't always feel what Wall Street feels. We saw that, obviously, in the early 2010s when there was the Occupy movement. People were pissed, and they have the right to be pissed, okay? So, you know, we're not gonna sit there and be like, well, you should be happy. The market's at all-time highs. No, I'm not happy. There's things that, you know, are quite displeasing to a lot of people. A lot of people can't buy homes, et cetera. So we're not going to go through all that at the moment. But yeah, completely like that comment by Rivian Millionaire. Big smile. Can I read that, Joey? Did you have a chance to get it yet?
Go ahead and read it, man.
Sharif. The big question is, when does Selena make LJ? Oh, man. When does Selena make little Joey Smalls, LJS, start wearing those sheer Christmas when he does the dusting around the house? Oh, my.
Crazy.
Yo, he gets away with murder.
He does. He gets away with
murder. I like him, though, man. I didn't have to read it. I know, Neil, but I did anyway.
You didn't have to read it, man.
Sorry, Joey.
Listen. I don't even remember the last time I wore pajamas.
I don't wear pajamas. It's shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah, all day, man. That's how I rock. Yeah, let's cut it there. Man. The only reason why Spile is saying that because he knows, he's like, man, he has to take the family picture. PJs, probably got the one piece with the trap door on the back as well too. So I know that's what Big Kyle Burdett going on. Yeah, listen,
Joey Smalls is coming back with the fire.
I know it. I can just picture Spile with the trap and everything. He's got the matching PJs and everything along those lines. But in all seriousness, shout out to One Piece, Big Spile. That's it. Hey, that's what I'm going to call you from now on.
Call him One Piece.
One Piece.
Yeah, hold on, Joey. Boom, into the high of the day. Go. Some salts. We just took out 45s. Here comes the $0.50 on EPSM. Great move, 76%. We're at the high of the day now, into 54s. Look out for that whole hand coming up here. No, not LJS this time. EPSM. We had 4s, Joey. We had 4s. We took out 4. I know, sorry. All right, guys.
That's crazy.
All right, EPSM, keep your eye on this one. I'm going to be looking to get more at 220 to 210. We're going with Dara.
I just have to let you guys know, Trump just began speaking here. His meeting here with the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia has just begun. I'm covering this. If there's anything of note that is said with regards to the market, I'll let you know. But just to give you guys a recap, I've seen some coverage ahead of this meeting suggesting that they could announce a cooperation between nuclear, and the other thing we're potentially watching out here for is an announcement for Saudi Arabia investing heavily in with regards to AI. So AI and nuclear investments or cooperation potentially on watch as we send you back to Joan Sharif.
S is dropping here. Joey, I want to bring your attention to LFS. It is coming back into the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit above show for a potential buy zone here. If it loses VWAP, I'll have no qualms with it. Joey.
All right, tomorrow we will bring a brand new exclusive video featuring interviews with the host. We're going to be talking about life before trading. Get ready to know us on a whole new level. This video is a must. Watch to understand the full picture of your host, including a sneak peek into the major challenges we face early on.
I remember doing those interviews with Tomas. And let me tell you, it was with Fabian and Tomas. And he puts you in the mood where, like, you feel at ease to really speak about your experiences, your life, and you don't feel like, you know, you're in and there's going to be a bunch of people watching. That guy was solid. and I happen to like a lot of the stuff that we did there.
Yeah,
Shout out to
cool,
Tomas.
man.
Obviously, where is he again? Czech or Serbia? Where is he at? Yeah, but Budapest. Yes, shout out to Tomas, man. It's been a hot minute since we've seen him, but I know he's obviously watching us because he's doing all these videos behind the scenes there, Joey. Yeah, but we're super pumped about, obviously, Trader TV Academy there, as you can see on the bottom right, guys. It's all in-house stuff that we're doing at Trader TV, and we couldn't be more excited for it. So stay tuned for that. More information is coming on Trader TV Academy. Very, very pumped to release this product, guys. What do you got on your side
I'm just trying to eliminate some of the tabs here, guys. So there it is on the reload. We take some out, then it comes back here. We hop out of that trade. So the reload, unfortunately, didn't work. But this is what I was talking about on the TQs as well, guys. Just posting up at the top end of the range. Of course, I'm not involved. And there it goes, bleeds to the downside. So bleeding its own blood right there. LFS did give up the gab right there, Sharif, as well. Yes, broke that $8 level, now heading back into $6. I mean, that's some rapid price action right there for a small cap. You drop $2 relatively quick. So now you just got to wait if AMD is going to curl over and who's going to be leading this race to the downside. And I'm going to get this off of my chart as for now anyways, but Google's starting to come in as well too, guys. So if we head on to the...
Yeah, he sent me this to send to you. Bro, shout out to Big Smile. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. That's a face only a mother could there, bro. I love it, bro. Shout out to Big Smile. We love him, bro. We love him. We love him.
That is legit. My poor guy, man. He got the one.
That's my man right there. That's my man.
Too. Yeah. I love him. Face and only a mother could love him. Right, brother. Oh, okay. LFS looking pretty good. I got to get back to this one more time. Yeah, which is right. Yeah. Crazy jab. Oh my days. Okay.
Wait, we're just supposed to get crapped on like day after day and we don't take shots at him?
I know.
Like, what do you mean?
The thing is, though, is that it's so true. It sucks, man. Yeah. But at the end of the day, let's get involved in a little more LFS. Why, Sharif? Because we have this printed right here. That is funny. Shout out to him. I'm glad you're doing pretty good there, brother. Obviously, it's all ish and giggles. So let's get small size here on LFS to see if we can get additional bounce back. We're in right at the volume weighted average price, looking for that move higher once again. A nice hammer candle printed tree.
Brother, I don't see your message. LFS. Oh, okay. I see. So he bought at 857. Okay, look at LFS. Brother, you bought near the highs. Okay, so let's talk about this one. Let me give you my honest take on LFS. So what I like, what I see right now, but there is trouble. So here's the deal. 877 top, we lose trend, we drop below 7. But look at what candle this is forming into right now. It's forming possibly into a hammer candle, albeit red. We did work our way above levels right now, 7 and the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit ahead of 7 at around 714. Brother, I want to make something very clear about these small cap probably going to be, maybe you don't want to hear this right now. You have to be super careful trading these. I get so annoying saying they're around for a good time, not a long time. Trade them carefully. Use proper risk management skills. They're not an Apple. They may not come or they're not an Nvidia. They may not come back tomorrow. They're intraday trades only, at least for me. So right now, you're getting a level of support at that $7 area. And it's not just $7, the psychological area of support. There's also price action resistance there now acting as support. What do I mean by that? Let's take a look. Look at these candles right there, 1020. Where did we top up? 714, 7. Again, we do the same thing over here at 1050. We get up into $7, reject. That all changes at around 11:30 once we clear 7. So my statement to you be as follows. If we lose 7 decisively in the next 5 to 10 minutes by printing something below 675, but if we continue to hold above the volume weighted average price and by extension of that 7, then there's a good chance we trend back up, maybe touch 9. That's not guaranteed. So figure this out for yourself, right? Can't copy trade Joseph and I. There's just too much of a lag, and sometimes small cap gappers, we're talking about seconds that make a difference because they almost spend no time in any one price area. So you got to be super careful. So sorry, brother, that you bought this at around 857. If you're asking my opinion, if it loses 675, you got to get the hell out of there because that'll be area low, and you can't be catching a falling knife. If it holds 7 in VWAP and starts trending back up, you have a chance at recovery. I hope that helps.
Yeah, very valid points. Even I'm learning. I never really typically trade these small cap names that are moving with this momentum, and I'm taking notes from Sharif every day. I got to post up, so as I'm with you guys and you're going over that, it's exactly what I'm doing. So I'm going to put out some orders here just in case they do hit those triggers, and sure enough, you don't have those orders out. It's just like that. I don't know what happened on that one. Accepted it, but it didn't post up there. Come on, you can do it. Anyways, I got one order. Bounce off of the lows here in IBIT. Nice inverted hammer candle, even across the board in the likes of the TQs and the SPY. So we're looking for LFS to start to participate. We got out of that. If we come back here and start to turn around, then I like our chances. Before we go over to it.
Yeah. Apparently, Darwin's saying that Trump called MBS's piggy bank, which is hilarious. He called a reported piggy recently. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, we're going right there.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Saudi Arabia had already agreed to invest $600 billion in the U.S. Now, we just had comments there from MBS, who's of course the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. He just said to Trump that investment a lot closer to $1 trillion. Now, he didn't say it in super certain terms, but then Trump kind of asked him to confirm, are you saying you're going to invest $1 trillion in the U.S.? And he more. So again, looks like Saudi Arabia upping its U.S. investment here. I'll keep my ear to the ground. As you guys know, I do keep you posted. Back to you.
He called the reporter piggy. No, it's all good, Darwin, man. It's hilarious. Thank you for bringing us that news.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say, bro. All I know is that the media had a field day today about MBS coming because it's the first time he's visited the U.S. since Khashoggi. And if you know anything about that, it was a Saudi reporter who worked for the Washington Post, widely believed executed or murdered by the Saudi regime. No proof, of course. He was in Turkey at the Saudi embassy
I remember
at the time. And
they have that one photo of him just before
going in and not coming out, right?
Never,
which is
you
crazy.
go in and then you don't come out. That's never a good sign. Sharif, look at me. Take a page there, brother. As we're posted up on LFS to see if we can get a bounce off of the volume weighted average price. You see that move it into $7.40, but nothing north of that right now. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient. But what a big time recovery in the market. I don't know if anything's going on, but a beautiful the likes of Bitcoin here with that hammer candle right off of the lows. You have this print right here as well too. So some nice moves that we're experiencing. Adair, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so keep an eye here on CAT. Was just mentioned here about manufacturing right now. They're talking about, and Trump just said Caterpillar has been incredible, and Caterpillar does move higher on this. Volume on this is not super significant, but either way, CAT moving higher as U.S. Trump says the company has been, quote, incredible. Back to you.
Yeah, Cat's been good. It's been good to Neil and I. And
you're in
nothing to say about that. And we're happy we own it.
I mean, the build out needs it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it's they're coming at this from so many different angles. Not just the actual build out of the data centers, but we're talking about the cooling, the heating. They've got so many different angles.
So many different
that Caterpillar's.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, we got to bring your attention to 3 trades right now that are absolutely rocketing. CMCT is very spready, so you have to trade it carefully, but it's got a fantastic looking bull flag right now, and it just rocks into 1217. That is a new high day. It's up 27 and 2/3%. Epsom salts, we're very in this EPSM, who I lovingly call Epsom salts, into the high of the day again. It's all gas, absolutely no break for EPSM, up to $2.75. It's up 90%, Katina Man, and Katina Man's chart looks ridiculous. Assassino, can we show Katina Man's chart there real quick? Talk about, tell me how many trades you've got today, Katina Man. Just take a quick look at the blotter. 240. That's a light day for you, brother. I know you can do more than that. No, we're kidding, of course. 275 on Epsom salts. There it goes again in high day as we're speaking about it. 279 up 93.5%, and it looks like it's on the way to 3 EPSM, and it hasn't been too spready, unlike I should say CMCT. Keep your eye out on this one. The other one that we keep bringing to you to tell where are you at, my man. BHVN into another of the day, 9.46. Looks like this one's at least destined for the $0.50, if not the whole dollar at 10. Let's see what got to offer us. It's not a big, Joey, 13 2/3, but who's going to complain? And the last trade that we've got on at the moment over here is VNDA, and it is at the high of the day, 5.35. We've got 14s, and we still have several profit takers waiting. Let's see if any of them printed. Where's my VNDA? None. You know why, Joey? Because we got nothing posted. So let's go ahead and wet the beak there, and then we're going to wait in the low 40s for another profit taker, VNDA. But it probably behooves me to take another look at Epsom salts. EPSM is on the way, Joey, to 3. Every time I look at this thing, it's at another high of the day. And it hasn't even done too much in the way of sharing. Like, to be honest with you, it's only a $2-3 name, 10.5 million shares on the day. It's up 100%. You'd think this one would be at 40 to 50 million. Not yet. We got to pause. Breaking news.
An eye here on AMD and Nvidia, both of these moving higher as U.S. President Donald Trump says that the U.S. and Saudi Arabia are working on approving advanced chips here for Saudi. So again, the U.S. apparently working on a certain level of advanced chips for Saudi Arabia. AMD and pushing higher on this. Back to you.
People like punch into them thinking that they're going to go forever, and that's not the way.
Yeah, but at first,
annoying, and I keep saying it over and over and over, right?
First things first is you don't mirror trade, right? You got to think that you're.
I know.
I know. Obviously, you feel. Yeah, it's tough. But you can't really look at it like that because at the end of the day, trade, we did. Yeah, of course. I mean, you can feel sympathetic, but hey, listen, man, I'm going to give it to you straight, and I'm going to give it to you.
What's up?
It's not an easy game, man. You don't want to mirror individuals. That's for sure. You're going to have a bad time. But get used to putting on some pretty bad trades because it's going to happen. It happens to the best of us. You mess up a bunch of times. The only thing that you can do from here on out is learn from your mistakes and then try not to repeat it once again. It's gonna. Yeah, most definitely people don't forget, Shreve. That's for sure. So lesson learned. Hopefully, you can, like, throw the book at it. But other than that, you're down a couple of points. It's not too bad. Listen, I have worse stories that I can tell you, in which I'm currently sitting in right now. So $1 or $2 right there is small potato. It's small potato. But for some people. But yeah, just don't mirror trade. It's that simple. Because as Shreve mentioned, you guys are a couple seconds behind, regardless of what the situation is. If you live with somebody, you don't copy what they're doing. That's just not the nature of trading. So there it is. What an absolute monstrous recovery in the overall market. Thinking to go short, it's just like 20 minutes of selling gone in a span of 10 minutes. So I get it if you were short there and you get frustrated. That's of the beast here, guys. So AMD starting to form an inverted hammer once again, but EPSM, I got to have a small cap in the corner of my eye from here on out because these things are hella fun. I did get out of LS due to the fact that it didn't break up how I was wanting to. It is holding that $7 level relatively well, but other than that, as Shreve mentioned, not here for a good time, or they're here for a good time, not necessarily a long time. So as for that, TQ, continue watch over. We're right at the opening price. Keep an eye out. We're north of OP right now, so that's going to be right around $100 on TQs, and we're trading at 99. I don't know what the case is going to be today, but any positive catalyst running into NVIDIA's earnings report, regardless of whose mouth coming in, could definitely send this stock significantly higher.
I just want to point out something. Reddit 2 tried. Did you hear about this? Listen to me for a second.
Yeah,
this is super interesting.
No look.
No.
Okay,
not about price. So this Reddit 2 tried or whatever. It's called Triple G.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to. It's being made by Eli Lilly. Now they're talking about a possible 27, 28 release. It uses GLP-1s, GIP, and the glucagon receptors. It's supposed to be insane for weight loss because it's like 3 combinations of GLPs and
steroids.
But listen to this. So Eli Lilly is like in phase 3 trial or phase 2 trials of this, and not even guaranteed for human use yet. That hasn't stopped people on the internet, specifically in China, just cut the crap, okay, from actually making this, and they're selling it to bodybuilders online. So I got this video on TikTok about this. Can you imagine this? And the thing is, like, this company hasn't even realized $1 from this far, yet people are already selling it online.
This is Eli, you're obviously.
It's Eli Lilly that's making this drug, and I had no idea. And then the woman over here on TikTok yesterday.
She's saying, did you find any of the bodybuilders that were?
That's not what I'm telling you this for. What I'm telling you this for is there is in the pipeline for Eli Lilly that includes GLP-1s, but is like that next phase GLP-1. So if people are thinking, oh, Lilly's kind of done because the GLP-1 craze is over, look at Novo Nordisk. No, there's something coming up from Eli. I don't know if anybody in the chat's had an opportunity though, or have heard about this. Anyway, we're going to pause for a second. Adair's got breaking news at the big day.
Oh, let's go.
On the bottom of your screen here as well, but Meta Platforms here, META, pulling back a little bit, but this one had a pretty big pop up here. Meta Platforms, the U.S. court ruling does not hold an illegal social network monopoly. So again, U.S. court ruling apparently saying that Meta does not have an illegal monopoly in the social network space. Back to you.
Interesting here, Chance Allison, bodybuilder here, using Retta. Okay, I'm assuming that's what he calls it since the spring. It's amazing. That's what he says. I don't want to tell anybody to use it, but the reason I was even is not to create a market for illicit substances. It's just to tell you, for those who are thinking about Eli Lilly as an investment, there seems to be some good stuff in the pipeline right now. You're believing what you hear on the internet, and apparently, like I said, some of these Chinese labs, they're already making it there and they're selling it illegally online. Obviously, much to Lilly's chagrin, but they can't control anything because right now it's not even available for human use. So I don't know, man. I'm going to look at Lilly a completely different way. I don't think the GLP-1 craze is done, and as we know, obviously, that is a very important segment in the economy. Weight loss, of course.
Absolutely. Meta here, Sharif.
Go ahead, Joe.
Pull up Meta. Yeah, so Adara just brought us that news there. No, I mean, hey, a big time balance volume support right there. Meta Platforms does not hold illegal social network monopoly, the U.S. So that is absolutely a beautiful sign for this name. Hopefully we can get a sustained bounce. We're going to take a look at it from a daily perspective.
You know what the PE is now?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you know what the PE is?
We're getting involved. Yeah, what is it?
It's industry standard now. 20.71. 20.66.
What does Jim Cramer say?
I don't know. What does he say?
Bye. Katina Man knows that one there. Bye. All right, no, but obviously I'm just being sarcastic, but there's a lot of good signals here across the board. That Gorev, so another print. This one didn't work out. We did get a nice sustained bounce. I mean, give you 10 points, but I think this is a nice strong positive catalyst coming out for META.
All right, we're still waiting here on NDA, the only trade that I've got left, new high a day into 39s. Alas, I'm waiting a little bit higher at 43s, and it is 12:48. We don't have too much in the way of news today, so we'll start it a little bit later. We'll start at 1 for the news segment. But I want to bring in the side charts, talk about what's still moving here during the midday. CMCT, look, I wouldn't be using VWAP here for anything because I perceive it to be of best fit than any area of support or resistance. It kind of runs through the middle of the price action. It's below it again. What I'd be looking for CMCT is the holding of higher lows. That's how I perceive that. LFS, I'm really sorry to the viewer who lost money on this. It always kind of bugs me a little bit that I trade these and maybe some other people don't same type of risk management, but this one is losing it, and it is losing it in a hurry. It is well below VWAP now. 50. If there's any saving grace, and I don't even want to point it out, no, it even lost that trend as well. So this one does look like it's on, I don't know where, 6, possibly 5 3/4. But LFS for me, untradeable the way that it's looking right now. But look at these bad boys. BTQ, it's not up nearly as much as some of the others. It's only up 18%, but a fantastic looking second bull flag. Let me make my case to you. Bull flag number 1, right at the open at 9:30. We can less time, right? It's a more volatile time. Then boom goes the dynamite at 10:20. We rock it up into 6. Pardon me. Then we consolidate a little bit. No two bull flags are created equal. They don't always look the same. But there's that sideways consolidation, and there is the break of the trend right at 12:35 into 7. Now, the question is, do we get bull flag number 3? The reason I even question that, number 1, because bull flag number 3 a lot less probable than bull flag number 2. Secondly, into a key area of technical resistance. I'm talking about $7. So if we can break through 7 decisively, it puts the odds of a bull flag number 3 a lot more in the favor of it happening than it not. So we're going to keep an eye here. TQ for that third bull flag, excuse me, and then EPSM. Traded this one nicely, could have done a little bit better on it, but we had a good, I think, 205 up into 60s. A last 297 is the high. Look at this drop down here right into the 10. It holds 50 pennies to a T. Now moving back up into the $0.75. I don't see a broken trend quite yet, but it is awfully volatile at the moment, given the range now is about 50 pennies, 297 high, 250 support. So be careful with this one. I'd be looking for a move below 50. That would be a stop out for me. I'd be looking to get back in at around 233 to 225. That's if it loses. If it doesn't, if it prints another 5-minute candle, make a new high, that would be above 82 or 81, can't quite tell. I'd be looking long for a possible break of 3 with prior bar as my out. That's my thinking. It's up 94%. Last but not least, well, not even last, I have more to say. Bovin continues to trend up, and I've had no trades on this, and I don't understand why, but this one does feel like at least it's going to get 9 3/4, if not 10. BHVN, I've been waiting for a deeper pullback. This BHVN is not pulling back at all, 15%. Last here, I promised, is AREC. This one was decent. It lost VWAP initially, right when I sat down at 11 o'clock. So, I was hesitant to trade it at all, but now it broke trend completely. Higher highs, higher lows. It seems to find support at the 20 EMA rather than the 10. So that's where I'd look to pick some up here. AREC. That's my look, Joey. Those are the 8 that we've got on right now. SOCs below VWAP and tradable under my system. Likewise with LFS, trading below VWAP and untradeable.
All right, these guys.
Joey first.
Yeah, bro, every time I stretch, because, man, I'm just like, they think the same thing, man.
Oh, yeah. Big Spile was telling me you were with Obi.
These guys are crazy,
he had to text me and let me know about that, man.
These guys are wild. I can't even live over here without you guys just picking everything apart. But no, in all seriousness, I don't really got anything going now, guys. So you know where we'll be. What's up? Stop, it was not whatsoever. So if it was that loud, then it obviously makes sense that it's closer to up to here. But you know what we got going on. Other than that, guys, we're gonna look for some other potential trades. What's Walmart been up to? I think that's a great look. Meta's starting to continue. All right, we like Meta here. Why is this one locked though?
What happened?
That's what I don't get. What is it? FBL was it? Yeah. I believe that's what we have. FBL. Hopefully that one isn't overly complicated to get involved with here. Let's see if we can get that rocking and rolling, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Yeah, okay, so the order for this. So yeah, aside from that, well, I was gonna look to long FBL here, but it's blocked, so I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, it's blocked. So aside from that, guys, let's take a look at some.
There's gonna be other ones. Meta X. There's a
METL. Yeah, but
just throw it into your friend Copilot over there. I guarantee it'll show you 20. Meta inverse or meta leverage ETFs.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I know. I mean, listen. All right. It's going to frustrate me, so I don't really want to talk about it anymore because I wanted to go long there. So there it is, guys. TQ's put almost a new 5-minute high. You got $100 and change right there. Now Meta's starting to head towards, or we're way north of the volume weighted average price, but breaking through this 15-minute consolidation in which we experienced. Boom, right at 597, you punch through 590. 27 is what we're currently trading at, so not too bad. Can we break 600? I think that's going to be in the works today. Maybe a weight has been lifted off of Meta's shoulders here, considering the judge ruling in their favor, essentially. I like this name for a potential long, and we're going to continuously. There goes Netflix post-split. This could be an absolute beautiful buy. We'll take a look at the daily here as well, too. So starting to some prints. We talked about the support levels being broken. So you go from 134 to where we're currently trading at. You're still at a 15%. I like that a lot. I like it a lot. No, as for AMD, I thought that with today's price action that we were going to break 232, but that hasn't been the case. A nice solid bounce. Still a red day, but regardless of what's going on, a nice recovery right here. I don't know if I'm going to call this a head and shoulders pattern necessarily. Shoulder one, head, shoulder two. Potentially. It's not that clean, obviously, Sharif. But
actually a good one, Joe.
It's pretty. It's not horrible, right? So if you do have
this Meta,
AMD.
thank God.
Yeah. Boy, imagine Meta was up here. That would be really nice. But no, in all seriousness, guys, if you happen to get a open up below 224, I think that could be a potential short day. Until then, wait tomorrow's session on obviously what's going on with Nvidia's report. So after the bell, it's either it's going to go good or it's going to go bad, as obvious as that may seem. So shout out to Captain Obvious. But at the end of the day, if decides to bleed, I think it will pull back a little bit, considering from those April lows, this thing has been on an absolute disaster. On the warpath, Sharif.
No,
how much percent off of the April lows? How much percentage from a percentage metric is AMD up?
19.64
from the April lows.
Oh, April lows.
Yeah.
What is it at right now? It's 233. I'd say 107%.
Try 256%, my guy. That is something. Yeah, that is they're literally advanced money duplicator. I kind of just shifted the old screen ski, so let's get this out one more time. But other than that, guys, I have nothing really going on right now. Maybe a fade in this market you necessarily want to, with the likes of Meta climbing higher, Google putting in a half decently strong session as well too. Haven't even looked at today, so let's see what that name has been up to. And Microsoft.
Katina Man just like
he said he's riding the bear
there.
What's he doing? Riding the bull or the bear? I think
he's riding a burro.
He's riding the bull. So there it is.
Is that the bull?
There it is.
Okay.
Boom.
I thought it was a burro.
I love how this guy's face is on everyone, man. Let's hit this one. Money. All right. There goes. Oh, there's Apple, guys. 68 and change diamond hands. There it is. Hit the hot dog cannon. Yeah. All right. Adara, what do you got for us?
Big pop up here for Warner Brothers. WBD popping higher as Variety reports that Paramount Skydance, led by David Ellison, is prepping a $1 billion bid for WBD with 3 Arab sovereign wealth funds. So again, PSK plus 3 sovereign Arab wealth funds reportedly teaming up for this $71 billion WBD bid. Now, it is worth noting, seeing reports earlier today suggesting that Netflix also, quote, really Warner Brothers. But again, the $71 billion bid from PSKY, maybe trump that here, guys. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
All right. Thank you very much for. So yeah, essentially, I can't trade FBL nor AMDL, which kind of is no fun. Hey, we'll get that sorted out. Maybe, hopefully, eventually. I'm not too sure why. Bang everywhere, says Gorev. Yeah, this was the to get involved with, I think, with the TQs long. I just didn't notice it quick enough. So 97 and change, and now you're up with $3 from that point. So a really, really good look on the overall market there.
All right, to bring a couple of new trades that are happening as we speak. Viewers right now, Big Bear AI is really catching a bid. Very clean up move here on the Baird one into $6. It's at 6 right now. Look at that. The last candle that was red, I think, was about maybe half an hour ago on the 5. Yeah, and it was a candle of indecision. These 2 candles right here, talk about a pullback. That's barely a pullback. AI up 8 1/3%, looking at taking and holding above. So that's number 1. Number 2, shout out to 2 New York cents who brought this to my attention. ANVS. Chart as well, man. Long area of consolidation at VWAP. Essentially rockets up at 9:30, does bupkis for a hot minute. Then 12 o'clock comes along. I guess it has lunch. It feels energized. And then it breaks into new intraday highs, $3.62. It's now up 18.15 and looking awfully respectful here at the 10 EMA on the 5. Your boy is going to put in a dip trade here at the $. ANVS looking real good at these levels, but so is BTQ, so is AREC, so is VA, and so is BHVN. There is a lot running right now in the small cap gappers. There's a lot to choose from, so you don't need to take the high flyers. I'm talking LFSs, I'm talking about the CMCTs. There's a lot going on, okay? Also, Epsom salts, EPSM continues to hang at this area low. It dropped below 50 pennies for a little bit, but remember what we talked about? If it loses a 10 EMA or psychological support at the $0.5, take a look at price action support. Price action support can be one of 2 things: actual support or former areas resistance that have been cleared and are now acting as support. I'm talking, of course, about this 1205 candle right there in at 1240. It holds bottom, and now this current 5-minute candle has a new high and an equal low. So up 76%. Epsom salt's looking real good here. But so is BBAI, right into another high of the day. Every time we're looking at Big Bear, printing another high, much like BTQ. So it's dealer's choice today for small cap gapper traders. There's a lot going on right now. So, be picky. Be picky. You're not forced into trades. You're never really. But when the pickings are slim, sometimes you find yourself making less than quality trades. So we're going to keep an eye out on those. We'll keep updating you on. It is now 1 o'clock, so let's get right down to work. We're going to do the news.
Let's get down.
Okay, before we go to do the news, we're going to go to Adara. She's got news.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on the market. We do have some questions for U.S. President Donald Trump over whether he's interviewed people for the Fed chair position. He said that he had. Reporter then asked him, who did you interview? And after a long pause, he said he thinks he already knows the guy, quote unquote, that he's going to pick. He thinks he already knows his choice there for Fed chair. He would love to get Fed chair Powell out right now. So again, U.S. President Donald Trump saying that he thinks he already knows who he's picking for Fed chair, and he'd like to get Powell out right now. Again, he did express some more interest for Scott Bessent to take the position. Bessent doesn't want it. So if I get any more indications of who he might pick, I'll let you know. But either way, Trump saying he already knows who he wants for Fed chair. Also keep an eye here on I'm seeing reports that SAP out in Europe is saying they're already going to be keeping Microsoft's EU cloud running if Trump orders a shutdown. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Let's get down to work. 1 to 2 months. Oh, my God, bro. Man, as a soccer fan, let me tell you, I hate international breaks. Because all our players, they're really good. They all play for their international teams, and then they go and they get injured. This is one of our central defenders who's out for 2 months.
Playing for?
Brazil.
Oh.
Well, obviously, he wants to play for his country. Who can hate on that? But that's what always ends up happening.
No, but you have to think about it like the same thing with the Olympics as well. So the Olympics during hockey season, the NHL players weren't going for
now they're going again.
Now they're going again.
Back,
but everybody's like, oh, there's again too much regulatory restriction and everything going on.
I mean, but like the international scene in soccer is a little different, man. These guys, like, they'll cut off an arm. Country, some of these guys.
Yeah, I would.
It's like a big deal.
I would gladly cut off my arm to play for Canada World Juniors, man.
Well, I respect that too, man. Yeah. All right, guys. Everything is breaking out. ANV, PSM, BBAI, BTQ. They're all moving here, Joey. We got to pause for a second.
All right, guys. Your heart will beat 100,000 times today, and every beat is a data point. AIML Innovations, CSE. AIML, OTC, QB, AIMLF turns that data into potential life-saving insights and maxi. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission, to revolutionize how heart disease is monitored and prevented. Learn more at AIML Health and follow at AI_Innova on X, Trader TV.
All right, Joey. Bitcoin is making, is it still recovering here? 93.4. It's up 1.68%. And a lot better than where it was last night. Let's get right down to it. Bitcoin, Joey, fell below $90,000 for the first time in 7 months, signaling a sharp reversal in risk sentiment across, I should say, global markets. The coin now is down nearly 30% from peak in October of course, 126,000, erasing all of 2025 gains. Joe, sucks.
Yep.
BTC decisively lost a major chart support at 98,000. Opening the door, of course, to deeper downsides. Let's talk about it. So what's happening here? Traders point to renewed skepticism around future Fed rate cuts, which is, of course, a key driver of the liquidity sentiment, of course, like crypto. But there are other issues as well. Analysts highlight cascading liquidations as crypto-linked institutions dump positions accumulated during the bull run. So script here for a second. So I did this video on TikTok yesterday where I talked a lot about the leveraged nature of a lot of these positions. Now, you have companies like MEXC, MEXC, which is offering you 500 times leverage. You have Future Coin, which is offering you 1,000 times. All these are offshore brokerages, right? So they're not regulated by the, what's it called, SEC or the CMTC or the other one. So that doesn't mean they don't have an effect on the price of crypto, which it clearly does. Ether also down 40% from its August peak. Weak liquidity in October, and the October leverage wipeout continue to weigh on sentiment across the entire crypto complex. We're gonna have to pause for a second. Breaking news.
Yeah, DIS moving around a little bit here. Disney, a tangential reason. So I guess there's a question here for U.S. President Donald Trump from an ABC reporter. Trump objected to the question and the reporter and said that he believes ABC News should have its license revoked. Now, of course, ABC Disney wing. Furthermore, Trump actually said that he basically called upon Brendan Carr, who's the FCC, to deal with this issue. So again, Trump calling pretty heavily here for ABC News to have its license revoked. And of course, that's under DIS. We did have a volume spike here for DIS on this as we send you back to the guys.
Here is what I'm talking about. MEXC, Assassino, if we can, full screen. Look at this. Launch of the 300x leverage on futures to amplify your profits and maximize your trading potential. Some of them, they're some of them will let you trade pairs. Some of them won't. The point is, it's crazy and it's unregulated because it's offshore. Not trying to blame only leverage for the liquidity sell-off or the sell-off, I should say. I think that would be a mischaracterization. But you have to assume, some of these crazy volatility dumps when there's really no reason to be selling and you're seeing aggressive selling, these are forced computerized liquidations, forced margin calls being done by a computer which has no feeling.
Absolutely. I agree with you. As for what's going on in the crypto space, not just Bitcoin alone, we know October is when we experienced that mass liquidation event, Sharif. So it's going to take some time. A lot of participants were completely wiped out at that point. So it's going to take time for that new wave of buyers to come in. People restock their cash and looking for wave who is actually interested into the space. So I think it's really important to note. I think it's the end of the road for Bitcoin. Absolutely not. But full disclosure, I reduced my Bitcoin exposure drastically. Was it at the right time? Maybe not. But where have you seen me do this before? Where I've sold some good names at some not the best prices, into some things that have some solid appreciation. So that's just my neck of the woods. It's still my largest holding by far. So once again, just reducing the exposure by triple the 300 shares to be full full transparent there. But at the end of the day, I'm still a firm believer in it. There's going to be plenty of opportunities to get involved. We're experiencing a nice pullback right now. If we can pull up my screen here before we go. But as for those liquidations, guys, it's going to take some time for new participants to step in. Bang, there it goes. A nice little print on IBIT. We're going to take one more out there as Sharif does his ad read.
All right, guys, with just one stock, 3D Capital, exposure to nearly 60 plus early stage plays in AI, blockchain, bio, more, Katina, and they're offering a whole lot. Led by a CEO whose last deal returned 150x. We're talking 3D. 3D trades under ticker IDK on the Canadian Stock Exchange, under IDKFF on the OTC markets in the U.S. Shout out to Jeff. Subscribe to their YouTube channel for exclusive interviews and deep dives, and you could win 1,000 smackaroos, $1,000. This is your ETF for early stage innovation. Shout out to 3D. All right, Adira, it's been an insane couple of weeks in Bitcoin and crypto markets. Give us your take.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that I really just want to say here, and it's kind of a more general point on this whole crypto trade, is that A, not everything is together, and B, I think you can find some opportunities in this, I guess, mess here for Bitcoin for divergence. So for example, here's MSTR actually at day's highs, and they were strong even before the pop with the rest of the market. Coinbase a little bit more consolidative, but actually weaker when we had that MSTR making new high of days. The point I'm trying to make here is, regardless of the move with BTC, I think that traders can likely benefit from the fact that these crypto names are not all trading together as they once were. They are moving on their own in tandem with one another, and sometimes not even with Bitcoin. So I think the fact that these crypto equities are acting like independent equities is an interesting trading opportunity. For crypto itself, I think it's concerning, and I think unless we see like a clear base of support, could be a little bit. But again, as we have Michael Noss and many other people say here on this show, the crypto market is known for these violent drops and pops. Also, Trump just concluded his press conference with the Crown Prince of Saudi.
All right, thank you for that. Shout out to Mel Urich. Great call out on CYPH. Oh, Rob, our screen went out over here. CYPA, okay, it's back.
Oh,
no,
no,
now it's gone. So here we go, 290 area high on CYPH. This one was downtrending quite aggressively yesterday. Good recovery today, good call out by Mel. For a hold, I would say, of that 10 EMA and a continuation in 3, but good looking bull flag. Let's see if we get bull flag continuation on CYPH. Thank you, Mel, for calling that out. All right, let's go on to the next story, Joey. Interesting take here from the dead one, Apple. No, it's not dead anymore. So let's talk about what's going on. iPhone sales. iPhone 17 drives a 37% sales surge in China, Joey. So Apple apparently captured 25% of all smartphones sold in China in the month of October, its highest share since 2022. So yeah, 4 years later, not a moment too soon. iPhone sales specifically, though, 37% year over year, powered almost entirely by the strong adoption of the new iPhone 17 lineup, all the variants. Counterpoint says all 3 iPhone 17 models posted mid to high double-digit growth. Base model leading unit volumes. Again, why? The base model qualifies for that Chinese government subsidy. So there's subsidies on certain cell phones to drive buyer demand, and the 17, the base model, qualifies for that, likely why. Over 80% of Apple's unit sales in China last month came from the new iPhone generation, so they're not recycling demand with the 16. It's the 17 that's being adopted, aka a higher margin product. Let's go on. There's record sales for Apple in China in sight, possibly here, possibly, underline that. Counterpoint forecasts Apple could deliver a record December quarter in China on the rising ASPs, which is average selling price, and continued momentum for their phones. Rising average selling price are expected to boost revenue even if unit growth stabilizes. So a higher price, despite not more, could still lead to higher top line growth by the company. Good look there. But their competition is still lurking, Joey. Let's cut the crap. There's a lot of good Chinese cell phone makers that are really making moves, not least of which is Xiaomi, which we for copying Apple. But the Huawei Mate 80 series, which is launching on the 25th of November, which according to research here, Joey, premium tier rival. What do you make of Apple?
Yeah, no, I think we know that Xiaomi is a knockoff. The only thing I think that they should be worried about is the Huawei. The Huawei, I think some of the features on that phone are pretty cool. Obviously, some of the reviewers go over it, and I think it's pretty technologically advanced. But as for the stock in itself, is this the super cycle that we are looking for? I mean, those numbers speak for themselves. They're phenomenal. They're up substantially. You have that mid to I guess it is mid double-digit growth, which is phenomenal, and that's what we're looking for here. So Apple's been on a big-time run. I think it's going to maintain this. I think the sales are going to continue to grow even over here in North America. So as for Apple, super cycle effect. We were expecting this, Sharif, for the 16. We were thinking,
we didn't get it.
We didn't get it.
We didn't even come close.
We didn't get the release of the Apple Intelligence either. But we have the 17, and it's putting up the numbers that we were expecting it to do with the 16, and the AI feature still have yet to receive.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
If you instruct Siri directly to go to chat, it will. So you can completely search Apple Intelligence.
Do you want me to ask ChatGPT?
I don't even need it to ask me, Joey. Just say search ChatGPT or check with ChatGPT.
Boom.
What this gives you the same disclaimer every time, which is check for factual errors because chat hallucinates. We know that.
Exactly.
So we're going to have to keep an eye out on that. All right, guys. Oh, sorry. Adara, give us your take on Apple.
Like maybe kind of doom and gloom or bearish or what have you. But and I've said this before, I don't know how bullish I find the whole super cycle thing as a long-term. Let me explain. So I think obviously it's really good for Apple's demand, especially in China, which is a key market for Apple. But here's the thing. If this many people are at the same time, what happens to your iPhone sales the following year? Like, I think it makes sense that we're only getting these super cycles, as Sharif said, like once every 3-4 years, because you just can't really sustain that level of constant iPhone replacement on a yearly basis, right? So with that in mind, I think it's a fun intraday catalyst. Do I think this is a super sustainable or even promising long-term catalyst? No. So that's my take on that. Again, kind of bearish, maybe doom and gloom, but stand by it. I just said it.
Thank you for that. Jay, you're talking about Huawei being banned in the EU. You're talking about Huawei building out their 5G. But cell phones, I'm pretty sure the cell phones for Huawei are not banned in the European Union. In fact, chat, but I'm pretty sure it's just them not wanting Huawei to build out their 5G infrastructure. I know they were banned in North America as well, so not surprised about that. But double check, I might be wrong on that. All right, let's talk about Home Depot. Getting worse here for Home Depot, man. Maybe it has to get a little bit more worse before it gets a little bit better. Down 4 1/3. Let's talk about what happened at Depot here. They missed on earnings per share on their profitability for the third straight quarter, posting $3.74 EPS below the $3.84 expected by analysts, and revenue up, but not enough to boost the stock. We're talking about $41.35 billion in revenue ahead of the $41.11 expected. They also, again, full year profit outlook, expecting EPS to fall about 5% year over year. The previous drop was negative. And the losses are accelerating, man. Not a good look. Full year sales expected to grow by about 3%. Line number continues to increase, but that bottom line number, it's a hard row. Helped though by that top line number, $1 billion contribution from the GMS acquisition. More on that in a minute. But comparable sales again will only be slightly positive. The stock is down, as I mentioned, 4 1/3, and it's down more to year to date now. I don't know that. Let's find out. Year to date, Home Depot's down 11%, 10.9. I'm rounding up. Let's talk about the demand weakness across the board. They expected a pickup in home improvement activity as mortgage rates eased. That rebound did not. Full stop. Doesn't matter if rates were 7%, 8%. They're down now in around 5%, from my understanding. Still not moving the needle for Home Depot. Also, this is a kind of a crazy thing to say, but believe it or not, lower storm activity actually hurt categories like roofing, generators, tarp. They didn't sell as many of those because I guess we didn't have a bad storm season. I'll take that. Customer transactions also fell 1.6% year over year on the quarter. In fact, that the average ticket cost increased 1.8%. The CFO says, look, we're dealing with a lot of macro pressure here. He's talking about the government shutdown. Why wouldn't he use the government shutdown for the reason we're not making money? Rising layoff headlines that I can see, falling home values in the U.S. So that's a bit of a tough one there. But it's not all, doom and gloom. There was one bright spot, which happened to be online sales. That grew 11% year over year, a notable bright spot in an otherwise very sluggish quarter. And Home Depot, Joe, trying to pivot away from the do-it-yourselfer, and they're trying to focus now on the professional contractor by expanding their pro offerings, which they see as a higher margin, more reliable stream of revenue. And they made major acquisitions. We talk about that GMS, but there is that SRS distribution they picked up in 23. GMS they picked up last year in 24 for about 18.25, now contributing to full year revenue. Companies also diversifying sourcing to mitigate tariffs, Joseph. They're looking at getting a lot more U.S.-made products, much like Walmart was doing. 50% of Walmart's offerings made in the USA. Kind of hard to believe.
It was assembled in the USA, which which I found interesting. But one thing that we note over the time the tariff tantrum is with HT, they were looking to diversify where they imported things as well too. So hopefully that's going. But you mentioned that going directly to the builder, Sharif, has been a growing segment, not necessarily the home, due to the fact that, hey, we're not seeing as many bad storms as we have previously, which I think is really important to know. But you mentioned the segment, the hard lines of building materials were mixed. Building materials saw a 9% decline, not too good. I thought interest rates would maybe give a little boost to some of the home improvement, because we've seen it in the likes of COVID as well too. At home, they're going to upgrade the kitchen, they're going to upgrade the thing, right? And then now we're starting to get those interest rate cuts, so cheaper borrowing at the end of the day.
You brought a really good point up, which jogged my memory. Remember what we talked about yesterday, the tailwind that's helping open Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac?
Yeah.
Which is the Americans were always, one second, Katina, man, we'll get to it in a second. There was one big thing states that you guys couldn't do here that we could do. You couldn't transfer your mortgage to another house at a lower rate. You had a new mortgage at a higher rate. That kept people in their homes and prevented, you know, that desire to move.
In the States. Yeah.
That is changing, and that could certainly help Home Depot, because if you can move your mortgage at a lower 2% rate to somewhere else, then you're going to be more inclined to upgrade and to move in general.
Exactly. I think you have a year window where if you whatever house or unit you lived in, you have a year to purchase another one at the exact same rate in which you had that mortgage. Yeah. Because I looked into that. I was like, okay, hey, cool. They're like, hey, yeah. Because when I was telling them, they're like, are you something else? Because we can just transfer your mortgage. You have a year time span in order for you to do that. So yeah, or 9 months, something along those lines. But yeah, they give you a window where you can actually transfer that instead of having to get a whole new. But as for Home Depot, guys, I think this is a big time staple, right? Like it tells a lot about the American economy. I don't know why it does this sometimes, puts VWAP all the way up here. You are experiencing somewhat of a hefty drawdown. You are for 28, down 20%, so a little bit more than that, guys. So bear market territory in Home Depot, and this is the floors that we're consistently talking about start being breached, and there it is on HD heading in towards some key support levels, guys.
All right, Adara, give us your take on Home Depot.
I think it's interesting here too, because Home Depot infographic, and I was also looking at Target so I could do an earnings preview for them because they report tomorrow morning. And one thing I noticed here that was in the note, Sharif, is year-over-year increase of 11% for Home Depot for online sales. Well, Target in their last quarter, they had a 14% increase in online sales. So it seems like even as these retailers struggle as a sector, which they certainly do, a lot of online strength. Now, that's also interesting to me because I know, as you mentioned here, Home Depot specifically is trying to pivot more, I guess, to the DIY customer. And then you wonder, are these institutions or are these contractors purchasing online? I don't know. I find it pretty interesting, but I do want to talk here about comparable sales moves during the quarter. So we had a 2% increase here in August, 0.5% increase in September, and a 1.5% decline in October. So that is actually kind of interesting. I wonder if seasonal, maybe if we get more into the spring, we'll see more growth here in comp sales for these months. But even then, it's kind of, we'll have to wait and see. The point I'm trying to make is these numbers don't always kind of manifest how you think they're supposed to or go. As we get more retail numbers from Target, from Walmart, from Lowe's, especially tomorrow morning, I think we might get some more light shed on some of these seasonal trends.
We can't see our monitor, so we won't know. Assassino, let us know when Adara's back, because we don't have our monitor. Red can. Okay, well, I can't see the red either, brother. Bhavin, why did you take so long to get here, Bhavin? Take a look at this, brother. Look at this. HVN in today's highs. Bhavin, you have a ticker named after you. Shout out to my man, Bhavin. 963 area high. Bhavin, you got to punch into this position, brother, because if you're not punching, well, what kind of a trader are you? No, I'm kidding, of course, I exaggerate. Let's go on to the next story. We're talking, of course, about PDD's earnings. Where are they at? Let's see where Pinduoduo, of course, the company that owns Temu. Where are we at? We're down big. We're down bigly. 6% in negative territory here on PDD. Let's talk about why. Joey, he delivered a strong Q3 adjusted EPS of about 21.08 yuan, beating the 16.84 expected by analysts. But the adjusted net income also rising nicely, 31.38 billion yuan, up from the 0.64 they took home last year on the quarter. Revenue, that top line number, continued to grow about 9%. Slightly under, though, expectations. It was a slight miss there. 108.2 expected by the street. They printed 108.41. I mean, give me a break here. That is, though, below PDD's once very reliable double-digit growth sales. They didn't grow double-digit this time, 9%. This consumer environment remains very subdued, with job security worries and the real estate market not really recovering from the lows. So consumer demand still in China subdued, and you're seeing a lot of price cuts by Chinese as well as EV companies trying to stimulate artificially the demand. Aggressive discounting, as I just prefaced, by their competitors. We're Alibaba, we're talking about JD.com. They all leaned heavily into steep price cuts and promotions to drive sales. Discounts did boost sales volume, sure, but not at the of margins, which is exactly what happened here, Joey. So the promotion-heavy equilibrium in Chinese e-commerce continues to hurt their bottom line. What's your look on PDD?
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff going on, Sharif, as you mentioned. So cash flow from operations up 66%. The research and development expense 41% year over year. So that's just the CapEx. And the street's not liking that right now, considering the whole AI build. Seen that in the likes of Meta as well too. With DoorDash increasing their capital expenditures, not too good of a look. But at the end of the day, if you're looking to continuously build, you need to spend the money in order to make some money. Cost of revenue up 18% year over year. And there goes Pinduoduo. So we're continuously talking about these support systems and to them. Here's another name with Pinduoduo. Look at all these I know you like that across the board, man.
Like that,
holding that.
Yeah.
But now we cautious with this momentum to the downside, just in case these floors snap. There might be some next levels to lower where we at 95. Where's that next level? And I honestly can't see it right now until you head into the $95 target. That may take some time, but cautious of support breaking.
Nvidia earnings in view, of course, is Brendo. Oh, I got Brendo there. There's Chilean Nightmare right there with Brendo. Fantastic look there, guys. Wait until that's all animated. The clouds are going to be moving there, Joey. The Chilean Nightmare is going to deal with that. We're going to have like traffic on the streets. You're going to be able to see traffic right there. Yeah. It's going to be
get a helicopter flyby.
Yeah, why not, right?
680 News, man.
Yeah, I like them. Brendo used to work there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Talk about Nvidia. So, of course, Nvidia reports after the bell tomorrow. Make sure to stay with us on the Market Recap Show. We're going to have coverage of that. So, you know, sad to say tech sentiment is deteriorating into the report as AI stocks continue bleeding. But investors here are divided on Nvidia, guys. Some see the earnings of tomorrow as the catalyst to kind of halt the AI drive. Others are looking at it and they're like, no, man, this thing still is not cheap enough despite the correction, and they're looking for more blood in the streets for Nvidia. So we'll have to wait and see. Here's what the market's expecting. We're expecting EPS 23 on revenue of $54.83 billion, but we're also going to be looking for that guidance. In fact, that guide now has in front of it for that top line number, if my memory serves me right, 61 4/5 billion. I could be wrong. But we're also going to want to hear from the OG about AI chip demand, especially the trajectory of the demand, and comments on competitive threats. We're talking about Broadcom, about AMD, who have been striking deals with OpenAI, but we also want to hear about China. And he said, in his own words, China market now is basically at zero for Nvidia. So we want to hear about whether there's going to be any more sales coming out of there. As well, I want to hear about the competitors, the Huawei's, the others coming at could be creating these advanced AI chips. So I'm going to be all ears on the call. Institutional flows, though, let's talk about this, Joe. Several large investors have recently dumped their Nvidia holdings. We know, of course, Peter Thiel's macro fund exited its full stake. That was about $100 million. And SoftBank, their part, they sold to the tune of $5.8 billion worth. That was last week. Peter Thiel's was earlier. Michael Burry is, I'm not trying. Michael Burry's an institution, but a well-known name. He bought shorter dated puts on Nvidia, betting on a sell-off, though he has since wound. So we'll have to see how that all happens. The AI market fears, though, and the macro stress is adding fuel. So investors are watching for commentary on China restrictions, supply chain normalization, especially when HBM. We just got word from Samsung. They're increasing their high bandwidth memory to the tune of 60%. Imagine how much that eats into margin for servers where you have to throw in all the components. And the pace of hyperscaler spending, Joey. I don't want to hear about these guys dropping numbers. Dropping numbers. If we hear Amazon correcting themselves, saying, look, man, I don't think we're going to spend, I'm just giving you any number, 85. I think we're going to do 65. There's going to be blood everywhere.
That's a hefty
There's going to be blood everywhere.
But it will get to that point.
It will.
It will get to that point eventually.
And why, though? Let's talk about why. some stuff that doesn't need to be built every time.
Exactly.
Like the actual buildings, the data centers have to be built. The cooling, you can add to the cooling. It's not, all brand new.
Exactly. So I think there's two ways that we can look at this, Sharif. CapEx starts to cool down, there's probably going to be some fear within the market. But in the longer term, what is that going to tell us? That your build out is complete, but what is going to happen at the end of the day?
What's going to happen?
The margins are going to probably go through the roof.
Because they're not building as much.
They're not building as much.
Good point,
They're not spending as much money, and now you're starting to see that return on investment throughout this whole build out. Really important that we need to note down.
That's a great point.
It will cool down, but what is on the other side of that? And I think this is what we're anticipating. This is what the whole and once that's completed, then I think you can take that second leg higher. I think in this AI boom I'm not even going to call it a bubble. I'm going to call it the revolution, the AI revolution.
Let's call it that. Go on to the next story, Joe. What do we got here? Baba launching major upgrades to their Qwen AI app. Where's Baba? Because PDD is down 6%. So BA, where you at? Baba's up 2%, man. Okay, good look. So pushing aggressively, of course, into consumer AI. We've been talking for a hot minute. So Baba rolled out a newly heavily upgraded version of its Qwen AI chatbot, marking the strongest consumer-facing AI push to date after lagging behind rivals. We know ByteDance had theirs, DeepSeek, Tencent. Baba was late to the party, but better late than never. The new free Qwen app, it's based on Baba's most advanced Qwen LLM model, now available in China via mobile app as well as on the net, with an international version apparently coming later. No date given here. Let's talk about it. So this rollout reflects a clear strategic pivot. Baba had previously focusing on enterprise AI solutions as well as building, but their Neo Cloud, still an important part. Neo Cloud is, their cloud specifically for AI, leaving though the consumer side developed, and that's why they're pushing with this Qwen model. The move response, of course, to the fast AI wars. Qwen is effectively a rebranded, I should say, massively upgraded version of Tongi, which is Alibaba's old consumer AI app, and that was released back a little bit ago. Just to give you an idea of monthly active users for these Chinese LLMs, Tongi or Qwen has 6.96, about 7 million users, which is not that good, man. A country of over 1 billion people, 7 million users is not going to cut it. ByteDance, Dubao, whatever, 150 million. DeepSeek, I expected more from DeepSeek here, about 73.5 million, and then Tencent has about 64.2. So Baba, clearly the laggard here, and laggard by a big distance here, Joey. They have a lot of room to catch
So are you going to compare them to the llama of LLMs here?
That's a great one. That's actually it's a cool way to look at it. I don't know if Qwen is open source.
Yeah.
I'd have to look that up.
Oh, okay,
I'm pretty sure the Chinese are leading the way in open source, so I'm inclined to say it is. So if it is, it's comparable.
Just because of DeepSeek.
Well, yeah, DeepSeek is open source. Yeah. We know that, right? Yeah. And the Chinese, even by Jensen's own words, are leading the way in open source LLMs. Or the North are still definitely dominating the closed source we're talking about.
Yeah, obviously the
OpenAI and Google
and everything along those lines. No, but in all seriousness, guys, the rapid performance and multilingual capability has made it a top choice for commercial banks, internet firms. This is Qwen. The LLM family stands out for its large, I just mentioned it, multilingual capacity, flexible operation modes, and widespread real-world adoption, which I think is really important. I mean, as for Alibaba, guys, we know that their build-out is full steam ahead as well, too, guys, with opening data centers in Brazil and other countries as well, too. I believe they have one in Europe that they're going to start breaking ground on relatively soon. But aside from that, Alibaba, listen, guys, this downtrend, this uptrend is completely intact. You can see from January of 2025, from the beginning of the year, essentially, this thing has been performing pretty well. You're up 9% to where we're currently trading at, and substantially more if you go to the previous peak, and that's going to be around 135%. So I think that's something that needs to be warranted and noted, just considering we know that you're at the overnight risk of some of these ADRs, but in the likes of Alibaba, you can't really complain. the Pinduo-duos. I think this name just has significantly more going for it. Give me a couple more ADRs here. There's not performing what's good whatsoever. So, I mean, like, use at your own risk at the end of the day, but from what they got going on, they're spending the money. They're trying to stay within neck and neck in this race. So just be cautious on what you're doing. But I like Alibaba here. I know Katina Man wanted to buy a little bit down here as well, too, around 115 or something along those lines. So not too bad. I've seen some people are mentioning, well, we'll touch on the markets here real quick. We'll see what Zcash. Okay, that's not even a ticker. Oh, okay, Zcash Trust. Oh, it's the pay. So unfortunately, I can't pull that up for you. But this is the trade that we just put on here on IBIT as it came back into the break even. So you can see, I mean, we're shooting at relatively good accuracy on this ticker here today. So a nice consolidation around these highs. You get that leg higher. And I'm like, you know what, Rusty and I were talking about this. It may break down a little bit. I think that the buy program is on. I think it's going to be a solid cover rally because you can see that these pullbacks, I'm not going to call them micro, but you only have about 5 minutes in selling, and then it just got it just gets bought right back up. I'm not going to say that's going to be the case for the remainder of this session, but as soon as I seen this consolidation with the market pulling in the pre-market, I'm like, you know what? There's some signals that I've seen in the actual underlying from a daily print as well, too, that were like, hey, I think we have a potential bounce. And it was one of the first things I said to Sharif this morning, and I typed it in the chat as well, too. So look for this move to be maybe a multi-day sustained move. Other than that, once we hit, I think we'll be lucky to hit $60 in IBIT in the coming weeks. But at the end of the day, only time will tell, and it's really important to just stay patient and flow there.
All right, let's go on to ARM, Joey. Well, much like a lot of the semiconductors names today, ARM is down. This one is down 2.8%. Seen a lot worse. They had an interesting headline today, so let's get down to it. They announced that Neoverse CPUs will now integrate directly with Nvidia's AI GPUs. This integration lets hyperscalers build their custom CPUs and their GPUs, the pairings of those two, I should say, without relying on Nvidia's Grace CPU lineup. So you'll be able to use your own CPU. So this opens Nvidia's NVLink ecosystem, allowing interoperability between ARM-based CPUs and Nvidia's dominant AI accelerators. So nice to see there because so many other people are, you know, they're offering CPUs. You don't need to use Nvidia's Grace, which is kind of limiting. The partnership reflects, of course, Nvidia's broader strategy of partnering with all the major cloud and semiconductor companies as it, you know, builds out the AI infrastructure. Tech giants like Microsoft and Amazon, Google as well, increasingly designing or deploying ARM-based to lower their cloud costs and control custom infrastructure. So this will definitely play into cost savings in CapEx for the build-out for these hyperscalers. These companies previously had limited flexibility when pairing custom CPUs with NVIDIA's GPUs. NVLink Fusion removes that friction entirely, apparently enabling more effective AI server designs. So it's nice to see, Joseph, because we were watching as NVIDIA really had a closed source system, for the most part, where you had to use CUDA, you had to use Grace, you had to use whatever Blackwell, Hopper, whatever you were looking at there. Now it's nice to see operability with other CPUs, but that's not really, is it good for, I'll put that question to you, is it good for NVIDIA?
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's a horrible thing, right? Okay. Like, you can modify the stack now, essentially, is what you're getting at there. So,
exactly.
So I think that that's not too bad, considering it's like, hey, where do we want to grab these things? What do we want to grab? So just that you can modify that, I think, can be something positive, 100%. Fair. But as for ARM, it's not been looking too good there, Sharif, as of late. 92, that's
look at that
30% haircut. And I mean, we IPO'd, what was this, back in 23, September 5th of 23. If you want to talk about sustainability, this isn't horrible whatsoever. You go on a nice big time run in February of 24, is where you almost essentially peak at 164. You do put in a new high around 188, but you can see that the concentration has been within this zone. And then now there's a key base being formed here as well, too, that I think definitely needs to be taken into consideration. So keep your eyes out on ARM. But hey, we know the consolidation, typically in a strong name, the larger the breakout. And we've seen in the likes of Microsoft.
I like it, Joey. All right, do you remember Klarna? IPO?
Yeah.
Back?
Yeah.
Feels like a while ago now.
DMV, right?
Let's find out where we are relative to the IPO price, Assassino. Where are we at here? Oh, geez, Louise. Okay, Joey, so we opened up at around 52 bucks. They never really want to be happy about this, but this is obviously a very clear downward channel since the IPO, and it seems to be, for the most part, respecting trend here. So this is KLAR, Klarna, of course, we know what they are, fintech company. They also engage in buy now, pay later. Let's talk about them. They reported $903 million in Q3 revenue, topping the $882 expected by the street, and also that top line number at a 26% run rate. U.S. performance was the standout, where their gross merchandise volume, GMV, was up 43% year over year. It was really as a result of the of their financing tools, as we mentioned, buy now, pay later. It's not just a firm that's involved in that. Overall, though, that GMV number rose 20% if you're including the world, with that U.S. number up to $32.7 billion in gross merchandise being financed on their platform. The company posted, though, a $95 million net loss, reversing the $12 million profit that they took over last year. And the company is saying it's largely due to investment and expansion, as the company now a public company and they look to expand. Klarna Card, which had been a good line item for them, they've exploded that number to 4 million customers in just a few months, guys, since the IPO, now marking, or they're making 15% of their transactions with people using that Klarna Card, which is a higher margin product. Their fair financing, which is the long installment plans with variable rates, saw their gross merchandise volume, which is their key metric, triple year over year, but still only reaches about 20% of merchants. So you feel it's not a consumer. They've got to expand with the point of sale people, the merchants, of course. So we'll have to see how they deal with that in the upcoming quarters. Merchant count surged, though, so maybe they are making the move. So merchant count surged 38% year over year. They have about 850,000 merchants that they're now, but the average revenue per customer declined, indicating here broader but thinner per user monetization, which kind of makes sense if the consumer's getting tapped out here. We'll have to wait and see. The CEO, Joey, just to summarize, says, look, we're repositioning ourselves as a tool to save time, save money, and provide financial control. They're guiding decent as well, but the stock is down. Let's see, on the day anyway. Ooh. Where are we at, Joey? We're down 6% on the day, and we're well off the high. The chart. I'm not going to look to the IPO high, but we're going to look to the IPO price. And right now, we are down 37% opening print on IPO day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, revenue up 51% year over year. You mentioned that strong growth in the U.S. The Klarna Card doing pretty good. Nice, strong guidance, as you mentioned as well, too, Sharif. Between 37.5 billion, you mentioned all of that stuff, so not too bad. But what doesn't look good whatsoever, Sharif, is the actual stock, down 42%. Those IPO days. I'm pretty sure Katina Man shorted this name, so nice work there. Not much I can really say about KLR. Not much going on from a technical standpoint. Channel to the downside as well, too. Not looking too good, guys. So you can see those consistent lower highs, but it's also lower lows as well, too. So
good call, Joey.
Into consideration.
Shout out to the man, Adam James HPN. Hola, amigos.
What's up? ¿Cómo está?
Check out my girl Gur. I was trading Gur many times. This is a former small cap gapper, I think. Gur, good earnings. Bit hazy guidance, very much oversold. $7 billion pipeline and up 10 percentage points today. Not sure of the short float. Let's take a look at Gur here, Joey. If you want to, can you ask Perplexity what the short float is? Gur,
yeah, absolutely.
Where's Gur's percentage up, man, on the day? Yeah, Perplexity. How's that one doing? Gur's up 10.5, man. Good look there for Gur, but look, this one also had a good day, and it gave back a little bit here in the open. So the closing print from yesterday is 1262. Yes, we are trading around $14. It had a big boy move in the aftermarket yesterday, Joey, as it reported earnings, holding trend. Let's look at the daily on this. Where are we at on the daily? Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, it's not a great looker on the daily, but I do like this 12.5 support level. This goes all the way back into 2024. There seems to be a buyer, and there has been a buyer here at 12.5 for a hot minute. Take a look at that candle there. That's the tariff tantrum, mind you, that's April this year. We get back into it again here. We hold it. We certainly had a lot of interactions with that 12.5. I want to say back in the early, from January all the way until mid-January to early February. We were holding 12.5, and then this rocketed up all the way up, I think, in $45. Since that time, it's been a series of lower highs and lower lows, but that 12.5, 12.25, an important level, I think, of technical support, unless you have a different look there.
Oh, yeah, 8.6%, so not or anything
not
bad. Those lines, Sharif. Yeah, I mean, this is when you see a stock in play, right? So you have to take for sure. But other than that, things have most definitely cooled down. And yeah, I mean, it's just some sideways movement right there. So not too bad. So the short flow leverage is just a moderate level of short. That's what I mentioned there. Stock high short flow is anything typically over 20%, and we're around half of that, just a little bit less there, guys. But aside from that, we got Meta. Was just to touch on these markets real quick. We have Meta starting to climb higher off of that news that Dara brought us, so not too bad. Don't mind this here. Yeah, exactly. We're now back at 600 there, roughly. Sharif, what a discount at 583.
Well, we punched in today, Joey. We punched.
I know, good job, man. I'm going to buy some more as well, too. I mentioned earlier, man, I'm here later. I'm going shopping later
he's
in the
cashed
day.
up and good to go now.
I'm going shopping. Let's see what my good friend Robinhood is up to.
What's it up to?
The boat on that one as well, too, Sharif. Because I trimmed at 122, so I'm already getting at a couple percentage point discount right here with the low of the day of being around 112, and we're trading at 116. So I'll take that 6 points lower. Every day.
All day, every day, baby.
Every day. So there's that one. And then Nvidia. Do I front run this leading into the earnings report? Because we want to increase the size on front run it.
I don't know, bro. I mean, every other time it's sold off after earnings, buying it after earnings would have been money.
Hold on now. How's our vote
doing?
Does Nvidia exceed their expected move? Ram put yeah or no. 68% to yeah. So shout
Get
out
it, Ram.
Yeah, there you go. So no, in all seriousness, guys, does it exceed it? Oh, can we, Adara, I don't know if you can do this, but can you pull up the previous 2 or 3 expected moves on this? I don't know if you had that rocking and rolling already.
Ask Perplexity.
Yeah, we can. Let's just ask Perplexity.
We got to send it to Adara anyway, though.
Let's go there anyways.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance both moving lower here. Paramount Skydance coming out and saying that the information published in this Variety report suggesting that PSKY was some Saudi sovereign investment funds for a WBD bid. Basically, they're saying that's untrue. They're apparently that this process is confidential, which they respect, and they're not going to be commenting on it further. So again, PSKY saying that, suggesting that they're working with some sovereign investment funds out of the Middle East, or sorry, not specifically Saudi, but the Middle East, to acquire Warner Brothers is apparently not going to comment further. WBD and PSKY charts looking pretty identical on this. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, I have to mention SGBX. Everybody's talking about it. Drop Systems is talking about it. I think even Case, Casey, 526, get it, Case. SGBX looking real good here, though. That 935 print there, that's an official high. So we don't have to look at the pre-market high with suspicion. That is an official print, and it takes us all the way up to 383. Dropped all the way down, held, though, 291, but did lose 3. Not on a closing basis, and it's been rocketing up ever since. Go, SGBX. This thing popping off here. SGBX, not a bad look. Into 70s we go. Get it, guys. We're up 15%. This one was moving plenty in the aftermarket yesterday at around 530. So be on the lookout here. SGBX making moves intraday. Good look there. Buvin says there it is. 70s broken. Let's go on, though, Assassino, to the next topic. We're talking about Google here, Alphabet, of course, the parent company, and Loop, very bullish on Alphabet. Not just the Buffsters in Berkshire, it's Loop now. So, Joey, Loop upgraded Alphabet from a hold to a buy, citing renewed confidence in the durability of their core search engine, of course. analyst Rob Sanderson, who covers Google or Alphabet for Loop, argues that investors' fears about AI cannibalizing search revenues are starting to ease as the business actually shows accelerating momentum. So what are we talking about here? Well, Google reported and their search revenue grew 15% year over year on the quarter in Q3, the fastest rate it's since the late COVID surge. So who can argue with data here? The Gemini app as well. And Google's not a one-trick pony. We know that. They're an ETF. Gemini app now has 650 million disappointed monthly active
Oh, brother. That
I had to come hot in there, baby. I had to come hot.
My boy, that's foul.
No, I'm playing. It's likes it. Anything that Ram likes, we're very much against.
You're going Oppo.
Straight to jail.
You're going Oppo automatically.
Oppo Taco. So query tripling quarter over quarter on Gemini, signaling, of course, increasing consumer adoption. The press reports suggest Google may have takeoff, so to speak, to power Apple's AI features. We know that Apple now is going to pay Google $1 billion a year to be able to use Gemini. We still haven't seen that incorporated, but we'll have to find out. And man, let's cut the crap, bro. Their Google Cloud growing at a 35% top line number year over year in Q3, a $61 billion annualized run rate now for Google Cloud, and their Tensor processing unit, man, their custom chip architecture, obviously working with Broadcom TPUs. You know what that means, Joey?
What's that?
That means they can buy less Nvidia chips. And you know what happens when they buy less Nvidia chips?
What happens?
Under their margins better because they're not having to pay somebody else's profit.
Tell me you like Google without telling me you like it.
What did I say Google was going to do? I said it was going to overtake Microsoft in market cap, overtake Apple next year in market cap. Google is on the way up. Short this at your own risk.
Yeah. Why would you ever want
I wouldn't
to
be short.
Listen, I rotated out of some things, but the biggest mistake as of recent that I ever made was getting out of Google completely. Easily, hands full disclosure, because that's what we do. Google's been on an absolute monster tear as of late, and obviously with the judge ruling in their favor as well too, just lifting that weight off of their shoulders that potentially dampened it for quite some time. April lows. Would you ever have guessed that a mega cap tech stock would be up 112% off of those lows? Who doesn't think they are? Nvidia at the end of the day? Like, seriously, what world are you living in? This is insane. 122% in Nvidia, but some of the best performing names in which we've experienced, and I think they're at the forefront of this boom, and they're going to continuously be. It's an ETF at the end of the day.
It is, man.
Into consideration, Waymo's still like 4 or 5 years away from being profitable.
Yeah.
What happens when that starts to turn around and they start making some money on that?
Yeah, look, it's a fantastic look, and they have the most miles. You got to give them their.
But remember what you said, though.
Yeah, because FSD miles are not being counted here.
Exactly.
And there's plenty of FSD miles. But I got to tell you. I got to tell you, I don't know if this is going to be the needle mover, at least the way that
Waymo?
Yeah. Because it's just the costs are prohibitive. And them coming up with a different model. It's the same I-Pace, the same LiDAR. It's the same everything, which is fantastic.
Well, they're going to have to if they want to compete with Tesla, because we know their production capabilities significantly outweigh what they got going on.
Exactly. Well, how much is that a pop? Let's find out.
It's $230K a vehicle.
$230K a vehicle. With all included with LiDAR, everything?
$230K. So you're looking at
how much they got to make off that in order to reap it back.
So you have to take into consideration how much per mile are they going to benefit from in Waymo, right? So they're going to have to figure it out some way. I don't know whether it's going to be striking a deal with a manufacturer.
There it is.
Which
they did with JLR, but like when you're paying $250,000 a pop.
Do you need a million Jaguars on the road being autonomous vehicles? No.
Of course not.
Package, you better get on the phone with like the Toyotas or somebody like that and be like, hey, we need a bunch.
What did you call it?
I said we better get Toyota.
Toyota, huh?
Yeah, what, you don't like Toyota?
I like Toyota.
So why don't you call
I don't call it Toyota.
What do you
Toyota.
So why do you say Toyota?
My man, that was the sickest thing you've ever said. Toyota?
Yeah, Toyota.
Assassino, am I the only one? He says Toyota as well.
As I say Toyota.
Guys, I need it in the chat. We need verifications immediately.
Toyota.
Is it Toyota?
Potato, man.
Joey, come on, bro. Like, if we don't, like, harp on each other, like, for misspeaking,
Toyota.
are we really friends?
I know.
You know what I mean? Are we actually really friends if we're not doing that?
Toyota, man.
Told you, dog.
Toyota.
No, bro.
I'm
no,
going with the Toyota, man.
I like it. Stick to your guns, baby.
Man,
Stick to your guns. You just caught me off guard. That's all.
Yeah, Toyota, man. Toyota.
Joey's a G, bro. Joey's a straight up G. Yo, the chat just woke up all of a sudden. I told you.
Joey Yoda. Yeah. Listen, hey, that's
Neil,
what I call it, man.
Neil, we need to bring in Neil. Neil, can you chime in for one quick second?
Man.
We need Neil. Neil,
I have no idea what's happening right now.
Well, we're going to tell you. Neil, is it Toyota or Toyota?
Toyota.
Neil, just
Toyota.
It's Neil's like, what's going on
Toyota.
here?
What are we talking about?
Toyota, man.
Huh? Toyota.
That's what I said, Neil. Neil just shut. He's like, get me off, man. Randy, where?
No, don't bring Randy in here. It's done. We're
Toyota,
man. Toyota.
Yes.
We're going with Toyota, man. We're going with.
We love Neil, man. We love Randy. We love everybody. We're having a great time.
Toyota.
Honestly, this guy is. He's a good sport. He's not even gonna get upset about it. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I've been calling him.
People don't forget.
Yeah, people don't forget. People do not forget. That's right. Either is fine.
Yeah, the chat, I love the chat. It's undefeated. Guys, as we're making jokes, SGBX Assassino rocketing up 18, almost 18%, 17.5% now. Shout out to Bubin, shout out to Casey, shout out to who else, man? There was a lot of people mentioning, I can't look from all the Toyota, but there was
See, now you're calling it Toyota, man. Toyota it is, brother. Toyota,
my man. Yeah, says
Toyota.
Joe is Japanese. He knows how to say it better, says Ozan. Shout out to the OG.
Exactly. Ozan knows. It's Toyota.
He knows, bro.
It's Toyota.
It's Toyota, guys. All right. Don't get it twisted, all right?
I don't want to hear
anybody
Toyota.
calling it Toyota.
I don't want to hear Toyota one more time, ever.
Guys, SGBX is really going here, and it's holding trend. It's looking real good. Shout out to the boys there in the chat. Here comes the high of the day. We are now at the high of the day. It is $3.80 Ram, and now we are at actually $3.83. So the question is, Ram, do we punch long or do we kind of just take it easy? The Katina Man said no, and there's a new high of day. You're short SGBX, Katina Man? Okay. He's like, no. Katina Man's short the triple Qs. He's printing up storms on that side of the screen, or I mean on that side of the desk. Shout out to him. But SGBX is no short Katina Man because it's getting into highs and it's likely to hit $4, up 19%. It's all gas, no brakes. In fact, we're so accelerating to the high side that the 10 EMA we've left behind about 20 pennies ago, all the way down into 363. I'd be looking to pick this up off the 10 EMA. However, you can look to prior bar low for your stop. You punch in. If it breaks prior bar low, you get the hell out and you kind of stop the bleeding and you set up at a better area. That's something I'm looking at here. Good look. Glenn Smith.
Yeah, Warrior Arun, man. He knows
Glenn.
Boy's right, man.
Oh, come on, Warrior Arun, bro. You can't say stuff like that. Look, I'm very, very with how I allow the conversation to go on in the chat. I'll unblock a lot of stuff. I like the free speech. But brother, be saying stuff like that in the chat. We have people in there, right? All right. Shout out to you. Send him home ASAP, says Ravi Fernandez. He doesn't like the way you're saying it, Joey.
That's fine, man. Hey, unfortunately, we can't please around these neck of the woods.
Toyota Gate 2025.
Yeah.
Shout out to Casey. Katina Man, we need your input, brother. We need your input. Katina Man, when you're saying Toyota, you say Toyota or Toyota?
Toyota.
The Katina Man spoken.
Toyota, man.
Nobody says that.
Nobody?
Even
I am Joseph. I am somebody. You say nobody because I'm clearly saying it.
We just said he doesn't get mad and he just lost his shit. Okay. Shout out to Joey. I like that kind of passion around here, Joey. That's the kind of passion I want to see. That's fantastic. Ram got that all on video. It's fantastic. It's going to get clipped, and it's going to make its way all around the internet. What's happening, Ram?
Guess what I got
What did you get? Hold on, you bought Open Door because I saw you talking to Adair about it in the chat. What'd you say? What did you get? What did you get? Okay, you bought Meta or Nvidia? No. Apple? No. Google? AV? She bought Broadcom, guys. I think that's a great buy. I think that's a great buy. That's a good buy. Custom silicon, 337. Should we do a little TA before we send it over to the big boys? See if RAM got a good entry. Or we're gonna look at Broadcom, Joey, and we're gonna look to see if RAM is gonna get rinsed or she's gonna make some money. How much did you? Where'd you get it at, RAM? 337. So you're getting it at the lower end of the range. I like that buy. So it's consolidating right now and has been for a long time. What's going on, Joey? What's going on?
Yo,
Stop, bro.
Alan's Subayas, that made me laugh, bro. That made
KC.
that made me laugh, brother.
We got to shout out KC as well, Joe. 5 free Trader TV live memberships. Thank you, Casey. Always kind, always paying it forward. Shout out to KC 526 to let you know. What would I be if I didn't let you know that now that since you guys are subscribing to the sorry, there it is. Since you guys now have free memberships as Casey, I got to show you where you can get the morning note. If you haven't joined, you can click join right there. Otherwise, go over to the YouTube homepage for Trader TV, and I'll show you exactly where to get it right there. That's the homepage. You click posts right there, and there is Sharif's morning note. Click read more, and you get that bad boy every day. And that's what we use on the news. And make sure to get that every morning. Thank you, Casey, for memberships. Joey, send them off.
Hope everyone has a good day. I wanted to say it straight.
Do it.
I can't say it anymore. So there it is. Yeah, there we go. Toyota, baby.
We love you, Joey.
Toyota,
Shout out to
love
you, my man.
Great. That was interesting. I love the passion. Look, man, I've never heard anybody say it that way. But
passion on this show? Nah.
It is what it is. Like it was. I sit back down, you know, ready, get my water, sit down, and like it's a bit of an interesting discussion. Not even sure how the stock came up, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, I think the bigger story is what the market has almost been able to do. And I say almost because it almost got green. Don't jinx it. Yeah, peace. Joey Yoda. I love it. No, I love it.
I don't know what.
I don't even know the context of how it came up. I literally sat down and they're like, get on here right now. And what's your opinion? Is it Toyota?
It's not an opinion.
Or Toyota?
It's not Thai anything.
Well, that's all I said.
Yeah.
I was like, look, I'm being genuine. I've never heard a single person say it that way in my life. And that's fair if other people say it that way.
I mean, Joe is allowed to mispronounce things. I don't understand what the big deal is.
We mispronounced Neo on the show for like, I don't know, like 5 or 6, maybe it wasn't 5 or 6 months. Maybe it was only a couple months before everyone corrected us. But
I'm just here to trade.
I used to say Nio all the time.
But yeah, Nio, yeah, Neo, Nio, yeah.
It's not whatever, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's fun, it's fun.
And I like this Ramin DCAing or buying into Broadcom. That's a good company. That's why the only reason I have that one up is they were just talking about what Ramin got into.
Hyundai. But we're anyways, I mean, back over to trading, and look at this, man. Short. Now we'll wait to see what winds up happening. Big day alert. Now really recovered from everything, man. I mean, Tesla was an absolute monster during the midday. It just kept on climbing, and we're taking $10 on this. We're actually still long right into here. We did stop out right there when it broke 404. So we have a very, very small piece left, and then Google is still $8 in the. Google goes higher and higher here. So we're long Google, but we are way trading much heavier right here on the TQs. So the TQs is now, Neil, the vaunted dollar club right there now on this trade. So yeah, so far so good here as we continue just to get going. Let's see what happens at the end of the day. I mean, it's still Nvidia earnings tomorrow. I don't think we have a big earnings opportunity tonight. We'll double check that. We are going to have, it's going to be myself and a brand new host. So stay tuned for that tonight. We're going to have another host we're going to be trying out here tonight.
Well, I was just thinking.
What are you being quiet about?
No, it's just like new host secret.
Oh no, I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it loud here. I want not a secret at all.
There's not much after.
I'm trying to create some action here. Join myself, Brian Shannon, and we'll be trying out, like I just said, a new host. So that should be fun. And yeah, join me tonight for that. And then we have another new host on Thursday.
Yes.
As well. So
into Powell Industries.
yeah.
There's not much reporting tonight.
Oh no, Powell Industries. Okay.
I've never heard of them.
Well,
They're just one of the names on the list. That's all I know.
We'll see how that all goes. I'm going to be flying by the seat of my pants.
They're probably not going to make the rundown.
That's
a
Maria Bartiromo. Yeah, that's who it's going to. No, I've never even really met the host. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure I can flow with everybody here.
There's the two we're trying out. One is coming tomorrow or tonight, and then the other one on Thursday.
Yep.
One, if you've been watching the show long enough, you might recognize. That's the only hint, but I'm guessing most people won't. But one person.
Is it this one that's here now?
I believe.
So you host a show and you don't recognize.
I haven't seen him yet.
Oh, okay.
It was here already.
Yeah. Go have a look and see if you recognize if that's the right one.
Oh, hold on.
Anyways, I was going to say I've been hosting here. I don't recognize, but.
Yeah, I recognize him.
That the guy who's been on the show before?
I recognize him.
Huh?
I recognize him from the training.
No, but you said people on the show.
It's not the person I was thinking of before, but I recognize him from the floor.
Okay.
So you guys may or may not.
Yes, Ozan, you are. I mean, if anybody's here in Toronto, honestly, and wants to become a host, please message marketing@tradertv.live. I've already tried to get Randy to host, but I would love for you to do the show at 4 o'clock.
You've been on before.
I've already suggested. Longer than now? I've said, well, yeah, you're not really on now. I'd like to see you on more permanently, Randy. Who wants Randy on 4 o'clock host with me or Neil? I think that would be kind of fun in Adara. You know.
We'll roll with you.
The problem is
the funny thing was I knew exactly what you were going to say.
It's had a day.
What does XOM do?
XOM or Rivian?
Almost 120.
It's had a day.
Almost 120.
Should have bought that dip at 115.50.
Oh man, should have bought. Hey, Tesla's up $20 from its
HOD. Close. Close. Hey, it is actually rotating the energy. XLE's looking good too, but
higher highs.
Yeah, you could do
higher
worse.
lows.
That's your
Buy
baby.
those dips. That's the way she goes.
Collect the divvy.
You always got those.
Collect the divvy.
You always got the.
Well, the divvy's part of. Let's be real. If you're buying an energy name,
yeah.
I mean, you're not getting the capital appreciation that you're getting out of tech. So yeah, of course, the divvy is a certain part of it. You're doing it for some diversification. You're doing it for the dividend. Then you get a little bit of an uptrend, and Bob's your uncle there too. So
yeah, we're looking to get off of Neil and I hosting the 4 o'clock show, just to give you guys a little bit of different, fresh perspective.
Right.
So that's what we're doing here today. We're going to try out a couple different individuals throughout the next couple weeks, see how they flow, and get it going from there.
What?
Ford?
Why? What's
Rivian's been getting to the downside by the way.
recall today or something?
On Ford?
What?
1%. Same
I
as
think it's 1%, but that's not bad.
what? The combustible engines. I mean, Ford had a good report. So did yes. So did GM. Had a great earnings report as well. And Tesla's the one today rocking a little bit. They've been getting hit.
How long does the ride last? Even if it goes up.
The next recall.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like if you're in, it's like enjoy the up move, but at some point, you're probably looking to get off the ride. Would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean Ford. Here, look. I mean, we can all talk about.
Oh, this is a monthly chart.
This is a daily chart. But I was just going to say, Ford since the beginning of the year is $10 to $13, so it's up 30% since the beginning of the year. Ford. Okay, Rivian since the beginning of the year. Let's just have a quick little look here. Rivian is flat-ish since the beginning of the year. Maybe call it a dollar. I mean, well, no, actually, this is the first of right up here. Rivian's way down.
Well, the high is actually the first.
Well, yeah, it's funny because that's. So I don't know what happened very first in the. But anyways, this is Rivian's first little candle. I was just comparing the two because we always talk about. We always kind of shit on Ford and GM, but they're actually outperforming all of these names. I don't know. I have to see what Tesla's actually up or down for the year. Right now, Tesla.
Doing better.
I might take a piece out right now at 404 on Tesla. There he goes. The register right now, the face slapper. But the market's starting to come back to the upside right here. So, yeah, Google was a really nice snipe, but it took us a while to get it. We were in and out of Google a bunch of times before finally grabbing that at that bottom. But we lost too much money there to be celebrating this. But yeah, Google is at. Let's take another piece out right now on Google and throw it over to Neil.
Yes, sir. And with just one stock, look at that skyline. 3D Capital, you get exposure to 60 plus early stage plays in AI, blockchain, biotech, and more. Led by CEO, whose last deal returned 150x, 3D trades under IDK on the CSE and IDKFF in the US. Subscribe to their YouTube channel for exclusive interviews and deep dives, and you could win $1,000. This is your ETF for early stage innovation. Check out the QR code, scan it right there in front of you for more information on that. Away from Ford, because why are we talking about Ford? I have no idea. That's the thing. Randy, you know the lane that Randy's in, which is, like, that can be good as an investor. Or even as, especially investor, trader, doesn't really matter. Know the lane that you're going to be in. He knows his autos. He knows his, it's always autos and energy. We always try to keep it to what you guys are interested in, which is why we have the rundown, which is why we have the stock visualizer. And at some point, I can't wait till it's right behind us again. Then I could cheat. I didn't cheat.
Yeah, probably
going
won't
to be the top.
back
No, it's not. It'll be easy. It's going to be Tesla. I got to pull it up there. Oh, shoot. I'm surprised. Okay, well, I'm not going to make a guess anymore because I was guessing dead wrong. Some surprises on this list is my guess.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers right there is to get into the chat and vote every day. Join that $sign, though, before the ticker of your choice, but make sure to vote every day. Let's look at the 4 major averages, and 3 of them are red, 1 of them green. Down is the NQ, down 0.5%, but certainly off the lows. This one made a low into 24,375, recovering a little bit here as it moves into 24,750, coming into that 50. The ES faring a little bit better than the NQ on the day, down 0.33% ahead of that 66,550. Sorry, 650, but still down 0.33%. The worst performing major average on the day is the Dow Jones. After making all-time highs last week, it has been selling off quite aggressively after getting into 48,500. It is now down below 46,000. The only positive major average on the day is the small cap heavy Russell 2000, up 0.2%. Let's start though with the first ticker as decided by you, OLMA. Great strength on OLMA, at least in the pre-market, up 132%, not really giving back much of the gains. But this is really why it's moving up. The stock's reacting to Roche's LiDAR phase 3 trial demonstrating superiority over the aromatase inhibitors in early breast cancer. Good look for OLMA, breaking down below 20, guys, and well below the high of the pre-market at around 39 bucks.
Way below the high for OLMA. That said, look, it's not that bad. It's actually a good looking chart if you zoom it in enough and just look at pretty much the second half of this year. And it had been uptrending, had been bouncing, but this move is obviously ridiculous. Ridiculous is maybe the wrong word, but insane. Your best friend is the pre-market for names like this. The first thing this did at 9:30 was halt down. And then it's done absolutely nothing since. So I get it. It was really exciting in the pre-market when you could actually, ride that momentum. So if you don't have pre-market trading on a name that was at one point this year $4, but like $8 yesterday, and by the time it's like 7 a.m. when a lot of people start trading, and then 6 before that, by the 7 a.m. it was already a double up. So if you're not jumping in on that kind of a trend, you're basically done. You might eke something out. You might look for a secondary push late in the day. I would venture to say volume is dead and it's way under VWAP. Might have to get through that halt price. If halt price lines up with VWAP and it breaks that out, I think that gets at least a little bit interesting. But I call this one if you had it in the pre. This is another reason why when I look at, Tisha and a few others, Fat Figa in the pre-market chat, I go through, hey, what are the names on the list that you're watching, knowing full well that if you're making money on this, it's because you are looking to get in early off like consolidation break here, consolidation break there, and then just don't get caught being exit liquidity when it comes to a name like an OMA. But that's why you want to be up. Early bird gets the worm here. No questions asked.
All right, I'll deal with Netflix next. Let's go find the story from Sharif.
Guys, NFLX, excuse me, here up 3 1/3. Multiple different comments today. Let's start with JP Morgan lowering their price target, not by much, from 127 down to 124, keeping that in focus. Also maintained equal weight here by Barclays. But they've been trending up since splitting back on the 17th, guys. We're trading about 109, breaking through 115, but below 115 right now. Separately, there is this still saga continuing to unfold. Netflix, Comcast, Paramount, all preparing arguments for the purchase of Warner Brothers, reports the New York Times.
Right, so, yeah, I mean, we know content is king, right? There's actually going to be, I don't know, actually, if I didn't get to you about this, there's the Jake Paul, Joshua David, that's going to be Netflix. So there you go, man. December the 19th, a big, huge fight. Who is David? It is, isn't it?
David.
It's David, right? Anthony Joshua, okay. Yeah, so he's going to be coming, and that's going to be a huge fight. That should be a lot of fun, and really looking forward to that one. So we'll have to find out what kind of ratings that brings in. But yeah, no, just off the split, our charts aren't split adjusted. So here's a daily chart. I wrote this down on net for Netflix yesterday. 108. We got pretty close into that, man. We got like 109, and now today it's popped through. So, you know, we didn't exactly take too much advantage of that down there at 108, but that's a great hold there. And now today you're just seeing upside. I mean, I believe in Netflix and all the subscriber growth and a tier model there where it seems to be going well. I mean, Amazon has that model. They all do right now. But there it goes, upside on Netflix, just holding VWAP and then just shooting the moon right now. So good job there, up to 115. You know, that's a good little level there. And again, just to put out on the daily chart one more time, I got to keep bringing down e-signal. But you're getting close to breaking right here. Like, you know, bad quarter, down in the dumps there, 108, back up to 116. I like the stock. I like it even better if it breaks that 116 right there back to the upside. Look, man, take advantage of these dips when you see great quality companies that have that first mover advantage. Like a lot of people, Netflix aren't canceling it. Sure, there's going to be people that do. But at the end of the day, it's the one streaming situation that I think most people are holding on to. And by the way, as this goes on, we could talk about trades or actually make trades. Right there, we'll fire off the hot dog cannon because here we come right back down in again for these TQQs, man. We're going to take another piece out right now at 80 and take advantage. There it is. Oh, did we get it? Yes, we did. Take advantage of this recent pull down in the market. Hey, it's a big day today, you know, trading wise. So congratulations, you got it. Netflix definitely helping anybody that has that short or that long in Netflix.
No questions asked, but I think you consider the 3-day rollover in Disney as possibly done. Disney plunked, Disney's held. It's going to close with a nice little double bottom. So tomorrow is our chance to potentially break out on Disney. And look, obviously Disney hasn't really done a heck of a lot, but the other beleaguered name, there's your dip. As long as you hold, tomorrow gives you a chance for at least a, you know, like relief rally into the 200 period, for lack of a better term. Disney languishing a little bit. Netflix, I think that's understandable. Netflix has been the big winner, but you know, Disney has a lot of other things going for them. This is one that, if you zoom the chart far enough, 125 is going to stand out like a sore thumb. But before it gets there, I think there might be a bit of a trade. Let's go talk about some Alphabet. They do a million things as well, and don't sleep on YouTube. Probably crushes both Netflix and Disney.
Yeah, Google, guys, fantastic day. It's only Apple and Google, the only Mag 7 names that are actually positive on the day. Google well ahead %. Several different headlines here. Let's talk about initially, of course, Warren Buffett disclosing that Berkshire Hathaway has invested in Google to the tune of 17.85 million shares. And based on the time of the writing of this article, he's already $783 million in the money. Shout out to Berkshire. Loop Capital also upgrading Alphabet to a buy with a price target that is of $320. That is up from the prior, which is not stated here. Separately, Waymo, Randy, are going to roll out robo-taxi cities to 5 new cities in 2026. We're talking about Miami, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, guys, and Orlando.
Call up some greens. Go down to San Antonio. Oh my goodness. If I hear San Antonio, I think of two things. Charles Barkley and his comments about women in San Antonio, and I think about Trop, the greatest comedy movie that might have ever been made, and Lincoln Osiris, one of the funniest characters I've ever seen in my entire life. Shout out to Robert Downey Jr. for having the guts to do that. Before we get to Alphabet, I did want to throw this up there because we got a super chat a while ago. And Howard, I will tell you that I know anybody could verify this, right? You could do the math, and thank you for the super chat. Can someone verify BM&R trading below value of ETH they hold versus MSTR trading at 200+% the BTC they hold? BM&R seems bargain-ish. I'm not going to pretend I've done the math. I tried to throw it in Perplexity. It gave me a nonsensical answer. So all I would say is this. If you believe that to be true, then go out and do the legwork. But just because they don't trade at the same relative premium doesn't mean it's like some automatic trade, like it's an automatic value, like it's just going to correct. Not necessarily how the market always works, right? Like you might think that it should work that way, and then you can make an argument that it should, but they don't have to actually trade the same way. The market doesn't have to be rational. There's all kinds of hedges that can be going on that complicate the value thereof, like how many people are shorting it and then doing a hedge long the underlying, and that can skew things 1,000,000% on a name like that. So that being said, I think we're on. Whoops, what is going on? Why is that still Shopify even though I hit enter? Thank you, Alphabet. I think we're on the verge of breaking out here. I heard at least it was Joe, I'm pretty sure, saying the attractiveness of the valuation in Alphabet. And this is something we talked about before. Like you can have a company which is near highs, but relative to its peers can actually be a good value. Like the best example would be take this chart and take the chart of Meta. One is trending up and they're both at a pretty reasonable valuation. And you make the argument that the better moat does exist with Alphabet. So can we get to 295? I don't know if Day Trader LA had a time period that he wanted it to happen, but at this point, that's a reversal. I think we can get there. And Ozan, appreciate the advice. Like, that's the greatest thing about the community when it comes to BM&R. Like if people have solid answers to that or their own thoughts, go throw them in the chat and everyone can learn from it. I'm not in BM&R. I don't like those treasury plays. Stay away from it. But certainly if there's an opportunity out there, do your research and take your shot. But make sure you do your research.
That is for sure. But right now, we were trading Google earlier. You're welcome, Julia. I mean, if you're in both of these trades, then I just got to say to that, bang. Because, the Tesla trade is the monster. I mean, this is a trade, but, losing too much money on the way down. But, there it goes, finally at 279. I mean, I don't know. Google was a really tough trade today. I thought that the fact that it was up in the pre-market led me to believe that, this was going to be up today. And it's up fine now, but it had quite a dramatic move down, $8, and before eventually catching it. We're starting to stop out now out of everything as, oh shit, oh God. Here comes TQQs right now making more the downside right now. So we're gonna watch out for that. We are stopping out at Tesla when it breaks through VWAP right there. But I'm with Neil. I'm glad Google's in a good position in the account. I do want to add, this is one of the #1 names on my shopping list out of all the Mag 7 names. It's Google. It's my #1 shopping list name, but it has to come down. You might have got a nice little drip down there into 280 right now, but that's not enough. NASDAQ really wants to make a move, then Google probably should come down into this 260 area to 270. Today, I want to be buying all of this Google. Love the name. Look, I rotated out of some Google and into Eli Lilly. I think it's actually probably working out better now. But at the end of the day, still love me some Google. And it was the #1 idea on the sticky note. Glad that some of you were able to hold out for it. But it was a good trade. We're getting lighter and lighter. It looks like it's trying to break. How about a stop of 287 right now? So let's put that in, 286.99. If it comes back in, fine. We are short the market right now. Almost 30 times the shares or so on these Qs trade than I do on this Google. Google's almost out, right? What, 1 or 2% left of Google, 1 or 2% left of Tesla, as we just let those ride all day. But yeah, Google, tough trade early, but good trade late. Just had some more patience. But I mean, 11 o'clock, that's a little bit of a late starter there, man. It got out of bed a little too late for me there to money on it. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and talk about. Well, we have Tesla coming up in 2 spots, but tomorrow is big day. It's big day. It's Nvidia, and I'm not so concerned about how this is the whole, bearer of the market here. The market can be fine if Nvidia misses or whatever. But let's go hear the story from Sharif, and then I'll tell you.
That's an Oracle.
Yeah, Jensen disclosing that he has a $500 billion backlog with respect to AI demand. So we'll have to see exactly what on the call tomorrow. Of course, Nvidia reports after the bell tomorrow. Make sure to catch that with us on the market recap. And here's what we're expecting. We're expecting Q3 EPS to come in at $1.25 on revenue of $54.83 billion. But of course, as it always does, it will come down to the guide. Nvidia will not guide more than 1 quarter in advance. And for the quarter we're expecting, which is Q4, the January quarter, we're expecting revenue of $61.88 billion. I'm sure a lot of analysts as well will be listening to more partnerships with Nvidia, as we heard with ARM.
Yeah, like the ARM news. Well, the crazy thing about the ARM news is the market's doing a rebound, and that didn't benefit ARM one bit. So you can pull up a chart of ARM to verify, but not really a trade. So Nvidia, there's a seller right now at yesterday's low. That's 184.5. I've been trading Intel to the top, but it's actually what's weird that it's very similar. Like there's a consolidation here on Intel, which I've been waiting to break down. But I'd say the same thing is happening in Nvidia, which makes sense. Like whether you think this is going to end up bullish, bearish, or whatever, there's going to be some positioning. Arrive at some prices, sometimes under a big strike that are going to find a bit of a wall. Seems like that's the case right now. So like I've been sort of playing this. I also have SPCE up for a trend break that if we break down from here, I want to hit an SPCE trend break because I think that can break the trend. Oh, we're losing our program monitor. They're doing some work. And that can break the trend if Nvidia rolls down, or I get the short in Intel back into the volume weighted average price. I'm closely watching Nvidia for that. 184.5 to 185. That's your resistance spot. It's not just any level. You're also resisting the 50 on the daily. So every single bounce has struggled to a certain extent. Like you struggled there to get back above like 191, and now you're struggling to get above like 185 or so.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the same thing about the 3-day rule that there on Disney because I really, and what I meant by that comment was I don't think Nvidia, like they're gonna. Unless it's a dramatic miss. Like, I just think Nvidia, we already know what their story is. We're waiting to hear about Ruby. Like, if they are ready to ship and distribute and get going on that new chip, then yeah, Zuckerberg and everybody's going to be ready to buy it all up. If there's delays in that, then yeah, that's a forward guide. So for me, it's just a matter of let's just come out, guns blazing on that stock. Let's figure out, are they going to hit their number? Where's the guide going to be? The valuation is pretty insane. Their current PE is 53. That's a little high, according to Benzinga. 53. You're paying double the market premium right now. Do I think Nvidia? Yes, I do. Am I selling Nvidia? Hell no. But I do want to pick it up maybe Friday. Like I want to give this a little bit. Get down, Mark. Wow. Great trade on the futures here right now to the short side. Let's see if it breaks below right here. That would be a really nice break into the VWAP if we can get that. Oh boy. But yeah, I like Nvidia here. I'm going to stay away this afternoon. We're 1 day away from a big earnings. Join Neil tomorrow and Adair, and it should be a lot of fun with Nvidia earnings tomorrow. But I'm going to stay away from this monster today and even stay away from it Wednesday, Thursday. Maybe not trading wise. I'm not adding any to my portfolio at that time. This is what we're talking about right now. Nice move down. Not gotten anything out at these levels on the futures. So let me put something here on the TQQs. Let's go 72 for 10%. See if we can get that on the way down. Trump is taking steps to dismantle the Department of Education. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. You know, you don't want to have your youth educated. That's crazy. And I'm sure that's just tongue in cheek. I mean,
well, I don't want to get into the politics, but
he's not dismantling it per se.
It's like some stuff, well, whatever. I don't want to get into U.S. politics, but
all right,
that's not the first politician that's targeted that department because everything is like run locally, and since that came in, performance hasn't been that good. Okay, so all of that said, and bear with us here, I get really in the program monitor to know what shot we're on.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're seeing, I'm assuming we can be looking at the chart right now. So there was a trend break off the top here in Intel. Okay, you guys are seeing my chart. There's a trend break on Intel, so I'm short here. Stop goes to the prior bar, now it's back. So when we don't have our program monitor, I just don't know what camera we're on. It doesn't really matter, and it's not that big of a deal. But jumping into this, giving it to the prior high, very similar thing on SMCI. Did want to go back to Bitcoin for a quick second. We didn't. It's weird, like somehow crypto wasn't really in the litmus, I suppose, for the rundown. I was long most of that run, and then sort of added. You put a trailing stop in on. I believe it's a newer thing. If I'm going to trail out at a level anyways, might as well buy on trend in front of it. And so with that being said, Bitcoin is really leveling off here. If we make another leg higher break of this consolidation, I actually like this situation long. Like for IBIT, for Bitcoin, if we just look at where we're bouncing from, I feel like this is a pretty key area and one-day relief bounce. So if I'm looking long this afternoon, I want it to be crypto related, but we got to break out of this weird sideways action on IBIT. But it's a monster support level, not just big time trend from 2023. It's also that 91 area that got tested underneath, and it looks like we're going to close holding it on the daily. So yeah, I'm still biased to the long side if we can start breaking up, but I'm more willing to buy it higher than anything else. Yeah, like I don't want to be sitting here like, okay, if everything rolls over from here, and if we just go to VWAP, I don't want to be trying to buy the dip. I want this to continue uptrend and to buy it as we get into like 54 or something like that. For now, it's going sideways, but that's also going to be on my radar like it has been all day.
All right, here we go, man. There's the T now coming through. Again, I just called up Apple making moves down here, but there it goes. Huge trade right now on the TQs. All right, it's Tesla time. Let's go over and get that all figured out. But for right now, we want to make sure that you guys understand that over 3.8 million reported each year in the United States. And oh boy, OGEN, symbol OGEN, they have something for you. A new treatment for them, intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. This concussion treatment market is projected to reach $9 billion by 2020. And Origenics is uniquely positioned here to lead the way. So big shout out to OGEN, symbol OGEN, over there on the. We want to thank them for their continued support of the stream, and thank everybody for watching, participating in the chat. The only way to get part of the chat, of course, is by subscribing, Fabian, of course, and you know that. And so it's going to be 21.4. There it is. Of you are not subscribed. So hit the subscribe button right now. Get into our chat. Put some notes in the chat there. What's Chicago kids saying? If your kids, oh yeah, he's talking about the.
What does he say?
Yeah, I know, just about education there. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we have a different education system here than in the United States. But no matter where you are, hopefully you're short.
Not entirely different, but.
But okay, so let's go back over to the desk and see. Are we? Yeah. What?
Oh,
yeah. One more, Sharif, and then we'll start talking.
That
about
wasn't up. I didn't.
It's Tesla, Katina, man, and they reported 3 more crashes involving in Austin. This is being reported by the EV news outlet Electric. This is from yesterday. This is not new news. Separately, there's really no main headline today on Tesla. Tesla rival XPeng as well, looking at actually planning, 3 robo-taxi releases for 2026. And guess what, guys? They're not going to use LiDAR. It's going to be a camera-only system, much like Tesla's.
So a little bit different for me on this one than Google. Tesla's going to be, again, one of the largest PM names, like as an individual name that we've had on the show, just from today. Like losing the 400, we lost early. Came in, lost. So we were down on Tesla. Then we were able to get this dip by now at 397, and that ripped back up to 400 before losing it again. We averaged back in at that same bottom again and lost it. Probably at this point down, not probably, I was going to say we are down. I mean, I can't reverse it, but that's 10 o'clock, down on Tesla. All right, and then what I was saying was one of the largest P&L names, if looking at the P&L on an individual stock since we started the show, rate 94, buy, out, up, back in, and boom, to the upside. So we just stayed with it, and if you guys were here at 10 o'clock, you heard me talk like this. Let's see if Tesla can go. Let's see if Tesla can go. It's funny, as soon as we went over to those guys at 11 o'clock, really when it went, and it just shot up there. I don't know what happened at 11:05 or whatever, but it really shot up, and that's where it really got going. So I'm proud to do it live on the show, and there it is, man. It's Tesla. Neil, it's a monster trade. It's Tesla. We love it. It's at 400. Let's see where it goes from here.
Yeah, great one. I'm just glad I didn't trade Tesla today, because I would have been looking at one level, and realistically, like, it blew through the bottom by like $5 or so. And really, what I love about the only good thing I will say about Tesla on the daily chart, because I still don't think this chart looks very good, but you have what seemingly, if you zoom here, seemingly a close above 400 gives you a wipeout bottom into 380, and then it gives you a bottoming tail candle with a higher low above $400. But that's presuming it actually closes up here. But all of this is still like consolidating under 4, which I don't like. That still looks bearish to me. Not that this is a name that I like to the south side. Not going to fight that one. I don't even want to short it this afternoon unless it flat bottom breaks in here. Like if we flat bottom break through about $400 and the market gets through VWAP, that's a different. But it's got to do some kind of a setup first. So yeah, I mean, Tesla can give you an opportunity out there, I think, for a few longs. But if we don't start closing back above $420, that daily chart still looks a little bit weak, in my opinion. And this is a name that doubled up, went bottom to the highs. And if this market takes another leg lower, you know Tesla's going to be in trouble. Side note, XPeng, I think Sharif mentioned XPeng. If you haven't, XPeng's like robot is pretty cool.
Is it?
I mean, yeah. I saw some videos, and suffice to say that from what I saw, and again, I don't know how real it is, it looks pretty relative to Optimus. Just gonna throw that out there. I do believe in Tesla, still holding in my long term. The swing at 220, I only got 2/3 of it out, actually. And then I had the same amount of my RSP in Tesla that I did before. Like I haven't sold a single share of my RSP. It was just in the TFSA. But there goes the prior bar high on SMCI. There's your trend break. Prior bar high goes, and I am out of that. As we are still heading higher, Bitcoin is still not breaking out of this consolidation I'm looking for. It's just the slightest little wedge that's being formed that I just wanted to break that wedge to be in this long. Like if it's not going to move, I don't want to be. If it's going to break, then I do. It's that simple for another leg here in potentially an IBIT, which it's a recovery day for them, but let's be real, it's just one day. Like Bitcoin's been good for one day. I wouldn't get too far ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah, it's not even that great. Yeah, it's up 2% here. But,
exactly.
It's still better than the market. Yeah.
Well, ETH is actually 5%. But then remember what it looked like on the way down. ETH is a little stronger than Bitcoin. But remember, it held on to that 3,000 level, which is a key.
Yeah, and I think we get a lot of talk about BMNR. We'll talk about that as we go throughout the day. We'll look to see if there's any imbalances or whatever in that. So we already have our stop there. Tesla just bounces clean off of VWAP there. Should have probably got a little longer there and took a shot here into the close. I'm not yet on the side of going long yet. We have gotten out of pretty much almost all of it. I have so many fills on this right here. I have 51 trades. TQs here, and that includes obviously all these fills and then these fills to get out. And just like I said, remember when it was on the 200 period, I got to get something out here like immediately. So I'm glad that we did, because it's bouncing. We haven't even tested the 200 period, and then we just do it right there again. So we have to get out. So we're getting lighter and lighter obviously on this name, and unfortunately, I'm not sure exactly how many shares I have left of here. I'm going to probably say 25%, maybe a little bit less, probably 20% or so. Top, but my stop is still in the same way, right? So if we get stopped out here, it's 101 flat for the stop out. So I don't know. We are getting a little bit of a pop. I'm not sure. Look, okay. How about this? Let's reshort this, but not until. Let's reshort it for only one more unit, and we'll get it at 90 and just give it a dime. Like, let's see if we can get like the same fill as basically we got here, and then we'll see if we can bring it back in. And then if we lose on it, man, let's lose 10 cents and be. And considering we just took $1 on this, if not more than that. So that's what we're doing. That's what I'm doing right now, is that watching out for Google, which is now just still going. We had our stop at the 200 period, but there goes Google right now. Huge move. That's $10. So $21 in the money in these two positions, and it's just like waiting for it. But this is a huge move for Tesla all the way back up right now. Like, that just moved right there, $4. So yeah, as we were saying before, really we were able to trade that. And we were wrong first on Tesla, but there it goes. So there goes the TQ. So finally stopped out of it. That is all good, man. Trade and a good idea. And now maybe we think about flipping over to the longs, but it's kind of a good thing that we still have the that we have on. So there it goes, in and out of that trade. And, you know, well done. We only have one red stock today, and that's Google. Other than that, you know, everything else has been pretty straightforward, man. This AMD trade was $235 down to $11, but of course we just drip out of it on the way down. A little silly doing that, but all right, maybe the top and now making its way back. We just got out at 101. I don't know. I don't want to lose it all now by getting mad that we got started, but there's the stop out. Let's just see what it winds up doing. If that's going to be the top again, we are getting an increase in volume here on the futures. Oh, let's get rid of that for a second and put back my chart, and then we'll do that. Yeah, right here. So we are getting a little bit of an increase in volume coming soon. So right into there, maybe that was a decent wick to the top, and we can play off of that. But just giving that a little look. So, all right, Erie Pages, we can talk about that.
I only threw this up here because, first of all, I have no idea who that is. So if you're addressing me, I don't know who 3Com Trader is, making regular profits for other people. What I can tell you is, at least from a logical standpoint, for myself, if someone has a bot that like if you actually have some kind of trading strategy or automated program or system that routinely makes money, then you would just simply leverage that yourself, scale it yourself. Then why would you sell it? It's a bit of a weird one. Because like, if you can prove it, trust me, there's a bunch of quants out there that are just like, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. So like, I don't know that one in particular, but my response to those are usually about the same thing. Really just like, this happens, do A, this happens, do B. Like, there's a process to what is your thought process to thinking about a trade and setting up a trade, and your process to every, which is not the same as just do this every single time. Yeah, like that would be what most traders do. But if you literally just have a money, why would a person be selling it to other people? They would just make all the money themselves. That's what hedge funds don't share, they don't sell, they just hoard it all for themselves and make boats of money. So again, I'm not familiar with whoever that might be.
If you're familiar with the trading that we're doing over here, there it is again. There's another 50-cent winner. We just re-shorted QQ there. So, hey, Erie Pages, if you're looking to make a little bit of money here, we got stopped out and right back in. We showed you that volume profile. That's why we interrupted there. And there it is. This is a nice move right back in again. Just stacking it up right now. Like, here we go. This is just another 50 cents. So it just goes to show, like, you know, this is the kind of that you can get in this market. It could easily rip back up. We're already out of half. So let's just give it a shot here in case the market maybe seen a little bit of a top there. We don't have big earnings or anything after market. I'm just, as soon as Adair sends it to me, I'll let you know. I know you already looked here.
Well, there's a couple of names, but I didn't recognize anybody except for, like, I half recognized one of the names, and that's why I said.
Yeah, I'm bringing him on. We will have, Derek just asked me if we're going to have Brian Shannon, and the answer is yes to that, unless otherwise. But right now, that is what we're doing. So it should be good. I can't even...
Oh, Lazy Boy reports.
Lazy Boy reports? We can, okay, that's good. We can check out Lazy Boy at some point there tonight. I don't know. But just trying to hold on to this Qs trade and see do anything. So we can go back and start taking questions. So anybody has anything in the chat, please, of course, let us know. And we'd be more than happy.
I'm going to restart the visualizer for everybody. Yeah. Gavin in the chat, you might want to type your symbol again, specifically because I just saw you type a small capper in there. I thought I refreshed. Did I refresh? Oh, there we go. Saw me hit the button. Nothing happened the first time. So yeah, there you go. ONDS. Of course, it'll end up right back on top. Merck, that out this morning for some strength. So pop them in there. Just remember $sign for someone who just typed in Rigetti. I'll do it for you. $sign name gets in there, and then we'll see what you're interested in. MSTR. There you go. Amazon. Amazon did more volume than AMD, as volatile as the chips were, which I found surprising. I don't love that chart of Amazon either. So another wick top here in this supply zone in Intel. So just continue to short that supply zone or resistance level. It doesn't really matter what you call it. The top in here doesn't seem to want to break. But speaking of Amazon and all that volume, yeah, I don't like the chart of Amazon. See how the futures came back? Futures came back.
Yes.
Yeah, well, look at Amazon.
You sure?
Nope. VWAP, maybe not more. Pre-market lows, resistance, all. This actually looks relatively weak to me as well, to the point where why not, I mean, whatever. This one looks okay too at some highs and resistance, but this is a trend break as well if we lose VWAP. So if this loses VWAP, I think it's Amazon's a short. We get a lot of retail this week. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe just that this has been relatively not the best Mag 7 name. It's not as bad as Meta, but it hasn't been as good as Google and Apple either. Ashar, yeah, well, it's the same thing. The only thing is that for retail traders, we understand that it might be very different for you. Be able to go long, the inverse. But at real trading, it's effectively the exact same thing. Adara?
Oh, hi. Let's take a look at the market because I'm seeing some reports that the U.S. is planning to approve the sales of chips to Saudi AI venture Humane. Now, kind of aligns with a couple different reports.
Okay. Thanks, Adara. We'll cut her mic. It's not working out, so we'll get back to Adara ASA when it is working. Yeah, so just to answer that question, yeah, SQQ versus TQQ, same thing. But I just want everybody to understand something here. This is why, I mean, this is how I trade. You know, you saw me take a 10-cent hit. Now this trade is in the money 60 cents. Here's a 6-to-1. You know, I started piecing it out. Like we started piecing it out at 4-to-1 right there as we took 40 cents or so, or 30 cents, sorry, on that. And then it just sort of bled down. But then now we're getting 50 period again. So you test the high of the day. We talked about the volume there increasing, and then there's the pullback down. So just to give you guys a note, because we always talk about like, you know, what different styles are and this and that. And obviously Neil and I have dramatically different styles, and so does, I don't know if Joe and Sharif, I think me and Joe are very similar. Sharif has his own little thing that he does. But that's what it's about, right? It's trying to figure all that stuff out. And if you guys want, like I've only traded 4 names today, all pretty much exactly like this. So the only thing that you have to do when you're working on this kind of a strategy, and we've already talked about share sizing, you know, how important that is that you make sure that you have the right shares at the right time. And, you know, sometimes on the way back up, we don't have, you know, as many shares as we do when it's going against us or anything. Here we go. We're just doing the same trade again. Here's another reload, trying to give it another shot, another 10 cents right now. So we just reloaded what we had put on here. So let's now see, we just got short at 94s. So it's just flat now. Let's see if we can almost do the exact same trade. So if our first position is going to be out of a break up at the top side, then let's put a bid right here. There it is. So there, see, Neil, we did it live in front of everybody again right there. So this is the trade. Watch it, and there it goes. Good trade back there to the downside, and there's some money again for everybody. So Merry Christmas, Neil. And to everybody out there, because there's a lesson live. Sean's lesson of the day, trading. Right now, and now I'm already out of half of this trade already right now as it comes back in. So I'm going to take another right now. And there it is, man. There's 35 cents to risk 10, and now even more. And if this market does collapse, then oh boy, we got that winner on again. So far so good here with just that one trade. So now we're short. You just saw me. Unlike other shows, unlike this and that, you know, we're doing stuff live, and that's, you know, what's really important. You guys can vet us every day, you know, and there we go. So nice upside play. There's reasons why we do what we do here. You guys are seeing some of that. So, yeah, we are going to go back as soon as Adara's mic is less choppy and Andre.
Yeah,
there was some static there, but there's a real-time trade for you guys. So there you go.
And that's the thing, you talk about the different styles. Like for me, like I'm never really looking for that trade at all. You know, I'm looking for, we're going from here to here. we're going from here to here. We're going from here to here. So I'll sit in a short with my stop here, and then I'm not looking to it's breaking outside of the range. Or you get a definitive break and you can add a little bit in. And again, it just comes down to the styles. I did want to say someone in the chat mentioned that this is not good for Bitcoin. I agree with you. Like that supply zone, it's not breaking higher. It's actually breaking down a little bit. So it looks like it's going in the other direction. And we're there in a quick little second. And that's going to bring me over to Mara. I actually did reverse long in Mara eventually with Bitcoin, but it wasn't as good of a long as Bitcoin. Like every time I get it, it just would not follow through. It said validation, and it wouldn't follow through. But if I see Bitcoin break down and I'm playing Mara off the highs, then I'll go back to the last couple of days, which is shorting it. Let's try Adara and see if we can't get that mic.
We should be good now, guys. Let's talk here about, I have the market up here, but you can keep an eye on any of these semiconductor names as well, because I am seeing reports suggesting that the U.S. is planning to approve the sale of chips to Saudi AI venture Humane. Now, this does actually run up with some reports we heard earlier today. We know Humane's reportedly going to be announcing some, I guess, partnerships tomorrow with some American. I saw Amazon, XAI, and AMD. This also aligns with some of the talk we heard between the Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia and U.S. President Donald Trump as well, with Trump indicating that he would consider, I guess, sending, quote, lower level or certain level chips to Saudi Arabia. So again, it does sound like specifically with regards to this AI venture Humane is likely to approve chip sales there. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And you also see moving around a little bit off of that meeting as well on some defense talk. I believe, it wasn't Ari, someone in the chat was asking specifically, it was David, expand on what a supply zone is. So the thing about a supply zone is just an area where the stock is happy trading for a while, like there's buyers and sellers in equilibrium. You can call it support and resistance, but it's a little different from that. Stock moving to barcoding. Like there's yesterday's close on Intel at 34.71. It gets up to that level, Noah was in it, stopped out on a short there, and I decided, okay, instead of doing this chop scalp trade, I'll sit in the supply zone if I'm looking reversion on it in front of that prior day close and look for the pullback in a short. So it's just a price area, whether it's consolidation, whether it's barcoding, there's just some kind of an equilibrium that gets met. And then you break out in either direction. So yeah, equilibrium could be something an easier way to call it, maybe support and resistance, although I think it's different from support and resistance. It happen at a level that doesn't mean anything when you look at a higher time frame chart. Or like you could see a stock just barcode in the middle of nowhere. Right? Like it might happen at a support and resistance. In this particular happens to be the prior day close.
I mean, I have a live example. I know it's not a trade that you would take here, but like this TQQ up, right? A lot of resistance up at this side, and we just did it for you guys live there. So that's a good example right there. So thanks for the question. Keep those questions coming. Yeah, exactly, Dogo. I'm very careful of a breakout through 101, hence the stop out right there. You know, and you have to when you're trading with size. You can't hold something through. You know, like very, 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 very important point there. So just to let you guys know again, like here comes Tesla. We just out there on Tesla as it bumped back into 406. So just one spot left for Tesla to get out. Hopefully we don't get out at 402, but that's where our stop is. If it does get down into there, which means it'll be trade here for the TQs because we're short. So if we do stop out there, fine. We have it ready to go. But now we're starting to make moves back in. So we wanted to definitely take a piece out right there at the 50 period, which we did. Next stop, basically 100 flat, which we're at now. And again, here's that trade again. You know, where we put it on, our stop was over 101, so 10 cents worth of a stop, and right now it's 70 cents, and we took it live, and I think we did a good job, or at least I did a good job there of explaining this trade, I feel like. So let's see if we can come back down. We just took a 15. Let's get a piece out again at 05 if we manage to do that, and then we'll see about low. Hopefully, we'll get another piece out here at 80 if there it is. Did we get the 05s? Yes, we did. Okay, so good. So we get the $5. So there it is again, man. That's 90 cents right there. So just as quick as you like, right back in either TQs or SQs. I prefer I've really traded a lot of this volume-wise, so over my career, and just more recently in the last little while, we've turned over to trade some futures. Obviously, part of the highlight of the show, I feel like, when we're trading the futures. It's easy, and so are other stocks. So I was looking at the bank stocks here today, thinking about, do I want to buy? And the name for me was going to be SoFi. I didn't do anything. I didn't do any buying over lunch or anything like that at all. But right into here for finance, these names, JP Morgan was down almost 2% today. Now it's flat. So that's really nice, up at $300.50 right now. Berkshire, oh, yeah, let's go TQs, man. Nice break now as we get lower and lower and lower. And oh boy, here we go, man. Nice move down in. We just took another fill. We're right here. We're almost at that moving average. We did take a $100 flat fill right there. And there it is, man. Just in front of you. There's dollar club right there. So far so good right there. But yeah, I really do like the financials. Most of them green today, not Visa, not MasterCard, but most of these names in the green side of things. So that's been a good day. Apple holding positive. I mean, again, another big name. Google holding positive. Amazon was the one at the beginning of the day. I said this is the short, and it looks like that is the case right here. 250. So we'll see about some Amazon. Costco still down, and then Home Depot continues to make those moves down. So yeah, these TQQs, man, again, a derivative of 100, and yeah, just spotted pretty good here. We just got another piece out underneath $100 there, and now it's just coming right back up. This is pretty wild movement here. I don't know if we're gonna get back down 1% or not. I feel like these bids are trying to hold. We'll just take another fill there at $100.10, but yeah, maybe Softy or Microsoft or maybe more Intel.
What's interesting is Meta is actually the top of the list, believe it or not. Meta, BBI, ONDS. Meta's above 60, be temporary, everybody. And there's no, there isn't an obvious level on Meta until you get to yesterday's support, which is a pretty big one at 603, and it just tagged that. Could be breaking trend. We were talking about how Meta is distinctly different from Alphabet. Exact opposite. If you look at that daily chart, still settling in to find a bottom, 580 is a level. Let's be real. You got to start at least thinking about 540, 550. I like the valuation here. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I've already bought once. I'm DCAing into a stock that I feel like I'm underweight on relative to other valuations. And, I think I have enough Nvidia, at least at these prices, so I'm pretty. But something like a Meta, that's when I want to be buying on dips. Alphabet, from a valuation standpoint, despite being opposing charts, I think is exactly the same thing. If it's a good value, you just DCA it. But Meta 6 really needs to hold as far as I'm concerned. So first stage down, you do get a bit of a breakdown coming here in Intel, right? It gets down to 34.5. When it comes back up to the top, if it does another topping tail, just try to jump back in. The volume weighted average price. And I see the number 2 name on the list. I always think Big Bear AI, 10% today. I'll cop to having not looked at it. That being said, everyone seems to be interested in when is this thing going to bottom. I like symmetry. That's very symmetrical at the low. Almost. This is now bounced 3 times off of the 200 period moving average, and the last time, $1. So why not? That's a nice, there's your whatever you want to call it, bottom, whatever it might be. You break out 6, quarter or so, and this has room to $7. Tomorrow thing, I don't know. Maybe that's this afternoon thing, but that's pretty strong. And just looking at what the move did the last time. Got all the way up to $7, was all the way into the period moving average, but that's a clean, it's respecting the 200 period moving average. And if you like a stock that respects it, then that's where you should trade from. So I think unless something ridiculous happens this afternoon, this should be a continuation long tomorrow, assuming it closes up here. All bets are off if we lose this bid, end up closing in the 550 range, and then I would say, yeah, forget all about it. Not going to happen. I don't like what I'm seeing in Bitcoin, but we are trying to back up here. I still have, I'm going to cancel a stop order. I don't want to auto break long if Bitcoin takes out the high, because the market keeps getting to the top, and I'll show you what I don't like. And Bitcoin continues to kind of trend down. So I feel like if the market's going higher and this isn't, then it's not the right place to look for a long. So I'm going to can that idea. I know Bitcoin's been a good long. Just no follow through anymore, unfortunately. So waiting for the reload here. And yeah, I could be consolidating dogs and cats. But what I was going to do before on Bitcoin was automatically take this break. Like essentially had a trend line drawn where I was just taking the breakout no matter what happens. I can just jump into it. I wasn't taking a breakout. I was manually punching into the position when I saw the buyers come in. Same thing here. I'll just do it that way if Bitcoin's going to end up being a long breaking back through this like 53.10 or so. Or some people don't like you saying it when you're not trading the actual thing.
Power hour.
And we could trade Bitcoin here. It's just so much easier not to. From an order standpoint, from an account management standpoint, easier to trade an ETF, which is exactly like your regular equity trading. So that's what I'll. Although we did trade it once while we were beta testing.
Yeah.
It was a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing with TQs here. All right, so just on the way back up, man, more outs. Now we're holding a third. About a third, actually a little bit less than a third, as we come right back upside again, right into these levels again, man. This is why we get excited when it makes those moves down, because you got to take advantage and take some out. I'm going to bid 75 again and then 55, and hopefully we're able to get that out. But I am feeling like we are going to eventually run this top here, as the market just pretty resilient. Looks like it's trying to go green. I'm cheering the green. I actually want this thing to go green. Why? Because now this is $11 in the money, and now still continues to go higher. What about some of those beat up names, right? Like SMR and Rigetti and some of these that there's no way I would be, promote. Well, there. Okay, so. Okay, could have reloaded it, did not. I would not suggest investing in these names. Now, I put a little bit of money back into SMR, the same amount that I got at 7, I put back at 30. Oh, that's Rigetti. So this one's. Glad it wasn't, okay, boom, again, nice trade there again. As we just able to take to the downside, we just get that 50 fill that we're talking about right there immediately. So hallelujah on that one too, wow. Okay, thank you for me here. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is buy good companies is what I'm trying to say. So Rigetti or SMR, just make sure that you do your work on it. And I wouldn't just try to be too overloaded on some of these names, man, as if the market loses a bid, which it has been doing, you never know how dramatic these losses can get. Like I was just saying, completely different than near the highs and getting out of this name at the highs. But that was right there all the way back in, and just had such violence there when it goes, because all of a sudden 10% goes and you're like, what happened? And you're getting into an area where I think we can start to maybe add into some of our position, but out there and back in here at 30, not a great entry, but we did put some more money back in at the 200 period. So, take that for what it's worth right here on SMR. But
my thing is I wouldn't take it. I don't want to die more of that if I'm not willing to buy GE Vernova. If I'm not willing to dip buy in an actual energy nuclear name that makes money, then why am I willing to buy back SMR yet? So because I haven't bought back fully into GE Vernova, and until I'm said that I've done that, I don't want to buy anymore.
I think that's why we always talk about things we like to buy, right? But the real question is, when things are up high, what are you selling, right? I'm only rebuying SMR because I got out at 57. Still in it, I agree with Neil. There's no way I wouldn't be rebuying it there. I just thought it was overcooked.
What's your definition of still in?
Still in just means you own a share, right? So if you're still in it, I would just say that if you're.
But if you had 1,000 shares and you sold 90%, you wouldn't buy back into it.
Well, that's basically what I did, but I sold it all out. But what I'm saying is I put in 10% or so back in. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm not trying to. Yeah, I work my way back in, but I'm saying the thing is, if you don't get out up here, it's the same thing as Tesla, right? We could say, well, when am I willing to buy Tesla? But oops, I was just typing in because I was going to talk about the price. But it's right now, if you exited Tesla something up here and you were able to get out at 460, 470, even if you got out of, to Neil's point, if you shares and you got out of 30 shares up here, now you're $60 essentially in the money on those 30 shares, because now that's been sitting in cash that you now have, that if you didn't sell, you're able to buy it back now, and then you have kind of $60. So, yeah, but, we're not financial analysts or anything here or financial advisors. We just looking at stock and talking about our own positions. And most of these stocks now, it's a forever. Like SMR is not a forever. You know, BBA, you guys already know that. We were long at 4, out 550, 650, 750, 850, and holding 40% and not buying BBAI anymore. You know, so if you're going to buy some of these stocks, have your dedicated outs. But stocks like Meta, as you talked about Meta there, or Google, or something like that, unless you're Joe or something and you do have a planned swing trade idea, like he does on some of those trades, I would just say look for good value and go for it. Yeah. You know. But yeah, averaging into SMR like down every 5%. If you believe in the name, oh sure, go for it. You know.
I just can't have confidence in that
such
one.
A slow game.
I keep waiting for G Vernova to break down. That's all I'm thinking. It's just this name. If this isn't breaking down for me to get back in, sold, and I don't like. This is a priority easily over something like an SMR because I feel like forever. Now let's go over to Adara at the desk as we're starting to come in.
This part of our show is brought to you by our good friends at AAPL because, guys, your heart will beat 100,000 times today. And every beat is a data point. AAPL Innovations trading on the CSE as AAPL and the OTCQB as AIMF turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield, an AI engine that filters labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission: to revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, prevented. At AIML Health AIML_health and follow AIML_Innova on X. I do want to mention quickly, guys, before we go back to Sean and Neil, Nvidia apparently announcing that they're expanding their collaboration with Microsoft through the adoption of Nvidia Spectrum X Ethernet switches for new Microsoft Fairwater AI Superfactory. So more Nvidia AI and Microsoft tie-ups. We know earlier today, Nvidia, Microsoft, and Anthropic announced a partnership. So this is the second Nvidia Microsoft team up we've heard today. Back to you.
Thank you. There.
More outs here on the queues. You know, we've already sort of talked about that. Maybe too much. So let's just keep on looking elsewhere right now. Yeah, so more outs there. Let's just let it bleed down. We do have our out for Tesla, which is, again, very, very small position. We're lucky to get it out there. I'm going to get out if it breaks VWAP. It is what it is. And we do have a 280 right here for our good friend, and it is a really good friend of mine today. That's Google, Tesla, and the Q. So I've only traded 4 names today: Tesla, the Qs, Google, and then AMD is really the kicker right there off the open as we get ready for Nvidia earnings tomorrow. Look, if there's a big news story, something that spikes, I mean, we can go over and look at this, but for me right now, I'm just going to stone cold shit and give it a break here. And we've just hit a couple days limits here for myself on trading today. So a big successful day here, just looking to make more good decisions moving forward. So yeah, that's about it for me. And you're still in Intel. So my trading is pretty exhausted today, but yeah, we're looking for more. So give us some ideas in the chat, and we can.
Yeah, nothing's popping off my scanner right now. Usually, I think there's going to be afternoon. Like if I look at here, this is what I'm looking at. When I look up, this is what I'm looking at. I'm scanning names. Apple, which I happen to be on right now, not doing anything. Like, see a noticeable thing about my trade rate? Like there is nothing that is abnormal in here. And nothing's actually going crazy. So it's a bit different. Like you're used to seeing a little bit more than that, but you don't want to necessarily overtrade. I mean, here's the reality. Part of being consistent is sometimes sitting on your hands. For lack of better. I see some names getting thrown in the chat. Don't forget, Danny, hit that $sign when you put a symbol in there like plug. Right? Yeah, there's a barcode. Plug's up 9% today. I guess everything kind of getting a relief rally. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting move there on plug. But the volume good, but nothing too insane. Kind of like a slow grind, I think.
I just put this up. Yeah, what's up, Carlos? Man, you are welcome for that one. 9K alone on Tesla and Google.
It's all about making them ducats, man.
Let's go, man. Yeah,
let the good trades pay.
Congratulations on that one, guys, for sure. Yeah, throw the super chat up, man. We love that. All right, here we go. Don't rage trade. 30K puts, 30K worth of puts against one of the banks. What? Unless it works. Cheers to all. Okay, well, Dave's really dumb trade of the day. Don't rage trade 30K puts. Yeah, so you did that?
Don't do it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, for puts and all that kind of stuff, like all that stuff expires. Like I've always wondered about like what duration guys taking on some of these things, because $30,000 is too much for me to see go down to zero if I was wrong on those kind of plays. But shout out to you, David. And what bank was that? I'd like to know. Not that I care about what bank you bank at, but is that the trade that you're putting on, or one that you're actually thinking about right there?
Also, why would it being the bank you use matter?
That's what I'm saying. I think he's pissed off at it. That's what I'm saying. Rage trading. I wonder.
Yeah, like the chart's a chart. Yeah, like you get too wrapped up in that. I remember there was a point where I'm just going to use an example that I did that was dumb. I was putting money into, and in my long-term account, I own mostly Canadian banks, and I was like, oh, I'm going to put some more money into the banks, and I always own the same bank. But because I have a good friend who I respect that worked at another bank, and we were talking about,
you respect that guy?
We were talking about for the prospects of it. Look, man, he made a very compelling case, and I spent the weekend. I'm like, let me put that money into this. When really, and the funny thing is, the bank that I already owned, it's like over the next year, I've done like 30% better if I just kept buying the bank that I already did. But I kind of, let a short-term bias get me away from what was my more strategic thinking. Can back out, and it was JPM and just one of mine, and it was a put into next year. We had a question this morning. It was gun to head. I picked JPM. What was the other thing?
SoFi.
JPM and SoFi. I just felt safer in JP Morgan right now than SoFi. I just feel if SoFi rolls over here and you are at a market top, if SoFi dropped, I don't think I wouldn't be freaking out. Like, I don't think that would be insane. If JP Morgan, because what's that, 28%? Okay, it's actually a little bit less than that, but it doesn't really matter. So 26%. If JP Morgan dropped 10%, we got bigger fish to fry, right? Like, my first thought, like if this thing actually drops that much in the short term, we're freaking out for other reasons. Where if SoFi did it, you'd be like, oh, okay. Head is that right now. Like, I don't want to be buying anything where the valuation is concerning me right now. I think that time in the market is past a little bit, at least until we maybe even get into next year, or at least see what the Fed does in December. That'd be my first thought. Is what it is. Someone said, Molfar, Neil's all about safety, untrader-like. To each their own. I will say this, 100%, I am in the minority. Of all the traders I've seen that have had any kind of a longer career, I'd say I'm in that lower percentile. I think first of risk. So I tend to always be a little bit more consistent on a day-to-day basis and not always the biggest swing. But you just have to lean into what you are. And so that's what I lean into. That's what's worked for me for a very long period of time. But it should be obvious. Like the fact that you can say that, it should be obvious. Because if you couldn't tell, then that would mean I don't have a way of thinking that has internal consistency, right? So if you can't figure out, looking at and talking to a trader's like style and strategy, then it means they're a little bit too ad hoc and they don't really have a sense of who they are or what they're trying to become, which is fine. Everyone's trying to figure things out. Yeah, but certainly I lean that way. No questions asked. But I also believe of my personal portfolio is to be in high risk stuff as well. Like that's why I do try to keep 5% Bitcoin. I'll never get out of all of an SMR. I'll roll like the last 30% as a free roll. Same thing with QUBT. So I do, but after I've taken a profit on those types of longer term plays. But to each their own. And we got another super chat in here. Ooh, Nebius. Let me throw that one up here. Thank you. Adam, could you please take a look at Nebius and provide brief technical analysis? It's been a popular stock recently. Nebius. I will tell you this much. I know for sure that Adara has looked at this stock a lot because of the technical breakdown it's doing here. Not sure what happened. I guess it's just an earnings gap where the gap, I don't know why that's not filling in. But if you look at this, I'm assuming this is an earnings gap, right? So it held the support from this earnings gap, but it's still consolidated here. So lost to 50, still trying to recover after earnings to get above 97. Here's the good news. On the long-term time frame, it kind of looks like that Tesla breakdown under 420, but there's your very rounded bottom. Unless it breaks out 95, take it one step at a time. If you break out here, then you can get a bit of a relief rally in Nebius. But it's got that little rounded bottom action since the earnings. It's that last step to make the breakout. Not completed yet. I always like to see it do the rounded bottom, then break away from said rounded low. Don't like trying to catch falling knives after earnings. Let's go to Adara. Looks like we got some news.
Yeah, guys, just be aware. We have more commentary from the Bureau of Labor Statistics comes to when we're getting these economic releases. Apparently, September PPI, or Producer Price Index, that's going to be coming out on November 25th. Now, apparently, the BLS is also saying that U.S. import and export price indices are going to be released on December 3rd. So both those for September. So again, BLS saying PPI for September, November 25th. Import-export for September, December 3rd. So they're scheduling all these releases, again, pretty far out into the future here with this one. The exports in like 2 weeks from now, guys. Back to you.
Good to see some of those numbers coming through. It'll give us a little bit more idea of what exactly is going to happen here. I'm going to refresh this. This is going to be the 10th right here. So back, I mean, pretty much the exact same as it was this morning. It was a 50-50. I think it was like 52-48 or something like that. So right here into the close right now, until we get more data and something changes, I mean, right now the market is really sort of hinging on the rate cut, and that's why the market's been down over the last week or so, is because we've sort of gone from 100%. Here, I mean, just go 93%. Back on 1 month ago, October the 17th, we were 93% for 350 to 375. So that's been chopped in half or so, right? So almost 100% into 93%. So now we got to be careful of where we're going, right? It was only 6.3% chance. We even had a chance of 50 basis points back in October. That's where the market was. It was a 0% chance where we were right here. So yeah, that's what's leaning on this. So if we can get some more data, then I'm with all of you guys, and I think that will hold the key to what's left in this market. And we have tomorrow's a key with Nvidia. Let me check out what's going on with Robinhood. And we said, like, whoopsies, 337. As 33, what's 377? Oh, Hood. Okay, right here. So this name's actually holding out a little bit better than I thought it would have. You know, I was saying that this has a 9 handle on it. So meaning it breaks $100, gets into the 90s, and then, you know, you start scooping at that point. But right now, with crypto sort of bouncing a little bit today, it's a nice recovery for sure for Robinhood. So maybe I'm a little bit too negative on this name, and we might have seen our low there. But, you know, the name that I'm in, and going to have to be in it for a long time now, is Webull. Down to $8. So may put some more money to work.
What's the actual low on Webull, though?
Yeah, 8. Like 8, I think is the low, 7.95.
I thought there was like a crazy...
No, I think that's it. So, I mean, I can check it out on eSignal. It's going to say 7.95 or so, I think. Oh, I can't see 7.89, something like that. Whatever this low is right there. Yeah, 7.89, 7. We just made it this morning at 8 a.m. I don't think we've been lower than that. But here we go. So, you know, up 4%. Sometimes when stocks make lows and then get sort of capitulated there, I don't see like a capitulated volume spike here today, 15 million shares. But I don't know what the daily volume is. But yeah, just nothing too exciting there today on Webull. But nicely cooking now up 4% and just riding this 200 period all the way to the top side. So, you know, congratulations to anybody that took Webull this morning. Got yourself quite a nice little run there from 8 to 850. Still down, you know, 8 to 850 is not 4%. You're still kicking it from yesterday. This move happened all yesterday, right into $8, and then it holds. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for, like previous spots there, where you sort of have some supply zone or demand zone where people are looking to buy it up at $8. So this Q's short is right here. This is supply, right? So I'm over here supplying these shorts, you know, giving people an opportunity to buy. I'm just like, okay. So now we're $1 in the money on this move as down in, right? So yeah, just watch out there for Robinhood. I still like the stock, and I really like SoFi. You know, maybe 1 or 2 more down days. Like, I really think I'll be doing some scooping on Wednesday, Thursday here, especially if Nvidia leads us even lower. I want to buy some of that, so.
Oh, we missed this for Daniel.
Okay.
Mr. Westermeyer.
Okay.
Neil and Sean, if you had to put every cent you put on Nvidia into a put on Nvidia expiring this Friday, would you go put or call? Okay, so you're asking if we do. So I have to go put it. What? saying there should be a third option, and it should be the straddle. If that's an option, I'd rather do that. But yeah, if I had no choice, gun to the head, I'd probably say put. So there you go. I don't know. I know I would rather, honestly, I'd rather bet that nothing happens, to be honest with you. If the third option is that I can make a bet that nothing happens, that's what I would. If you're going to make me put a gun to my head, then, you know, just for the fun of the experiment, kind of like the JPM SoFi thing. But yeah, I don't know. What are your thoughts? If you had no choice, it was like if you had to put every cent you own into a put, call expiring
easy,
Friday, you're going to go call. I'd rather straddle and say nothing's happening. But
yeah, of course, take the high road. But if you had to pick it, I think,
I don't have a choice.
Yeah. So no, I just think, Nvidia is the greatest company in the world. It's minted the shares. I'd rather be long the name than short the name. You know, so that's what I'm saying. You're going to get different opinions here. That's just, I think there's a big possibility that Nvidia blows the top. So rather than tanking. So watch out for Nvidia, in my opinion. But that's what makes it the world go round. And just like when I was selling here, the TQ, someone was buying. All right, so SMR, Rivian. Yeah, I got some questions about Rivian. Let's go have a quick Rivian. And we all do know that our good friend Randy, that's Rob. I think Randy might have left already. He's gone? Long gone. That's what I was saying about Randy. Here early and gone early. All right, so I just wanted to say Rivian's had a great day. All the way back up to the upside. So we were just kind of joking about it earlier, how it was so beat up. But I mean, look, all kidding aside, it into the 50-period moving average. So kind of like right into your lap right there. And now trying to work its way back northbound is Rivian. So again, really like this stock, but not at the, you know, I'm long down here 10, 11 bucks. So I feel like that's decent areas down here to start to buy. But, and this is what I'm saying again, it's like, it's so easy to make calls for stocks we like. You have to make the call to get out up here. I didn't do it. Like the first time I did, I got out at 18 and only some of them, I think it wasn't even the first time. I think it was, I already talked here or here. I just have to look back, but didn't do it again. So now it's like, now you sort of suffer through some of these moves. But again, if you're buying good companies at good levels, then it just makes the trade a lot easier. Thank you, Cyberwolf, for your comment on the hat. And yeah, we have one rule around here, and that is be comfortable. So that's what we wear. We wear whatever we want that makes us feel comfortable. So as traders, of course, you don't need to be in a suit and a tie or anything like that. That would be yeah. If it's comfortable, that's what I'm saying. If it's comfortable, but
some people like that.
That's that, right? So all right. Much else to go, man. I think
Bro Jogan was. That's as simple as it gets.
Yeah.
VIX?
What did we say? The VIX.
Sure. What is it at right now? I'll call it for you. What? Oh, okay, that's why, because I typoed it right there. So what are we sitting at right now? Not much happening on the VIX. We're chilling half. And I mean, see, here's the thing. It's like ever so slightly breaking back up. Bro Jogan, say that 3 times fast just to brain something else, obviously. No, you're ever so slightly breaking up, which kind of halfway leads you to thinking pullback, right? Like if this chop is breaking out up, then I bet that we're going to break down. Like while this is happening, like the futures are in a consolidation without breaking the low. Well, this is a consolidation that is breaking the top right now. So this is leading things a bit of a tick up here. It doesn't have to go very far, like VWAP or 100 points down, right? But that's, it's just another thing they might give you confluence with about 25 minutes to go till the imbalances come in. Oh, that was the other thing. BM&R was on here again. Oh, it's only not. This was over 1 million before. So BM&R has been a sell a lot. There it is, over 1 million shares again. Now back to 900,000. So about 1 million. SockSell, that's a bit weird that it's a 2 million buy, but I think that one hasn't mattered. SMR early look, almost 1 million shares early look on SMR. So between that and BM&R, sell imbalances, weird that SockSell is a buy. Oh, it just flipped. 2 million to 1.2. Yeah, I think BM&R is worth watching.
SockSell is always going back and forth there.
Yeah, I think, you know what, there's probably a lot of aiming that goes in there. Like just people are like throwing massive orders into the auction, cancel, and put them back in to maybe to hide their intent.
Still so early. I mean, you still got 25 minutes until these numbers come out. So worth watching. If you do have the opportunity, eSignal also has the availability of the imbalance locator.
You just have to entitle yourself.
Yeah, if you just ask somebody over there, they use the ARCA imbalance locator or something there with eSignal, so you could definitely check them out. Oh, there we go. I saw the white screen there behind us.
Yeah, you could really.
There's a little bit different opportunities here. So that's a screened desk again coming through. All right, myself, I believe Adam on the recap show.
Yes.
I have to confirm the name. It should be fun there tonight on the recap show. Adam on the recap show tonight. So excited to have him. So we're going to be joined. New host, so take it easy. Just beat me up, don't beat him up. And we'll be very, very kind and very excited to do that as we expand the show, right? Like Neil and I, based on popular demand, you guys want us off the recap show. So we're going to find others to join Adara. And Adam, no pressure. Your tryout is in about 35 minutes.
None whatsoever.
All right, no pressure whatsoever. Unfortunately, you'll be working with me.
You got it.
So the good thing, Adam, with me, you know, you can't be that wrong because, you know, I'll be sitting there with you. So that should be good. And right now, I don't know, Adam, I don't know what you're in right now, but oh boy, we're doing it again on this side right now. There goes the TQs. And again, like Neil said, a trade that only I would make around here. This is a nice move to that play on the TQs as it continues to get a little low. And as per my usual stance on these type of things, I don't have that many shares left, and I wish I did. That's one thing that I try to do better. But at least we held for this. We're waiting for V1. Nice move now into the downside. So there. Ooh, trader. Here's somebody. I'm going to put this on the chat. Someone started with us 5 years ago. So thank you. So here it is. Oh no, wrong one. Not you, Johnny. If you can find that, I'm going to put it up. My thing just keeps on flipping every time. It's hard to do it. I don't know. We got to get that so it doesn't scroll too much. Oh, here it is right here. What's up, Trader 604? I started with Neil and Sean 5 years ago. So there it is, man. Thank you so much. I hope that you can see, you know, the changing of my style for sure over this last year and so. And it's been a really good one. And thank you to everybody for watching. Continue to, I hope, put on a good show, make you guys laugh, give you an opportunity to trade, ask us some questions, have a good time, all completely free.
Yes.
So, you know, just stay with us, man. There's bigger and better things coming as I'm telling you.
Oh, Noon Loon, that's a good one. Who's the habitual line stepper? That's my favorite, for sure. And, it's Maryland Mom. I found you during the pandemic. That's how it all started.
Boom.
Like, to be honest, like, you right place, right time. Like, we happened to go to YouTube from an internal broadcast to YouTube at the beginning of the pandemic, which is obviously very timely because everyone was sitting at home and wanting to trade. So that's, like, I felt like we spent most of the day talking about meme stocks, to be honest with you. Because that's what was moving at the time. Like, if we had done it maybe a couple of years before, we'd have been talking about weed stocks from the very beginning. So, I mean, more or less the same move. The only difference would be, like, this has gone about half a point right now, which is more or less what the futures have done. So half of it still. Like, scalp to this range, but the other half I want VWAP. That's all. So just a little bit different. Like, I'm waiting to get the second half out after we break the range and look to get all the way into the volume weighted average price. Not distinctly different from how I trade in the morning, just volatility in the morning. So, like, you're waiting for bigger gaps in the morning, and then at lunchtime you're waiting for maybe like some tighter gaps. But I'm trying to hold this as it breaks down and then wait for key price levels, VWAP being one of them, and then the morning range top being the other. So now that it's broken through here, just wait for it to get into that morning range, which is kind of coming in pretty quickly. All right, BM&R is really not growing, so that's going to be a bit of a nothing burger for me. Because that's been probably the top thing, I think, at the close for a lot of traders out there, and that's what we want. And Rivian Millionaire, the clip does exist of that HKD. It's just a matter of how to get it.
Fabian, check your
It
chat.
certainly does exist, I'll tell you that much. Someone was asking about the HKD.
It was DWAC. The one with me?
Or. I mean, HKD, I mean, everything's on YouTube. Like, it's all there. It's just a matter of, if you remember the day, you can find it, right? Like, everything is still on YouTube. So if you know the day that a move happened, just go back to that day and you can certainly find it on the live show. in terms of us like saving the, always have clips and stuff like that because it's all live for you guys.
For mean. I could find it. I could find that DWAC clip. It's with Trader Prad that was here in the past as well. So yeah, we do have that clip somewhere. I could go and find it. I think it was DWAC, not HKD, the one I'm remembering. But there could be more.
Except no one, nobody traded HKD, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it probably was DWAC, and it was one of the moments I think in Trader TV. Not just because I was part of it, but I think it was a lot of us were excited for that trade. So that was a lot of fun back in the day, and yeah, that was a lot of fun. So thank you for putting a smile on this guy's face.
DWAC funware. Sure. Thanks, Nick. I guess we missed a super chat.
Yeah, maybe.
Jan 16, 660 calls Meta. You got a ways to go on that. So look, you've got plenty of time for this to work out. Like, here's the thing, like, I don't know what anybody else's tolerance is or whatever it might be, but assuming that you made a bet where ultimately, you can handle that loss and risk, you get past whatever the Fed does, so you get a little bit of extension away from that. You'll hopefully settle down after earnings. The valuation's starting to look good. Like, I'm myself in a dollar cost average mode on Meta, so it's hard for me not to say I like it. The problem is hoping that January is going to be the exact right spot. That's where it gets a little bit tricky for me. So I like Meta for some dip buys, but it hasn't shown a sign of a bottom just yet.
Thanks for taking that.
Good news, you get to be on the other end of the December Fed move, which I think is important because I think you want that to have settled out there. So you do have some time. I think you have enough time that's a very reasonable strike. It's just a matter of how much, which I can't really speak to. You always bet when you're option, bet what you can lose, and I think you should be absolutely fine there. Like I said, I like Meta on a dip buy. Ooh, Nike just showed up.
Okay.
Nike, 1.7 million to sell. Still have about 30 minutes to go to the close and 29 minutes until we have the imbalances. Oh, Nike. So Nike was setting something up that I was interested in, which is do a death cross on the daily chart, right? Like the 50 period crosses underneath the 200, and then the next thing that happens is it breaks out. So it flashes a short setup, like a technical short setup that people like, and then after that you get a breakout trade because then anybody that just took the short on that setup gets to take the breakout long, but it's not happening because Nike's right back into the lows. So thanks, Nike. You still are not looking very good. Yeah, you got to wait for that one. It's very healthy for Nike, but it's a sell imbalance right now, I believe. Yeah, 1.7 million to sell. Nothing I see today that makes it all that interesting.
All right. I just punched. Okay, I don't know what's going on here with our position. Let me get out of something here so we can have a quick little look to see. All right, TQ's coming back in a little bit. See if I put on a trade. What winds up happening?
Yeah.
I punched into BMNR there, so I wanted to make sure to see if that was working or not. But okay, so here's BMNR just doing its own thing. See when it loads. There, right near VWAP. Let's just see what it wants to do. There is a sell imbalance into it, so we'll give it a little bit of a look here on BMNR right now. So that's going to be something to have a look at here into the close. All right, so yeah, Google Tesla. Let's have so we got stopped, right? So all of these positions got stopped out right there. So we got stopped there out of a very, very, as I told you, there and 1% left of Google. So those are all out now. We haven't looked too much at Apple or any of this is not a small cap name, but look at Apple. This is why nothing on at all here right now on Apple. So we got to pay attention and wait to see if there is anything that eventually will happen on Apple, but right now nothing. Shopify SMCI is always a good name to trade here. Just looking over at the scanner, actually even going on right now. SMCI up 3%. That might be a good trade, breaking lower underneath the 200 period moving average. SMCI has been in a world of hurt. Yesterday, it was Friday or yesterday, Dell came out with a pretty ugly downgrade or forecast of their own, cutting, I guess, some of their forward guide. So yeah, that was a big gap yesterday, 135 down to 123 and change. So not great downside there for Dell and SMCI. So I think they're both worth picking up at some point here. A name that's been getting killed again on, like, I think is with Marvell, is we had that story of SoftBank potentially being interested in them, which shot them all the way up to $100 and change. And then it just fell right back. The name that I'm on right now, Marvell, that's coming back into the 200 period. So again, name that's been really clocked here as we get some chip worries again. So watch out for Marvell, maybe near 75, which is the 200 period moving average. I don't think there's anything wrong with even picking something up today. 6% is MRVL.
If SoftBank liked them at 90 something. Oh, no, certainly.
Yeah, it was just a rumor that they had thought about buying them.
That they thought about it. So it's not really. I tend to think of it this way, like it's different because this was a rumor and it was something that they had thought about earlier. But if you ever get like deal rumors happening and then nothing happens in the next couple of days, and then you see the stock back to where it was settling before, it's not the craziest idea in the world to look for that little dip, because sometimes you get the rumor and then a month later, hey, look at that, there's a deal. But that was a little bit different. I see that LFS is starting to move again. So that kind of, I mean, if you're looking at a volume scanner, you're looking for, if you were looking at a volume scanner, anything that did like relative volume, this just doubled its prior, not the volume that it did earlier today, not above VWAP, but certainly starting to look at least a little bit spicy. It's done 31 million shares. It's not bad. I know the midday guys were all over this and some of the early morning traders when this was halting to the upside multiple times. But if you don't hold this volume breakout soon, there is only about 25 minutes left in the session here. So yeah, you'd like to see it get through 7. And the second I pull it up, I can already see it, like the velocity on the tape decelerating. Like it got exciting for a second here, and now it's like instantly watching paint dry. Like that's so weird. That's the biggest volume candle all afternoon, followed by literally no action here on LFS. Well, that was a bit of a psych out, a little disappointment. You want to see something? It's been a while, I think, since we've had a small cap afternoon runner. Like what's the last one you guys can remember? Like I remember there'd be days where you'd be like, I don't know, like Open Door might be going one day and then some stock we never heard of would be going in the afternoon, and you could jump to that to look for some kind of a trend trade. Not happening in the small caps, unfortunately, which is another thing about the sentiment I think you got to pay attention to. It's just a bit of a different market. No one wants to buy these in the afternoon and hold them overnight anymore, it seems.
No, it's kind of a strange one.
I don't blame them, actually.
Yeah, so we're just still trying to do the same thing here. We got the TQs. If there's anything, Open Door. Were you just talking about Open Door? No. So bouncing off 7. This was, it actually was GameStop and Roblox. Those are 2 trades that were at some pretty key levels. Yeah, because we had looked at this before. I thought this was nearing, yeah, so we had just broke below this sort of 22 area, you know, and that this goes all the way back to August of 24. If you're going to go all the way back here, this is May of 24. So, you know, you're back a couple years trying to figure this out. But yeah, just right now, right here, right now, looking to see a little bit lower on this stock. And then I think it's almost buy time, like $17, $18, $19 here might be worth it just in case, right? Something spits on them, right? Like you never know if there's going to be some sort of and I know it's getting hit right now. Obviously, they put Bitcoin on their balance sheet, and Bitcoin being down 40% or 35% or whatever from the highs is going to hurt naturally. And yeah, that sucks. Have that happen, and I think GameStop just getting hit like that. And I don't know if it's anything that they did specifically or not. They issued some warrants, things like that. But you can see right here that GameStop right now getting beat up, and then Roblox being down near $100. I think this is all potential buy area for Roblox. So interested in buying some around $100. We just bounced off that today again. So another name that I believe the kids are still using and very, very popular, and not really, I mean, than just paying, you know, getting suckers like me to pay for Robux and things like that so they can buy like cool uniforms or something or whatever the hell they buy on these games. They still have really yet to monetize. Like I feel like there's a lot of opportunities here with Roblox. I don't know exactly what they are, but someone might come in and buy this. The daily active users alone might be worth something.
That's a good
just eyeballs and all that on Roblox.
I was considering putting something to get.
I think there's something there.
in the education, in my daughter's education account that isn't, because with an education account, like you tend to keep it.
Yeah, dividends.
Yeah, like you tend to keep it some risk, but you tend to keep it a little bit boring because the idea is, but when you're like you're far enough away from needing the money, unless you got like Doogie Howser as like a kid, then you can have something.
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to have that.
That's risky stuff.
No. I'm only waiting. Mine's in dividends, TSX dividend.
No, I have nothing risk-free in it.
I have. It's all risk-free.
Yeah.
For the kids there, so shout out to the kids.
I'm thinking putting like 5%.
Protect
something which is a little bit growthier. And if you don't have some kind of an education account, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. The cost of secondary education is ridiculous, and we can go into the logistics of why. I could talk about that all day, but the reality is the reality. Just put a little bit away early, right? Whether it's dividends, if you happen to like that, which I think you can get some good dividend funds out there, put a little bit into a little more risky, but just make sure that it's very, very low risk, because you're going to need the money and when you're going to need it eventually. So it's one of those things that's out there. They're fantastic, but do it early. We did it the second she was born. Let's get it done.
Yeah. All right, so more talk about that. Of course, I followed Tom Lee and put all my kids' money into BMNR. So
when moon?
On that one. When moon, Jose, when moon.
Tell us, Tom.
Okay. Yeah.
I would love to know where
he's on a yacht with everybody's money right now. So I don't know. I don't think Tom's even looking.
He's a yacht guy.
Who knows? Probably. Rich people seem to buy yachts. I don't know. All right. So Boeing is going the wrong way. It is going down and continues to get hit here as we wait. Like waiting for a China deal seems to be crazy at this point. Boeing just has downside all over it. In 1 or 2 days, we can get right back up on all of these names. I mean, Meta, Microsoft, anything is like one good sort of upgrade with reason that behind, and then the stock will run for a couple of days. But again, underneath the 200 period, we're going to have Brian Shannon on tonight. So, he's going to talk all about, when a stock's in the penalty box, stay away from it. And right now, I mean, there's nothing that you could really say good about Boeing as far as charting is concerned. Now, I mean, you've broken lower. We have, since this high of 230 or so, we have 2 up days. One right in here, which is November 3rd or something like that. And then we have kind of like decision days that just ended up going downside. So, not much happening here in the land of Boeing, and straight downside. So this is still going to be in said penalty box, I would say, for now. So just be careful, buying names that are on the way down. And I mean, a good example there is going to be Meta as well, right? Name is on the way down. I still think this is a great buy, for people that are interested in these kind of names. But for right now, it's just tricky, right? It's a dangerous short or long to be on, because you don't have a bumped up kind of a day. And if you're going to buy stocks like this, just make sure you do it on days that are actionable days, right? Like yesterday when the market kind of tried to rally a little bit, like, you might have got a little bit of FOMO. Try to pick your levels and settle on them. And sometimes you'll be surprised at where you get filled. Like, if you might just been say, I'm going to bid 580. Well, maybe you got down there today and you might have caught lightning in a bottle. It just rips back up, and then you're like, okay, I got the bottom. Similarly to like how we got SMR and Oracle at those levels. It's just lucky to kind of be sitting there with bids, or in my situation, offers, and getting. So, yeah, sometimes you got to watch out for all of that. We're only 6 minutes now away from these imbalances.
I want to get to, I can't find it in our thing to be able to put it up, but Failing Better asking, is it time to admit it's okay to be wrong but not to stay wrong and sell PayPal? I would say so. You know how I feel about these. I'm not going to hit the flat bot. I'm not hitting that flat bot because you're in the trade, so I'm not going to, it is what it is. But this was a very, very distinct support level on PayPal, right? Like there's the buyer, clear as day, 64, 65. It's had all kinds of trouble. It just wouldn't consolidate above the 200 and then break out. Like you'd get above the 200 and fail. Get above the 200 and fail. Like there's no consolidation. Like the first time it dips, it doesn't. Like that's all you need to see. Close above the 200, dip, hold it, then break something out. It just can't do it, so it's still trend down, maybe headed down to those lows. Like the way I look at it is this: if you're not willing to stop out here, then maybe your risk parameters on it was to hold it all the way to the April low. I don't know. You have to have it out there somewhere I was waiting for this to show some kind of a break, but it just can't do it. And that's the unfortunate thing. Like, you love stocks to break out. I want Disney to break $125. Do. I probably will sit here and never actually swing trade Disney until it happens. So, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. And the reason I talked about Disney and then didn't show this, well, come on. Sometimes I put up a monthly chart and I'm like worried it's not going to work. So if you look at a monthly chart on Disney, this is what I mean about the 125. On a daily, it doesn't really stand out the same way. But on a monthly chart, like, look at this zone. Admittedly, this could go just as poorly if this ends up holding and you could break down all this stuff. But when it finally closes a month above 125, let's go partying and take a shot on Disney. It failed again after earnings because that's what Disney's been doing. But patience can be the thing. So I'm being patient with this. I don't own any Disney shares anymore. And I may criticize them over Star Wars, but I actually got out of my Disney shares because I was like, I want to own more of Netflix a few years ago. And so what I did, because I sometimes look at like a sector, I sold every ounce of Disney and put it all into, and now I have some Netflix shares.
Nice.
And now everyone can trade Netflix at 110. Although I'd admit it hasn't been the kind of volume that you might want yet.
Yeah, I'm loving some Netflix.
But the split's been, I think, kind of disappointing, I would say. The time, I feel like if we had been in more of a bullish market, Netflix would be, post-split would have been much better.
Oh, yeah, but I'm sorry, that's why I think it's been really good, because of the market that it's in, the fact that it's been doing so well since it's split, right? So I think it's actually, considering that we're up 4% here. But again, on the daily, to Neil's point, like if the market was a little different, maybe we would be.
Yeah, let's talk about the daily chart, that's all.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like I just think that we should be down. There might be a story. Didn't you have a story about Netflix today or something, Adara? There was something about it. This is what it looks like on the daily here since the split. So the split just happened 2 days ago. You know, we had bad earnings there and straight up. You know, yesterday we talked about 108 maybe being a buy zone. We didn't get into that yesterday. We got to about 109 and change. But yeah, for right now, yeah, good call as we wait to see what's going on with Netflix there as we continue.
Someone CNBC final trades apparently today.
Okay, but I mean, the move was early. It really started to go. And yeah, there it goes right now at 12:30, straight to the upside. And again, yeah, probably talking about retail's into this a little bit more now. So
it was the Warner Brothers thing.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Warner Brothers. Yeah, exactly, content. So as we continue to watch out for some content. But yeah, so far so good here for the day. Let's just give it a little bit of a go here and see what this market wants to do with only 3 minutes left until imbalances. So we are now very early. And again, you know, I've sort of been promoting this trade the whole afternoon, and there it goes, right there into VWAP. We were waiting there. We take it, man. It is a big trade alert there on the day. So there we go, man. Just live. We take both these trades live with you guys, explain them, and again with 10 cents, like we were saying, my style here with 10 cents stop. We're down now 200 cents. So nice move here to the upside as we just continue to wait and watch what's going to happen. But I do think it's a very good idea to start to get out of some of these trades as the market gets closer and closer to 350, where those imbalances are going to come out. So we don't know if the market's going to go upside or downside or what it wants to do here at that time. So just be cautious and be careful of all of your trades right now. Got another piece out of the TQQs. We have less than 10% left. I'm going to take another piece at 10s. There it is right now. Less than 10% left on these TQQs as we head into the imbalances.
Yeah, imbalances in 90 seconds. I have the last quarter on. Maybe not going to get into VWAP, but it did a 1 point move. So we go from the top into prior resistance, which is about a point. I feel like that's pretty much what the market did as well. So either we get 34.3 on this next fill, or I trail back into here. Because with imbalances coming in, heck, we could end up with buy imbalances and you get last ditch spike as people take some profits in here. Nike's actually still saying 1.7 million to the sell side. BMR is still saying 1 point sell before?
The BMR was a sell, yeah.
Yeah, okay, now it's a buy of 1.4. That's all these games on these Amex talks, maybe that's what it is. They're just, anyway, they're flipping it around and then maybe it comes out a big one. So with 1 minute to go in here, I just have a trailing stop. Nothing really standing out here because I'll observe stock until we figure out what to do with these things. And SMR was an early look, 1 million to sell. That's worth having up potentially. SMR is like, not many things have moved around as much as SMR. So I would imagine if big comes out over 1 million shares, yeah, it's 5% of the day's volume. Maybe that's a little something. Just want something to watch that might be relatively simple if it comes out a big imbalance. Nothing expected today. Like there's no big index actions or anything. So, you know, I wouldn't be too worried about that. Although we are approaching the end of the year. So you'll get at the end of this month, and the end of the year will be a massive one for rebalancing. No big names. I think we're not expecting any big names at the end of the year.
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, we'll have to just double check. I mean, there's always those reports that come out, and you get to figure out which ones are being rebalanced.
Well, Palantir's weighting has to be changing.
Right, so it's 350 right now. The market's trying to do something again. So yeah, nice upside move.
Oh, it just spiked.
Upside move. Actually, I'm not even in. So we were just covering on the TQs. So good couple coverages there as we start to spike up. Like I said, less than 10%, and we covered some. So way less now than 10%. But yeah, so far so good here into the close. Thank you everybody for joining us. But I don't even have the imbalances up. So talking here. Yeah, okay, so here are the imbalances right here.
Open.
You guys can have a quick little look at them, and then we can see Kenvue, open door right there with a nice little bid. You can see that's giving a sharp rise. Netflix, 2 million to buy. That's big for Netflix, obviously.
That's
here.
huge.
As that continues to make moves higher here. So Netflix, nice move higher into that close, up 4%. So great day there for Netflix. We just talked about it. Rigetti, man, nice play there. Lyft. There's BMNR. Little bit of a bid there going on. IQ, talked about that. Kenvue, always beat up, right? But you know, maybe there's a bottom here in Kenvue. I think that was $14, and then a nice spike up over the last couple of weeks. So that might be in play there, Kenvue. So keep paying attention, and we'll get it figured out about Kenvue. There's Walmart.
That open door is not bad.
Yeah, open door is a good one, man. Open door off 7, good. But again, 108 million, only 3. I think this is an interesting one. BBAI, great stock today, up 10%. Continues to push a little bit higher as well right there. We'll get out of the queues, and then we'll get ready for our recap show.
Absolutely. And just everyone out there, you've seen it. You know, we had Mitch on for a long time. Trading has always meant risking your own money, or maybe you don't have enough to start off with. Well, you know what? That fear of losing kept a lot of people on the sidelines, and it's changing now. Trade the Pool is transforming how traders are markets. With the limited risk trading model, traders use funded capital while Trade the Pool absorbs the downside. This allows traders to focus on what truly matters: discipline, consistency, and growth. When you hit the profit target, you keep 70% of those profits. No fear or barriers, just opportunity. This is a revolution of limited risk trading powered by Trade the Pool. You can visit Trade the Pool or scan the QR code now to get 10% off your first evaluation. Thank Mitch for coming on this morning. I know he was feeling pretty bearish about those markets, and we did dump off to the open. Just keep in mind with those imbalances, for anyone that's tuning in the first time, for the first about 355, a lot of the bigger numbers will tend to pair off, more so on New York names than on NASDAQ, but it does happen on NASDAQ names as well. So that 2 million or that 2.8 million you see on open door, very likely that starts to pair off, and any upward momentum could shift at 355. Not will, but could. So just be, if you happen to be trading open door and you're long, it's like, yeah, it's going on in imbalance. If you don't have access to this, just know at 355, and then again at about 358 for NASDAQ stocks, you want to be paying attention to any kind of movement. Maybe you put a trailing stop in. There was just some discussion about stops and trailing stops. When trading with imbalances, trailing stops are a really good, I would say. Because if you're trading this imbalance on, say, open door, or I already have Netflix up, it's just easier for me to do this. Netflix is breaking the high. Well, you want to make sure you capture that move. It's like, well, if it pulls back 25 cents, I get out. Like that's what a trailing stop might be, or if it pulls back X percentage. Instead of just saying, oh, my stop is at the low, you don't want to give that profit up if you're in a bit of a gimmicky trade, because you have a limited amount of time for it to work. So it's already pairing off there on Netflix. Kenvue, that's actually a pretty big buy on Kenvue. 3.5 million shares, 10% of the volume, not even moving. Seemingly a problem. Stock can't even move 2 cents on a 3 million imbalance. Oh, Kenvue sucks. Well, we know what's going on there. Let's just say they're under some pressure, right? Everyone knows that about Kenvue.
Okay, just looking here at the chat if there's anything in there. Yeah, what's up to Erie Pages? Lamb meat, yeah, good. Euros.
Yep.
Coming through there. Good. All right. So, okay. So here comes market back in as it's getting close to 355. Some of these imbalances will flip over. So I was very, very patient. We get out another piece right here at 99. And again, a trade you all saw live, $2 and looking at VWAP right now with only 30 seconds until we get a possible switch up right here in the stock, and we get to go the other way. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening right now. I think a little bit of a downside play potentially in these Qs. So let me put a bid here at 90s. Okay, we just got that fill.
It just grew huge.
Yeah, Nvidia's a bigger sell right there, so we can have a quick look to see. Yeah, so the pressure's coming on this at near the end of the day. So obviously we've taken big time advantage of that now. Let's get out some at 86. Oh boy. This winner is getting bigger and better here as the day goes. Money. All right, man. So we talked about this, right? We both talked about this exact trade actually, and there it comes now into the downside. You know, the imbalances could go either way. We had less than 10% heading into this imbalance. So the fact that it's going to the downside is a nice money piece, but we're going to punch out right now. We took advantage of that. A lot of liquidity coming in right now. We just get out at O's. So there it goes, man. Down to 99s and good bunch of outs there, good bunch of outs here. Most of the outs in and around this area for the dollar, but again, nice move down into side here as we continue to watch out. BMNR, I don't know, still a buy, 800,000. We'll wind up seeing where that winds up printing, and I'm probably be on the big list tomorrow.
I don't know. I don't feel like
I really didn't do a whole bunch.
I keep watching this thing to figure out how anyone's making any big money on BMNR at the end of the day, but it's not enough that's not enough of a move for it to do anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know. Maybe there's some one-offs there. Soxel, forget about that. That doesn't really matter. But Open Door, that did sustain it. It sustained the move, but even pairing off, it paired off a quarter of the imbalance. That's what Open Door did. Like, it dropped more than the entire move. Like, you're gonna be kidding me. It dropped like 25 cents to $7. It moved up 10 to 15 cents on the imbalance. When it paired off even a little bit, it dropped double that. So just be really, really careful. Only about 2 minutes. Well, sorry, a minute and a half, and at 58, the NASDAQ ones tend to show a little bit more action as well in terms of pairing those off, so it is worth watching as well. BMNR kind of scammy. Look, when we're talking about BMNR, we're just talking about like at the end of day trend. There's been some very solid reversals in this stock, like near the close. Like yesterday was an example. Like yesterday, see what it did? Like it was going down all day. Then you had right at about 355 or 350, you had this spike up. It's only about 70 pennies, but look at how tight that reversal is and then buy into the close. Maybe it's imbalance related, maybe it's not. But if it does something like that here, like look, it's trading in a breaks out. You just want to be ready for it in case it happens. I've been watching most days, I forgot to yesterday, but most days I've been watching BMNR to see if you can't capitalize something like that. You know, those little gimmicky trades can be good. You just have to make sure that they're actually there. You can't. We say this all the time. Like if BMNR is doing something at the close, you trade it. If it's not, then don't. Don't just assume that it's going to do something.
Look, you guys want a secret? All the real money made on prop firms. It's not just this buying and selling numerous times
it's
over and over again. It's all on this gimmicky stuff. So
have an edge.
Yeah, and it's gimmicky stuff. It is what it is. I mean, you could see here, and you can ask us every day, green or red or whatever. But most of the big money made is on the
POs, imbalances, flash crashes. Like if you can take advantage of a flash crash, like the example I will give on Liberation Day. So this was like maybe the most unsexy trade you can think of. On Liberation Day, it was, what was the name of the deal? I'm trying to remember exactly who it was. I think it was Walgreens Boots Alliance, right? So Walgreens got bought out. So they're getting bought out for like $11.65 cash plus a CVR. So you know what it's worth. The deal is going to close. It was like a 12 to 15% discount that morning. So you could buy the low at like $10. The second thing, when everything was tanking, it's like you could try to buy the market if you wanted to. I turned around and said, I got to build a position in WBA. Westermeyer knows this. Take that thing. Why? Because it has a stable range. And what did it do? Just mean reverted right back to the top. If the market did, it was going to go too. If the market didn't, it was probably still going to sell. So it's those kind of things which can be really good. Open Door can be an example of that as well. Like you could, if you took it on the buy and balance, boom. If you took the flip trade, where like the imbalance comes off, you're in here, and maybe you go down there. I don't like doing that trade because the way I see it, it's still a buy imbalance, so I really dislike it. But if you happen to be really quick about it, you can just take a quick 7 or 8 cents, punch in, punch out, and believe me, that can actually make some cash. About 40 seconds to go in here. There's not a heck of a lot in terms of earnings. There's a couple of smaller names out there like Lazy Boy if you're into it after the bell, but we do have a special treat because Sean is going to be joined by a new host who I think you guys should be excited for. So switching some things up a little bit. We're going to be trying out a few new people with one of myself or Sean. Today it is going to be Sean and special guest host, but we got the closing bell brought to you by AIML Health. You can check them out on the CSE, AIML, for sponsoring the closing bell. And now the market is closed. And I just thought of something. I was asked this in the middle, and I meant to ask either Brennan to see what our thoughts are, because I was asked, are we going to still have a closing, like a physical bell somewhere on the floor? We're not going to do. So we're not going to. So someone asked me that earlier. The plan is not to have a physical bell anymore. It's about the logistics of like, where do you put it? We had a really good spot for it, but we'll always have our little virtual bell. And notice behind me, this is what it's all about. Like, this is pretty pimp, everybody. It's not the screen wall, but the desk. We've got the visualizer up there. You know, everyone was interested in OLMA and Netflix just by looking right behind me. Wait till we actually have, the morning on that desk, and of course the aftermarket show and everything in between. And that's where Adair is going to be as well. So, we're excited for it. That's why we're working pretty hard. I mean, I say we, like we're on air, like Sean and myself, like we're on air while, I haven't seen Mark, Randy sit down most of the day as they're getting some of this stuff ready. So thank you guys so much for being patient with it, all the work. I know you hear it sometimes. Nvidia, by the way, is falling. So yeah, there was a sell imbalance on Nvidia, and it closed at the lows, and it's still falling. So a lot of pressure on Nvidia. But I believe we are, do I get a thumbs up? Oh. If we are good to go, we have a special treat. We got the market recap. We've got Sean and special new host, buddy, and good luck.
Neil, how's it going? Ooh, this looks actually really blue. Hey, what's up, Neil? This looks actually really blue out on here. All right, my good friend.
John.
I don't really know you that well, so he's not a good friend. But this here is Adams. We want to all thank Adam for coming. Tryout is now.
I'm ready.
So I'm going to ask you a very, very quick question. What is your history with trading, and what got you? What are you doing right now?
Sure. I studied finance in school, so that was, I guess, my initial introduction to trading.
What school?
I went to TMU. Well,
Okay,
not
nice.
called
Yeah.
TMU.
Yeah.
They're renaming Dundas Station to TMU. So
are they?
It fits in a little bit more.
Okay.
That's where I kind of got into trading. I took a trading class, and someone from Trader TV over here recruited me and did a speech in class, and it caught my interest. So 2 years ago, I was on the trading floor and was there for about half a year, placing trades. I made one appearance on this show.
Good.
It was a really cool time, and that love for the market never left me. So here I am again now.
Good. Well, we're glad to have you. So Adam's going to help us do the recap. So we have Brian Shannon coming from Alpha Trends. He's a really cool guy. Can't wait to introduce you to him. But let's not bury the lead too much here today. It was a pretty decent day, right? We did have the NASDAQ and the triple Qs going out. Not too bad after all. What looked like a pretty bad day to start with. Here's the triple Qs if and when it ever loads on my screen. Down 1.38% on, but right now we are actually getting hit to the downside. I don't know if there was a story hit here or what, but there's a nice move downside right there for the triple Qs getting hit here after hours. The only that I have is Plug Power just had a, there it is right here. Plug Power just planned a convertible notes offering. Come on, chart. Look at Plug Power right now, Adam. That's getting crushed down to 182 and change as they start to get hit down to the downside there. There goes Plug Power. I wanted to see if the NASDAQ was also helping push down Bitcoin right now as we're getting some, not really. It just looks like the Qs right here starting to go for a little down into 595.50. We ended the day only down about 1%, but giving a little bit back right now. Some of the top stories today obviously was the Bitcoin talk there, some macro fears and BTC right here, 92.8. This is a daily chart for Bitcoin, and we see a nice little downside move right here for BTC, falling off 105 down into 92. You a holder of Bitcoin or anything like that?
I am. I'm hoping that this is at least a local bottom because you got that nice candle. We're up near the highs of the day, but it is kind of below that long-term downtrend line. So I'm just hoping that this can be at least a local bottom, maybe get some basing, averages flatten out maybe, and break back above them and see where we can go from there.
Yeah. Are you a big crypto guy or not really?
I like crypto. I think.
Are there any names other than Bitcoin you might be thinking about?
Well, you mentioned Brian Shannon, and he recently mentioned Zcash.
Okay, perfect. Yep.
ZEC, and that's been one of the strongest cryptos that there is.
Okay,
really
good.
Strong crypto. So I've been taking a look at that, and
all right.
that can hold
I wonder
up.
what Zcash does. Why has that been so strong? We'll ask Brian, or if you know.
Cannot tell you that.
Okay. And this is part of the reason why the market goes down. I know we've talked about this a lot today, and that is the Fed, right? So right here, as of December 10th, we are looking right now at a 50-50 rate cut situation right now. So this, Adam, used to be almost 100%. We were going to cut. Now we're down to 50%. So as the market goes, so do the rates. So we'll have to wait to see if this can sort of level out. I'd like to see the rate cut get a little bit higher. Can finally find some stability here behind the trade. And today's stock heat map, man, brought to you by a lot of red names. And today we had some downside push all over the place. And it really did start early with Nvidia not really capturing much movement. Still down 3%, looking to get lower as, of course, we had Peter Thiel exit. We had SoftBank exit their positions as well on Nvidia, down 2.81%. And you know this, as we all do, Nvidia coming into earnings should be really interesting coming tomorrow night. So join as we will have a much different show, as we will be much focused on earnings plays. Tonight, there's not too much, but here's Nvidia into 180 again. Man, it's been a little bit of a wild ride here for NVDA. SoftBank exiting. Exiting. And then again, a lot of concern here. Will the Vera Rubin be ready to ship? Is that ready to going to wait to hear that tomorrow? We also have, of course, SoftBank. We talked about them. And expectations right here, $1.23 EPS on $54.8 billion worth of revenue. Adam, that is quite the number. Sure. Any levels that interest you on Nvidia? I'm not sure if you're looking at a chart here, but I think we're near some lows at 180.
We got the chart here. It's kind of hovering under the 50 MA. Generally, I don't like to take a position when we're under the 50 MA, but with earnings tomorrow, you could get that pop where it's and now you're approaching new highs. So we're right in support right now. It's just a lot of action. It's not very clean. I really want to see it get above the 50 MA and then kind of lead 10-day moving average or 12-day moving average or 9-day moving average, really whatever you like to use. But I want to see it again, and hopefully earnings can be the catalyst for that.
Right. Yeah. I agree with you there. Let's not catch it. Let's wait till the trend turns around a little bit. So we did have a fail. Let's go here. It's a little bit of a fail stock over here. Who's over there? Look, it's Home Depot today. Home Depot struggled. The retail, we know they're a little weak. We're not sure what the consumer has behind it. What we do know about that is unemployment rate now is very much in question. We don't necessarily worry about the health of the housing market, but with Donald Trump coming out and talking about 50-year mortgages, we've seen some movement on Open Door. And honestly, this destruction of Home Depot stock, not really sure what's going on. They missed 374 versus 384. They cut their full-year profit outlook down 5%, so that's not good. High mortgage rates have frozen the housing market, but freezing the housing market keeps people in their houses and people obviously looking to maybe put some renovations on. I thought Home Depot would have been a bit better. One thing, Adam, that we all know is when you purchase a new home, you often make changes. Okay. Either the family room doesn't look good or the wife something else in the bedroom or a different bathroom or something like that. So that creates a lot of renovations. And with being a little frozen right here, Home Depot obviously getting hit. And I don't think we expected that. This is a bellwether that just looks nasty, man. 420 all the way down to 337. When was the last time you were in Home Depot?
I can't tell you. I don't own a home, nor do I.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is that Home Depot's only missed earnings a few times in the last 10 years,
right.
Like 5 times or something like that. 3 of those times are the most recent 3 quarters. So I don't know if there's some sort of trend turning or something, maybe a broader economical issue, but that is not a positive sign. What is a positive sign, however, if you pull up Home Depot's long-term chart, they are in a huge long-term uptrend going back to 2015 or so. So if you look at my chart right there, you can see that just despite this little blip in COVID, which it recovered pretty quickly, there's a strong trend in formation, and it's approaching that uptrend line. And if it can hold there, maybe things can reverse back higher.
I see some people are boycotting Home Depot. I don't know if there's something political going on with Home Depot, but we've seen, do you know anything about that?
I don't.
No, okay. We've seen, I do want to remind everybody, and I know we're doing something different here, but we do want to bring this recap show brought to you by Global X and Beta Pro. So shout out to them. Their 3X product has been super hot. There it is right there. Make sure you do scan. Well, you can also scan that QR code, but scan the one for Beta Pro, and it comes up in link in description. Thank you again for continuously sponsoring the show. Yeah, everybody in the chat having a great time, so that's great. Over 4,000 watching right now. You nervous?
Right on. Not at all.
Good,
I wasn't.
perfect.
Maybe now I am, but I wasn't before.
You weren't before, but now you are because I'm here. Okay, I get it. All right. You know what? Is there any other names you want to talk about? Because I was going to go over to Google that had a nice little day today. We can actually do that. Let's do that real quick. So Google today, just again, like what a great earnings report. Google actually shot up, and we thought that Google was going to be sort of the proxy for what we were looking for. Spend with the data center spend, the build outs. They have their TPU, their tensor processing units, of course, involved in their Pixel, and everything about YouTube. I mean, you must be all over YouTube.
I am on YouTube quite a bit. I know that Google, 8 months ago, there was a lot of talk around Google, maybe not being a leader. Why are they behind in the AI trade? They should be the leader. They have Google, they have the search. Why are they doing so poorly? And over the last 3 months, they've kind of taken over as this leader of the trade now. They've kind of Microsoft in that. Nvidia's gone up, but it's gone a little bit sideways, whereas Google, you've seen this sort of parabolic trend. And with Berkshire taking a stake now, that adds more confidence in this investment. So yeah, no doubt they're definitely one of the strongest stocks that you can find right now. Yeah, great call there, and I don't want to forget about that too, because yeah, Berkshire with initiating their new position on Google, great call there. Loop Capital with the upgrade today, and then I don't know if you heard the news today. I'm probably busy, but Gemini 3.0 coming out hopefully on the weekend. Okay. So that's their new AI model, language model there. So that gave them a little bit of a boost today. But still, man, downside playing here for Google as they just made the move down today. We're able to catch a little. Then again, closing near their lows is Google. All right, people asking in the chat if there's any earnings. Look, man, here's the Benzinga Pro platform, and I'm kind of just scanning right now. You can show my screen, Fabian, if you want. SPLK, Star Bulk Carriers, misses. I'm not really seeing anything, man. GBDC here, Go Capital, nothing going on there either. VRAEX going here. Varex Imaging Corporation, slightly beating, but nothing really of any kind of volume coming through. So we will by far talk about anything you do want in the chat. So drop some names in there and definitely let us know. Look, SoFi, yeah, so good call there, Bob the dog. You ever been to Loblaws before? I have. So do you know what the CE's name is? Bob. Okay. So Bob Loblaw. Okay, is that why it's named that? No, that's just a joke, yeah, because then you didn't go over that well. Yeah, it's like a little kid. But there's Plug Power, of course. This could be a trade tomorrow. Plug Power down 20% there. A offering. So this is the one thing that's definitely hitting the stock right now. Plug Power down on an offering. Convertible notes, they're going to have to try to raise, well, they are raising money right now, and Plug Power nicely down. Downside, yeah. Now some people in the chat are getting that reference. Yeah, we can talk SBLK. I'll call that up. I mean, this is an aftermarket recap show. So let's quickly look at SBLK right now. There it is, down 4% on, again, a miss. So not too bad here, on to the downside for SBLK. So unfortunately, a little bit of a miss there. All right, we're getting ready to have Brian Shannon on, and when he does come on, we're gonna ask him for a couple different plays that he likes and what some names that he's been thinking about. Adam, a big position of mine has been Palantir, and we've been getting in and out of this thing for a while, buying dips when dips are there, but also making sure that we capture some profit. But the problem is now, Palantir's making some new lows and broke through this 175
$1.75. A big concern is valuation. Right. As we know, market PEs right now, pretty high on the S&P 500, 25, 26, depending on where you get that number from. Palantir is still astronomical, man, in the hundreds. You familiar with Palantir? Thoughts maybe on this high flyer?
I am familiar with it. What I can tell you is it's in the right sector. Right. It has the right theme. It has a smart CEO that people trust and people have confidence in. And he's been very outspoken about his positions. Although right now, it's below the 50-day moving average. And it's setting up to look like it could be a short in the coming days if we're looking at it objectively.
Yeah, let's do that.
So, yeah, I mean, if it can reclaim that 50-day, if it can, get some more buying pressure back, and Nvidia doesn't blow up on earnings tomorrow night, then yeah, this could gain some steam again. But right now, it's not looking too hot.
Okay, yeah, no, I agree, and I wish it was looking hot because we're still long that name. Today we had some pressure from China, right? I mean, Japan and South Korea were really hit over last night, overnight, right? So they started the day lower. We did get a rally in FXI as we continue to make a move higher in this space, but you can see here, big cap China names continue to get hit. The name we bought was Alibaba. I like their Quen model. I like the fact that they're working on their own chips, and considering this move down, buy a little bit at the 50 period. That's what we've been doing. This is my most recent buy. Let's see if Alibaba gets into the 200. I believe it's like around 130, 140, somewhere down into here. Yeah, there it is right there. Wow, good guess. 135, not bad, right, Adam? Right there. So a nice move down into that. Alibaba, so we'll get a figure on that very, very soon. I like some of these Chinese names. We did have Pinduoduo moving around as well over the last little while. Names like Luckin Coffee. We had a great interview today. LKNCY over there on the pink sheets. OTC markets. Luckin Coffee. Apparently Luckin Coffee now in New York. So a shout out to that, and shout out to Jeff reminding us that, hey, there's more coffee than just Starbucks. I feel like there's coffee, and Ramin's doing something over here, so as soon as she's done, we'll talk to Adam in a minute. But I feel like there's so many different coffee joints around. Buying Starbucks in the long-term portfolio, but Luckin Coffee interests me because...
Thanks.
Yeah, lots of bangs there. This is because we're at some of these levels right here, right now, 36.50 or so for Luckin Coffee. Nice move to the downside again if you're looking for some exposure. This name actually went off the OTC, off the NASDAQ, and over here, the OTC markets. Luckin Coffee, definitely something to look at there. You a coffee guy or a tea guy?
I am most definitely a coffee guy. Tea guy when I am sick. Honey, that does the trick for me.
Oh man, I like that honey with a little bit of the lemon. Honey?
Absolutely.
Oh boy. Okay, please hire this guy. He's a coffee guy, so it's all good. So there, congratulations, you passed the test.
Thank you.
Right there. But you ever own any Starbucks or anything like that? Anything? Okay, here's a question for you. Give me a stock that you like in the retail side of things right now. We have Costco on the downside. You can also pick a restaurant if you want. McDonald's has been pretty good. Okay. Is there any sort of names that are on your mind these days?
I think I like restaurant brands. QSR.
Oh, QSR, perfect.
Only because I every single day. I like Popeyes instead of KFC.
Perfect.
I'm not a big fan of Burger King, but for the aforementioned reasons, I like Tim Hortons. It's kind of, it's a slow mover. It doesn't really do much. You get a bit of a dividend, so you can have some income in your portfolio.
Perfect.
But yeah, that's one that I look at. Although I'm not really a big retail or restaurant in general, but if I had to pick one, I like QSR.
See, and that's the thing. Like, I do think that there's thematic investing that you can do, right? I mean, I used to, as soon as I found out that my wife was spending $150 on pants, I bought Lulu, Right. As soon as I realized that these Frappuccinos are $6 or $7, you buy some Starbucks, right? But that was more back in the day. I think right now, you got to stick with what you're doing as well. Try to figure out, are you definitely invested in the right names, in the right space, right? And for right now, if retail's a little weak and we worry about the consumer, I'm a little worried about all retail right now. Costco's at a nice little level on the downside, maybe looking to pick something up over there as well. But I like the diversification of QSR. So Restaurant Brands International, a great name there. Get some Popeye, get some Burger King, and get some not KFC, Tim Hortons.
Some coffee.
Of course, and get some coffee. I think the Popeyes, the sandwich is pretty good. The pizza, definitely good over there. A little Louisiana style.
And the biscuits.
You like stuff spicy?
I do.
Okay. Not get along too well. If we are ready for Brian Shannon, it's called Trader Talk, Adam, and let's bring him. Brian, how are you doing today, my friend?
Doing Nice to see the new host there, Adam.
Yes, Adam. Nice. Say hi, Adam.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
There he is. Yeah, Adam's gonna ask you a question in a couple minutes, but thank you, Brian. As we look to expand, right? I mean, we are looking for more hosts to host this show. So pretty soon you might not have me interviewing, but Adara is still here as well. So, Brian. Come on, like, why didn't you warn us like 3 or 4 weeks ago that this whole market was going to crash? I say that just tongue in cheek, because is this really a crash? I mean, I think the market is always in correction mode. It's always looking to correct, or maybe not always in correction mode. We've just had such a big run from those April lows. There had to be some steam coming out of this market, right?
Well, the warning signs were really ATR stocks that still haven't recovered. And that was really kind of the first warning sign. Getting news, as you've covered, about all the big sellers in Nvidia and some of the leaders are starting to crack. I mean, Meta still hasn't bounced yet. Amazon's given everything back from its earnings. So we're just seeing a broader, sell-off, I guess. And we're still in a bull market, though. So I think this just eventually paves the way for the next rally, and we're just not there yet. So we've got to be a little bit patient, keep the powder dry, and don't be buying stocks below declining 5-day moving average.
Boom, that's the answer I was looking for, because I said we're going to have Brian on, and this guy talks about the penalty box, and until we're out of it, we can't buy anything. But I did tell everybody in the chat a very popular retail name. You already mentioned it. It's Meta. So I was actually going to ask you if you could sort of do some chart work on this for us, because I have it up right here and just broke through 600 bucks. And I don't know, we bounced nicely off of it today. We're 585 bottom. We got to 600. We kind of bounced down here and starting to go even lower into the close. And now after hours, lower as well here on Meta. And I just said, let's not try to change the game plan here. We have 2 or 3 up days out of the last 20 here in Meta on the daily chart, and you just nailed it with the declining 5-day. But I'm going to throw the charting over to you, and maybe is there a spot where if we're looking to dip our toes into Meta, can you find me a spot here, or is it just not worth it until we get confirmation?
Sure, Sean. On the left, of course, is the daily time frame, and I was looking. Levels of interest that when this stock gapped lower, we blew through that green anchor for April low. That wasn't good. So the average person who bought, after the April low is down significantly now. Cut below the 200-day moving average and that thick blue year-to-date anchor. So on average, the average price it's traded at this year is 660, and here we're down, 10% lower than that. So the average participant in Meta is down 10%. Let's take a look at the weekly chart and see, I've got this trend line here that might end up being something. We've broken below that anchor, as we know, so we can go back to the beginning of this. And that, where that trend line kind of begins right here and touches there, lines up with that anchor. So maybe 550. It seems like it's still far away because we've seen such a large sell-off so far. But again, we've had this declining the slope of this 5-day moving average has been declining this entire time. So there's been no reason to think that a bounce could materialize and hold on. If we start to see some sideways action and rebuild a little bit of a base, then maybe we get a pop. Then that might create a lower high before a move to that 550. But I think if you're looking to add this term, I'd be looking at that 550 level as the more important level.
Okay, yeah, let's wait till we get a little bit down there. And of course, Meta dealing with the cash issue. So much spend, and we're just waiting to see that turn around. And the data center spend has been real, because you look at Oracle and some of the moves that they've been having, that's a huge correction on ORCL. I was perusing through your stock twits and on X there. Go make sure you follow this man, Brian Shannon, at Alpha Trends. Immediately go do it. Maybe after the segment do it, or now. SPY, you're talking about the anchored VWAP off of those April lows, right? So as we continue to make moves down here, the August lows, the anchored VWAP off those August lows of SPY. I don't have anchored VWAP on here, but can you go over what you're thinking here on the SPY? I'm looking to actually buy some index right now instead of taking single stock risk. For those of us that are dollar cost averaging into big ETFs, into the Qs, into the SPY, or even into an XBI, the biotechs, or XRT, the retails. What are we looking at for SPY? And potentially it will work for other ETFs. So can we go over some anchor VWAP stuff on the SPY that you're looking at?
Yeah, of course. So on the left, of course, again, is that daily time frame. We've got that red dash 20-day moving average, which is now declining, and the 50-day moving average is going to start to decline here sometime unless this market can get its act together a little bit. What I'm really thinking, Sean, is that this anchor off that August low has been important, and now we're on it once again. Today, though, we didn't really have anything convincing happen. We week to date anchor and then sold off over here on the right. We're still below a declining 5-day moving average. So it makes me think that what we really need to turn this around in the short term is a flush below this low right here. I think there's probably a lot of stops below there. A lot of people thinking, well, if it breaks that, it makes a lower low below the 50-day moving average, I'm going to sell short. I think that sets them up to get burned, and that's where we can start to look for a more vigorous rally that could be tradable even up towards that 5-day moving average to start out. So tomorrow, if we can undercut this, I like it in that I want to start looking at the shorter term time frame. If we can get above the daily VWAP and hold above it, that paves the way for a day trade long that maybe we can transition into a 2 or 3 day trade.
All right, thanks, Brian.
Yeah, hey, Adam.
I wanted to say, nice to meet you. Your book, Technical Analysis Using Multiple Timeframes, was the second book that I ever read when it comes to trading. The first was How to Make Money in Stocks by William O'Neill. So I am definitely a fan of your work. I wanted to ask you about Bitcoin. It's kind of got distributed. You know, it's come down from 125K. There's a lot of in the market regarding it, but it's also kind of near that long-term, or I guess intermediate-term uptrend line, kind of sitting on some support. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were on the current state of Bitcoin.
Yeah, I've lost my little button here that allows me to stop sharing and then share another screen. I've been trading some bounces in Bitcoin on the way down, and we're currently hanging around the anchor from the the summer of 2024 low. If I could, I guess I don't see that there. So anyways.
I could have the chart up.
Maybe we could look at IBIT instead. And, you know, IBIT is a little bit different. You know, here's that anchor I was talking about. So IBIT is a little bit well below it. This is where IBIT came public. So that might end up being some ETF support down in here. But the bottom line is I've tried a couple of bounces and had some successful trades. I got out the other day, basically break even on my most recent one. It's still kind of the same as what I was just saying for the S&P. There just doesn't seem to be any vigorous buyers in here yet. And typically in Bitcoin, that's what we're used to seeing is some real sharp tradable bounces. Maybe a little bit bleeding lower and then we can start to bounce, but I'm just not convinced yet, Adam.
Cool. Okay. There definitely hasn't been that buyer support that's stepped in yet. I saw on your Twitter feed you posted Zcash and how we need some influencer or something to start a ETF for that. It's certainly been strong. Do you think that that's also kind of in the topping phase? Is there any like warning signs there? Or do you think because of its run, it just doesn't have that much more to go? Or do you have any general thoughts on that?
I was kind of teasing about that one, and I figured out how to share my screen here again. So just to go back to Bitcoin real quick, that red anchor is the one that I was talking about that we're trying to find buyers on right now. Oops, and I'm just going to switch that to a weekly time frame, and sorry about the other anchor of interest below is this one that somebody pointed out to me on X the other day, which is from the last halvening. And that would bring it down ideally to 88,000. That I think would be the final flush in there. But back to ZEC, I hadn't really heard of this one before, so I was kind of looking at it going, what the heck is this? And it seems when we have maximum, large rally, that's when I was teasing that maybe some influencer, and I call him an influencer like Tom Lee with BMNR, is going to come out and start buying this thing. But I don't know anything about this one other than it's in a major uptrend, and I completely missed it. So maybe you, because I don't know what they do.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I don't know, Adam. Any insight there on Zcash? Because you nailed it right there with BMNR and all that kind of stuff. Like whenever there's shady stuff like this going, really explain. I'm a short there on Zcash, Brian, and I know maybe it's a little too early to figure all that out. You don't want to step in front when we clearly don't understand what's going on. I want to ask you something that's really been bad for the market, I feel, over the last 6 or 8 months. What's up with all these IPOs? I mean, have you seen StubHub? I mean, I have StubHub, STUB. Brian, if you want to see that one. I mean, they rip me off every time I'm trying to buy. Good for them. But wow, these guys came out at $25 actually. And their best day was the birthday. That's something that we like to say around here. And then since then, man, it's been wearing no clothes all the way down to the downside. Look at this epic break when it didn't hold. Now it's down to $12 and absolutely cracking. We have our good friend Circle. Circle gets the square here, and this is also, wow, that was a great company, right? No, fast forward 3 months, we're all the way back down to IPO pricing again. There's names like Klarna, they came through as well, KLAR, Klarna, they actually were okay based on not going down that, well, my bad, down % today, Brian. Like, I can't even be wrong about one of these names. You know, what is your on IPOs? Like, do they have to have a year of trading? You know, you really helped NewScale SMR when it was kind of riding and eventually it broke to the high side. Can you give us any tips here for IPOs? Because there's a lot of traders that believed in some of these companies, especially Circle. That's one that a lot of traders are looking for. What can we do? Is there an indicator that will help us, and I'm sure it's an anchor somewhere, that will help us identify and sort of maneuver our way through some of these IPOs?
Sure. I mean, Sean, there's time to trade the IPO the very first day, you know, using an anchor from that very first trade. And they can be great for, you know, several weeks, several months, in fact, with Circle. And the anchor from the IPO, that green line right there, had been holding as support. And then once it definitively broke it here in late July, and undercut, you know, basically 180, it's been lights out since then. Now, it's approaching where the stock opened for trading after the IPO at the, you know, at 76 right here, but the IPO actually priced at 31. So a lot of go down and actually end up testing the IPO price, and many of them, like you've seen, you know, like StubHub, CHA, there's a bunch of them. They are, you know, undercutting those lows, and sometimes, in some cases, 50% below them. So it's below the anchor from the IPO. You can day trade this thing, and just swing trade here and there, but you know, don't buy the dips in these things, especially while, again, they're below a declining 5-day moving average. You're just asking for trouble. Once in a while, you'll get lucky and catch a little bounce like this, but they get sold into below declining 20, 50-day moving average, and there's that anchor from the IPO. It's, you know, the average price the public has traded this stock at is $162, which is $131 higher than the stock actually priced its IPO and where the insiders sold to people.
Wild.
Thanks, Brian. All I could think about was just overhead supply once you said that dollar amount. Is there anything that you're currently looking at, maybe to the long side or to the short side, amid this current kind of mini correction?
Yeah, I've got a couple of shorts that are kind of, you know, down to the last third of those. I'm looking at COGT. This is a biotech. It's holding really well so far. You know, ideally, maybe for a risk unit, a buy above here tomorrow with a stop there. But if it breaks down, I think we're likely to see a flush and then rebuild. So the risks are if you don't honor your stop there. Another one that probably isn't a household name is this GCT, Giga Cloud. It's got a nice looking weekly chart here. It's in a nice stage 2 uptrend. It trades, just about 1 million shares a day, but the you know, it was up on earnings over here and it's starting to stabilize. So I'd like to see this one maybe pull back tomorrow and then get going. But just, you know, from a swing trade perspective, which is my preferred time frame, the setups, I think, are a few days away from really identifying, revealing themselves to us.
Thank you again, Brian. I want to bring up, you brought us TGTX at one point, and somebody in the chat was bringing that to our attention. Now at $30. So we say thank you for that. Everybody, please pay attention to what Brian says and make sure you do follow this guy at Alpha Trends. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. What's the weather like around your neck of the woods right now? Is it starting to get a little snowy?
The mountains are finally getting some snow, Sean, so that's what's most important. Here in Denver, it's 62 degrees. What's that, maybe 20 Celsius or so?
Yeah.
So it's been really nice, but going to start to cool off a little bit.
I didn't realize how expensive snowboarding equipment is. My son just started snowboarding last year, 2 years. And we just went, and thankfully we went to a secondhand store and bought him a Burton board, and apparently that's a good board. So he's really happy with that, looking forward to hitting the slopes. You're a skier rather than a snowboarder?
I am a skier, yes.
Yeah, when does that see, are you going frequently now in the mountains, or?
I've been once so far, and it really was just like 2 trails open, but they're going to get about 20 inches in the next 2 weeks, so I got my eye on a couple.
Good, sounds like fun. Yeah, get out there and enjoy. We can't be in front of the screens too much. Brian Shannon, I want everyone to go follow him at Alpha Trends, both on X and on StockTwits. Thank you so much, Brian. Of course, you have a subscription model where you give a lot of insight and take a lot of questions as well, so I want everyone to go hit you up. Thanks again, Brian. And you're going to join us next week, Tuesday, right?
Yep, I will.
Ciao, that's Brian Shannon, and that's that's that.
Sure.
So what do you think? Want to go on for another half hour or what?
Let's do another hour.
Do another hour? Okay, Fabian, I don't know, man. What do you think, Fabian? You think we want to wrap this thing up? Time is ticking. We got to go. Okay. Hey, look, man, you did a great job. Thank you so much for coming through, man. Let me know in the chat what you think of this dude, Adam. Great job today, and we'll hope to have you back for sure. Adara's here. Everybody's here. We're trying something new. I want to thank all of you for staying with us once again here. It's been a great day. What are your plans tonight?
I got no plans.
Got no plans.
Look at more charts.
Okay. What is your favorite? What do you take in your coffee? Because you said you're a coffee guy.
I go black.
You go black. Once you go black, you never go back. So that's a good little look right there.
I've never said that.
I'm a one milk kind of guy. So right there, I think that was Wesley Snipes or something. I'm saying that. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. For Adam, I'm Sean. Thank you so much for staying late, Fabian. Thanks to everybody, and thank you for watching. We're back live tomorrow at 8:30. Until then, say goodbye to everybody, Adam.
Goodbye.
All right.
Thanks, Sean.